Bruxelles.
Oui.
Et tout le monde, petit live sur le championship du coup Reload avec les Bruxelles.
Bonjour.
Voilà. Ça commence dès maintenant donc voilà, on est arrivé bien.
Un petit pronostic, qui va gagner?
Qui va gagner?
Moi je mets une pièce, je mets une petite pièce soit sur Charlie Camille, qui ont gagné 3 fois les majors, ou je dirais Chino Pablo. D'ailleurs, de ce que je mange.
Tu m'as le monde avant.
Et du coup?
Les bêtes.
Non.
Ah merde. Tu m'as dit oui avant.
Non, je crois que tu m'as appelé.
Ah. Ah, je sais pas.
Je mange quelque chose avec un M. Un peu d'indice.
Un M. J'ai vu moi quand je suis pas venu sur le live. Tu dates? Ça va, ça va.
Je t'avais dit que ça fait un moment que t'as pas live.
Ça fait 2 jours je crois. Ou trop.
3 jours. Hein.
Ça va. Allez go.
Teams have fought tooth and nail for the opportunity to step foot onto the Qiddiya city grid, and now they are face to face with the best players in the world.
Mesdames et messieurs, nous y voici. Bienvenue à Paris pour 4 jours de compétition endiablée. Les meilleurs joueurs du monde sont prêts à s'affronter sur Fortnite Reload.
The reality is you only get one chance at a first impression, and day one is going to send shockwaves through Paris. My name is Barney Banks, and I am your host alongside the awesome Lucy, and I'm really excited for this week, mate.
Je suis Lucie et je serai avec Barney pour hoster toute cette semaine, mesdames et messieurs. Je pense que le public est prêt.
Ouais.
Je pense que les joueurs sont prêts.
Donc il y a
de faire rentrer sur scène.
Pour te dire, il y a le groupe A aujourd'hui, le groupe B demain. Le mode la last chance, mode ceux qui ont raté le groupe A et B, ils sont dans ce groupe et ce sera vendredi. Et jeudi, non samedi ou dimanche, je suis plus sûr, il y aura la finale. Là c'est 4 jours d'affilée.
Rue and Moda, they are RVL Esports.
L'aura qu'ils ont.
Mais ils osent pas sauver.
Quoi? Comment ça, Bouga?
Bah oui, il y a Bouga.
What the hell, wesh? Ouais, je savais pas qu'il y avait Bouga.
Moi, comme comme je suis visionnaire et j'ai 3 minutes d'avance, moi je te dis, les meilleurs c'est ceux qui passeront en dernier là, tu verras.
Ah ouais, ok, vas-y. Ah mais vous pouvez, il va faire un carnage aussi hein.
Bon. Au gars c'est pas son prime hein.
Ouais, c'est plus son prime parce que avant c'était trop fort. C'est pas quoi? C'est Championship Reload là.
C'est un papy de Fortnite maintenant.
Ouais.
Rainy and Nalu.
Je dis quand la partie commence en vrai.
Edson and PH Zin, they are Foot Esports.
Pourquoi il n'y a pas toi? Je sais pas.
Vous savez, en fait, non mais les gars, en vrai de vrai, Fortnite, ils ont dit, ouais Nir, c'était trop fort, on peut pas te laisser jouer si on va faire que des top 1, ça va pas être drôle, tu vois. Vous voyez les gars, du coup, Il a pris un petit chèque de Epic Games en contrepartie, comme ça il joue pas. Voilà les gars, vous avez la vérité.
T'as vu le signe qu'il a fait, frère?
Qu'est-ce qu'il a fait?
Il a fait succès.
Allez, petit ban, bonne journée à toi.
Ouais.
Phoenix and Retro, they are on it.
Peter Bot and
Peter Bot, oh là là.
Now, your defending club
Oui,
champions
moi
from
je
Team
déteste.
Falcon.
J'aime pas les 3 ronds. Mais les 3 ronds. Moi je préfère largement Poyo.
Reckless, they are
Oh là là. Mais Peter Bot il va faire un carnage aussi. Hein. J'ai vu ses vidéos récemment, là il est vraiment chaud. Hein.
Et il est plus en 2024. Hein.
Je connais quasi personne là. Qu'est-ce qui passe? Ouais, c'est des stars. Ouais, du coup.
Maintenant c'est des goats.
Est-ce qu'il va avoir je vais voir. Podalza, je crois que c'est ça.
Chino Pablo.
Normalement il va y avoir.
4 days of competition, $1 million on the line,
Mais
and
t'es
a
en décalé,
chance to
faut que tu vois la
immortalize your names in the eSports
tous les jours,
World Cup Totem.
Nous y sommes, la compétition Fortnite Reload pour marquer l'histoire de l'OWC en direct
Là,
de Paris,
je suis là.
public, faites
Bien
du
fait.
bruit.
Ah oui, quand même.
C'est pour regarder mieux.
Ça, c'est pas con. Moi je me mets devant, mais j'avoue que là c'est. Ah, au cas où la game a commencé. Hein.
Il y aura une belle vie.
Individuals are here to make a name for themselves. With some of the most
regardez les
veteran
championships.
players of all time here, will their experience prove useful?
Normalement il y a
These
l'eau.
rookies are just
Et
learning the game. I know this
ah,
game like
du
no one
gars.
else.
However, Reload will require not just technical ability, but innovation.
Oh là 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 là.
Au cas où en direct ils sont déjà en game.
Ah ouais.
Is the veterans' time over? Is it now the time for newcomers to show themselves?
This is my moment to shine. Everyone needs to watch their back.
The new gen's got a lot to
Par
learn,
contre, je sais
and
plus
I'm gonna
comment il y
show
a
them this
de
weekend.
parties.
C'est pas.
We've got all of the world's
Moi je
best
fais
ready to
pour regarder
fight
dans
out,
Fortnite.
including the
C'est un mode.
greatest of all-time contenders.
I've been unbeatable for
C'est
years.
une map,
Ah là là.
c'est une map que Fortnite même ont fait pour que les joueurs Fortnite peuvent se connecter et regarder directement
Throw new names to the top.
Time for
directement
Legends
dans
to
en jeu.
go, and now it's my time.
Je fais par équipe et
Overcoming
je
the
suis
pressure is not easy. One team will stand tall.
Si tu lances Fortnite, normalement tu vas dans les maps Epic Games, tu vas très loin.
Team Falcons.
It's time for the Fortnite Reload Championship at EWC 26.
Welcome everybody to the Fortnite Reload Championship at the Esports World Cup 2026. Taco, we have 40 of the greatest teams from around the world all battling out for $1 million for a club championship. And what's most important for these guys, the bragging rights.
And look, it all boils down to who's even going to make it through groups A and B. And knowing that we're kicking off today's competition with so many loaded duos, Jacob, it's going to be a ridiculous series of events throughout the course of today's matches, and everybody's of course keeping their eye out for some of the lead ringers, but at the same time, you never know when an upset might just take
Tu vas là où tu peux choisir une map,
I usually talk about
tu
the
vas sur
entirety of the
Epic,
tournament
les
being more of a
maps Epic Games,
marathon and not
et
a
c'est
race.
tout en bas.
This
Tu descends tout en
event
bas
is more
et tu
so
verras
that
l'image
same case
de la
because you
map.
have
Il y a
10
écrit
games today in the group
World
stages,
Cup
right?
Reload
And that's way
live.
more than a lot of these guys
t'as
have
juste à
played
lancer
in
la
a
map et
single
tu-
day of Fortnite in
tu
their life when it
regarderas
comes to competition. I know
Il y a
in
juste
the
un petit
qualifiers we
décalage
had
de 3 à
8
5
games
minutes
throughout each and
comparé
every one of
au
those days.
vrai,
So 2
en
more games
direct.
that leads me
Mais
to
c'est pas
believe
très
that
dérangeant.
it's going to be the ones that were mentally tough, the ones that are
Là, ça fait un
composed,
moment
that are
que
going
la
to find
game
a
a
way
déjà
to the top
commencé
7.
et c'est pas
But
encore
kind of on the
lancé.
other note of that, you also have to remember, with the additional 2 games in comparison to what we've been accustomed to, players
c'est à
have
Paris.
much more opportunity to really find that bounce back option.
il joue à
And when you
Paris,
think about the
il
fact
joue.
that there is still technically that secondary lifeline, as long as you find yourself not within the box bottom three
Je pensais que c'était en
of today.
Belgique, mais
You
non.
will have the
Ça
chance to ultimately
c'était
run it
l'autre
back, but
du monde.
obviously, honing back into where we are at currently, I think that there is plenty of teams that are certainly going to want to sprint their way to the top of the titles.
Yeah, especially, Shark, Teeny, Peterbot, Poyo, 3 wins each. So they have 6 out of the 8 wins for both EU and NA Central. And it's not just they're playing the games, it's how they're playing these games. They're aggressive, they're dominant, they don't leave any stone unturned. And that's something that I'm really interested to see, because typically you have Team 1, Team 2, and 2 different groups. No, today, 2 of the best teams in the entire world are here in the same group. Tomorrow, we might see Sky and Scroll, but for today, it's P-Poi over Sharktini.
And at the same time, you heard it already, Peterbot ready to make an early entrance. Same scenario for Hugo Poyo there. But Jacob, I also really want to talk about the fact that this is going to be one of the best opportunities to see some of these international teams, some of the smaller regions really start to get a little bit more involved and kind of remind the rest of the world, particularly everybody on social media, that they're here to show out. And obviously already kicked things off pretty hot here in match number 1. No surprises whatsoever. Pete and Poyo just doing their thing.
Yeah, and even in the feed, Graves just getting an early game elimination. Only one, because in reload, your teammates will have about 12 seconds. So if you go down, you're really relying on 12 seconds from your teammate to stay alive. They can shorten that time span with either Nox elimination or full-on duo wipes, but that just puts the pressure on them to survive. And we're just kind of seeing a lot of Poyo uncontested, Muzz and Sphinx on the other hand, the entire opposite. Typically throughout the qualifications process, you see 2 teams land here. Today, Taco, we have 4.
And there's just way too many duos actually here at Elite Army and Retro Phoenix. They're trying to get rid of at least one of them. Fringe going to be the first to be removed from the battlefield here, but we'll just have to wait and see how things actually play out. Where both of them manage to scurry off too, because Phoenix and Retro have certainly stamped their mark, but obviously they're not the only ones that are trying to secure some of those free elimination points.
Ouais, ça a seulement commencé maintenant, on voit le décalage, il est énorme.
Yeah, and you see they're almost looking like they wanted to get a little bit more aggressive, but he kind of picked up that shotgun. It had no extra ammo in it, kind of slowing down the progression there, but game 1, typically, in a lot of the tournaments, especially on international events, it does kind of slow down just a little bit, but I'm not seeing it here in Reload. It's just constant action. Vico, get elimination onto Rainy and Shari, now trying to play for alert on the Muzz and Sphinx, and this is the spot where I told you 4 teams are actually landing it.
And that's the thing there, Muzz Sphinx being fully aware of just how many other duos are actually surrounding them. They're definitely trying to be a little bit smart. Obviously, Shari can reveal himself now, Khaled following suit, but Sphinx and Muzz, they are already locked down and secure inside of the building. It's going to be tough for Shari or Khaled to really find any sort of entry point. So, great little bit distance here might actually cause for Muzz and Sphinx to focus a little bit more of their attention that way. As duos start to get a move on, Muzz, Sphinx, they'll waste no time. Now looking to see if they can beam Khaled out of the air. Don't even give him that opportunity to properly rotate off the launch pad. And obviously, it's just going to get more complicated as these zones continue to pull further and further inward. But a little bit more settled over at Hospital Holes with Vigo Halabuka.
I mean, when you literally have a quarter of the lobby landing on Elite Armory, it does kind of ease up the pressure elsewhere, and they kind of being used by not only Vigo and Halabuka, but Rainy as well. They went down early on. They got separated, so he is the one buying all the time in the world. Muzz and Sphinx on the other side, trying to rotate away west of the Elite strongholds. They end up in a little bit of an altercation, one that does seem to be stalled out, though.
Part of the problem is PHN from a distance actually going to snipe away Mshari for Muzz and Sphinx's clutches. And a little bit of a disappointment, maybe even for Muzz and Sphinx. They'll opt to drop for the loot. That does leave Khaled in a bit of an awkward position, obviously waiting for his duo to get back into the action. But now Peter's in. He's going to look to close that gap. Edson right behind him, and Muzz, Sphinx fully aware of the fact they might just have to pick up another fight.
One after the next, after the next. Edson, PHN, again, this is one of the teams at the Elite Armory, and you see him use that grapple, just trying to bait and switch, but he could separate himself just a little bit too much from PHN. This could have been a great opportunity for Muzz and Sphinx to kind of peek out, but I know Muzz and Sphinx, especially when it comes to reload, they like to play calm, cool, collective gameplay. They don't go elimination heavy and toward the end of the game when they almost have to.
Also just smart forcing that disengage, because when you looked at what PHN was rocking with, he didn't actually have a way back up that quick phase without burning through every single one of his materials. So off for the launch pad, escape here, ready and all
vous laisse avec le
See whether or
décollage.
not they can capitalize on Cringe's early blows here. Volko doing what he can to provide some cover fire, see if he can get his duo out of dodge. But right now, success because Nalu definitely on the road to Cringe going to start to make a revisit, but it turns back to their favor. Rainy and Nalu, just like that, come out on top, but at the same time, Volko's still the healthiest of the bunch.
Yeah, we saw him drop 5 HP before he finally got saved. And you got to give Nalu and Rainy a good credit right there to help each other out when they need it most, because that would have been the worst possible time for Nalu to get taken down. You see how many more and more players are moving over in that direction. You can kind of see where the mini-map is at. The zone is pulling everybody over towards the western part of the map, towards Peerless Pier. And even though if it doesn't land over at that POI, Taco, we got to watch out for the mountainous edges that play a huge role in these games.
Right now, one thing's for sure, David Cringe is just trying to look out to see whether or not he can actually touch foot back onto the ground. Vico and Malabuka drawing towards that reboot.
Non mais Vico c'est le
every single duo in the area, and now Vico, Malabuka choosing to just continue wrapping around,
Vico, Veno, Malibuka, quand
place.
c'était la
And if they
trio.
can keep securing elimination points like that, it might force the hand of Shark and Teeny to get a little bit more proactive on that aggressive front.
Yeah, even though for today's games, it is going to be top 7 qualified to the finals. It's almost like I think Marty said, like the first impressions matter so much. When everybody else goes back to rewatch this, the other group that is probably watching it live now, they're going to try to pinpoint and expose some of those weaknesses. So you got to make sure you got to play as hard as you can the entire time, 4 straight days to jump on board Peterbot and Pollo. And honestly, for both watching Shark and Teeny and Peterbot and Pollo here, 0 eliminations so far in this game. It's not something I expected to see, but they are a team that does like to play a little bit more calculated at times.
Dame Power certainly playing a little bit of a part here, lending towards their favor though, because who wants to really get all that up close and personal with those duos this early on the competition? Rather just wait and see whether or not they can throw their names into the hat. But Chino, Pablo, Stroud getting a little active for these two on your screen. Vitality's representatives, and obviously a strong European powerhouse team. So expect some big things. Where they're currently located, Hari and Cammy just on the other
C'est vraiment 5 parties ou c'est juste maintenant comme ça chez nous?
But so far, everybody's in the clear. Teams are starting to hedge up in positions to potentially block out others, though, caught inside of the storm for just one step too many. Now, Punk, Epic Whale, really trying to find themselves not getting sandwiched between the two.
Yeah, and you can kind of see on the right side of your screen, these guys are playing more than just for themselves. They're playing for a club championship. If anybody can take down Team Falcons, it is going to be AGAL, which we will see tomorrow. Vitality in this game as well. So there's still plenty of those club championship points up for grabs. So these Fortnite players, they're used to playing a little selfish, playing for themselves, but I think right now they got the big picture understood here. No Stiff going to go down. Braids and Booga. Center zone on the edge of a hill. They got to be positioned very, very nicely here. They do have some good heals and their loadout pretty looking stacked.
Wait and see whether or not it actually goes pretty well for them. Z-Dog, though, definitely in a bit of trouble as Whale's Pump are going to cut him off on that next rotate. You also have to remember, so many stragglers, teams that just suffered some of those early issues at the beginning of a match, waiting for their duo to reboot, get themselves into a position where they're taking the lobby. You're coming into the mix behind on just about everything. Your team can also be a little bit more stressed even if you've been getting constantly harmed out of that reboot cycle. But knowing that there's only one duo that's actually been fully eliminated at this stage so far, Jacob, and we're already rapidly making our approach towards that 7th zone. You have to remember, that's the point where you lose your duo, or if you both get wiped, that's it. That's the end of the run, obviously, but knowing that you lose that reboot opportunity, I think, could put a little bit more pressure on.
Yeah, and it's definitely going to be tough, because if the qualifiers have taught us anything, you don't start to get placement until essentially the end of the game. Zone 10, Zone 11, Zone 12, that's where you get a lot of the meat and potatoes in terms of those points, so it's going to be very, very important. I like the strategy out of Stark and Teeny. I like the strategy out of No Sif and Izzy, and you can kind of see a couple of these teams are kind of trying to fly under the radar. 10 games is a long time, especially when we go from Elite Stronghold to the Slurp Rush map. You don't want to be on anybody's radar, at least too soon in the tournament.
Epic Well Palm certainly doing a good job to be a little bit more evasive from the rest of the lobby. Just continuing to put up some strong positional fronts.
En vrai, sinon, ce que je fais, c'est comme si j'ai envie de manger un petit pain, je laisse le live comme ça et c'est vrai, moi je vais grailler. Je peux faire ça vraiment. Moi le live, de toute façon, là le live aujourd'hui c'est juste pour regarder ça, donc vous avez pas besoin de voir quoi.
Faut juste chronométrer le temps d'une partie, plus 5 minutes entre les parties, et tu as le résultat du
We know what the overdrive shockwaves could do, and that mythic shockwave launcher is much more dangerous. Just trying to farm up everybody in elite experiments. There's a lot of places to hide, but as Taco was saying, you can see Peterbot, Poyo, Phoenix, Retro, Easy Nose, Shark and T, even on the other side. They're putting a lot of importance on maintaining a bit of elevation because we can easily go up any one of these mountains on the side.
It's also just so hectic when you're trying to play through low ground in this type of environment, especially when you know that PH Zen is likely going to be a pretty big disruptive factor as long as they're holding on to the shockwave. But for Poyo, right now, they're really just trying to stave off everyone else. We got about 45 seconds and dwindling until the reboots are getting cut off, and that's also going to be an interesting landscape because for a lot of these teams, that next rotate could just be your last.
Yeah, you can get that max pull, then you scratching your head, how am I going to make it all over these teams? And that's why I think elevation is definitely key. And you see a huge mix of rotation coming out by some teams, mainly being the shockwave. But the other thing you got to notice is that Flowberry Fizz, because it allows you to go higher, further, low gravity. And you mix that with the shockwave, it's almost very little worry if you do end up with that. Definitely have to be careful, but as Taco was alluding to, 5 seconds reboots will turn off, and that means it's essentially your last chance to make any mistakes here. Different edges, the mountain over towards the east, the regular BOI over towards the south, and this zone is going to tell us a lot.
Cammy Hari, while they'd initially been a little bit more isolated, Sphinx immediately going to crash the party here, but Alex, the Warriors really got to look out. Shark, they're trailing them since the start. Shark eats a little bit more damage than he did, but he's still got plenty of shield left to work with, and Teeny right next to him. The damage has already been done. Reckless, best of luck out there, buddy, because you're going to need it with so many other teams already starting to swarm onto his position. Shark, Teeny, they're going to be so difficult to actually avoid their line of sight, and they're already fixated on the next move. They want to immediately send it towards high ground, and they're going to have the advantage of getting ahead of Mofu and Comet in the process.
Yeah, even though I'm a little surprised about their lack of aggression in the early game, they're a team that knows how to flip that switch, just like this one here. Shadow and Virgo progressively getting better each and every tournament throughout this year. They not only qualified for this event, they made sure to kind of take down some top teams all along that path, and now they're elevated just like everyone else. They see the zone as
c'est serré comme ça,
j'ai jamais vu gérer personne. Just showing how chaotic this endgame is beginning to turn into.
It's just been an uphill battle, quite literally, for Cringe and Volca from the start. Pablo and Chinun just continuing to add on to their problems, but that's going to be the setup that they needed. They've got a little bit of an opening, but they are making sure that the lobby's focus is headed elsewhere. Reckless, though, just still so separated from everybody else. Sure, he might have been ahead of the pack, but when you're a solo, you only have so many options. And now, as the congestion starts to fold on top of them, Shark Teeny headed straight for height. They're looking to really be the primary controllers for where everyone else is going to send it next. And it's going to be tough because if you're trying to funnel through some of those lower layers, not only are you trying to work through some of the pre-existing builds, but now Shark Teeny beaming you a whole team. Virgo already feeling some of that pain, loses pretty much all of his shield. He's going to take a moment now to stop it.
They positioned perfectly for the zone to pull in there. Every team, at least relatively so, has to rotate in this direction, and they are just lighting things up. And because they're elevated so high up, all it's going to take is one of those shockwaves to get to the front side of zone and maintain their position. And out it goes. They're going to go ahead and try to hold on to it while continuously looking for more and more opportunities Kenny
c'est
Une game
managed
dure
to get
20
players
minutes,
out of the lobby.
I like the fact
plus
that they
des
actually cut that
pauses.
frontside rotation a little
les
bit shorter,
bruits
just so
pas.
they could do, as you said,
Les pauses, on va
elevate.
dire
That
une
is the
heure.
priority for these two.
Les
Nosis,
pauses
Izzy,
1 heure,
currently
plus
stuck.
Comment ça,
But
les
it's
pauses,
temporary
c'est une
because they
heure?
find a big knock onto
Ouais, il y aura
Some
5
damage
minutes
has been
au
done
moins
here for
entre les
Vigo and
games.
Malabuka, as
Et à la
they're
moitié
gonna
des
now
games, il y aura au
look
moins
to
une
try
pause de
and see
15
whether or
avant
not they
une.
can break in towards where Cringe is at, but no, instead realizing positioning is going to be the clear intentions. And Shark and Teeny doing such an excellent job still of maintaining height. They're not really allowing anybody else the opportunity to even try and challenge them.
All it
Ça
takes
fait
is
3
one
heures,
person to look up and a whole
ça fait
other
3,
team to
4 heures.
shockwave. Anything is still possible,
Ah
but
ouais.
Peterbot's gonna go down. Poyo faced with a little bit of trouble as he falls as well.
En tout cas, je pense que vous savez pas c'est
And
quoi,
no
mais
sip
c'est
definitely
Sud-Coréens
benefiting
qui
so
ont
heavily
gagné.
right now. 2 eliminations. Izzy right
That's
next to him, relatively healthy, but at the same time, they've got to be so careful. Straight to his front side. They're going to opt to drop here. They know that they've got company, but they've done a good job of cutting off where the other front side duos were initially headed. Shark Teeny still applying so much pressure.
Peterbot, Polo, ils
Everyone's
sont
taking out Malabuka,
18e.
but Sphinx loses his duo in turn. He'll have to keep trying to tarp his way forward, but with only one build remaining, he's going to be forced into a fight. It's an all-out scramble currently in Sphinx. He'll even opt to maybe try and play the medkit for some additional points because placement isn't even really a factor yet, Jacob.
Yeah, I was thinking he's one of 4 solos, seeing Malabuka down 5 solos, Chino down 6 different solos. Being stuck in this end game is just complete madness. And down below, you got Booga and Braids trying to control as much of the ground as possible. You see 2 empty item slots digging into their heels. Relatively low to no materials. They're going to need a miracle if they're going to make a run for first in this game.
Right now, it's all about trying to see if they can even break through some of these pre-existing builds currently. Cammy doing what he can to create a little bit of separation from where some of that program congestion is at, but Izzy knows his disaster has struck for the Frenchies, and now Izzy scrambling every which way, but he won't be able to avoid the bulk of this lobby pressure. Shadow Durgo in that lower hand section, they've been getting pretty active here, and it's great that they'll look to claim. Virgo even taking that epic shockwave launcher for himself. Could pose a big threat towards Shark and Teeny if they're still holding down the high ground, but right now, Virgo Shadow wrap around and the surprise banger onto Z-Dog. That's going to give them their
game
opener, take
à
over
part
front
ça
side.
veut très bien
He
qu'il va
is
gagner.
just taking names and crossing them off of this one by one by one. And this is
Pour
what
vous
I'm
dire,
talking about. The
Shark Team,
progression of
les
Virgo
3
and
derniers
Shadow
majors,
over this past year has
ils
been
les ont gagnés tous les
insane. Now they find themselves in the
reload.
top 6, but he goes for a nice elimination on the room, but it costs him everything. Logan's able to get the knock, but he's going for a res. He's trying to make the heroic play possible, but there's pressure coming in from all angles. He actually does complete the revive, and Shockwave's out. He is going absolutely crazy.
But the sacrifice, it comes at such a cost there. And Hari, he doesn't even have time to sit and think. He's just trying to deal with scaling up the mountain face himself. Goofy gonna claim Cammy, also having his own set of walls. No builds, no life remaining. Sphinx trying to see whether or not he'll even be able to make it up. Just getting cut off every step he tries to take. But one after the other, Shark and Teeny up above it all, just having the time of their lives.
It's looking scary. 2v1 situation. Shark and Teeny. Hari by himself. Angles are covered from all over. He almost has nowhere to go. The first shot's gonna come in. The second one's gonna be easy. Shark and Teeny win game 1.
Is this EU? I mean, I feel like I'm just watching what I've been seeing all year long, Jacob. Shark and Teeny putting on the masterclass inside of Reload. These guys just understand the game more like the back of their hands.
Yeah, I was giving Virgo credit for the start of his year, how he's been playing, but I think Shark has to be the player in Fortnite right now when it comes to progression, when it comes to building a legacy. 3 out of 4 victories in the qualifiers, and they are looking unstoppable here today.
Definitely a pretty vicious zone, though, for so many of these teams. We saw half the time it wasn't Shark and Teeny being the problem. It was just trying to make it up that mountain face in the first place. Anytime you've got zones that are pulling over elevation of that, especially when everyone is already so scuffed on material, it just adds so many different types of complications. And obviously that can be really difficult to overcome. I mean, how many times do we see players overdriving? They find the knock, they find the elimination, but but they couldn't even celebrate because immediately after, they still don't have time to actually pick up any of the material off of the body, so they're just left out in the open.
Yeah, you kind of see a big number of eliminations, what they usually have. They took a different approach to this game, but I think if they continue to feel comfortable, if they continue to put up these victory royales or consistently in the top 3 with eliminations, we could see a whole different beast come the end of the day.
It's wild to think about, too, knowing that there's still 9 other matches to work with. Obviously, it's hard not to get excited when you see Shark and Teeny doing their thing, but again, with today's competition, it's not about how you start, it's how you finish when there are so many lobbies to actually slug it through, but a lot of teams getting off to a hot start could be the difference maker between avoiding that bottom 3 ultimately or finding yourself just inside of that top 7.
Yeah, you got to give Hammy and Hari a little bit of credit as well for how they played. Even when they got separated, they still managed a way to end up with a top 2. But that's going to be it for us on game number 1. We're going to go ahead and throw it to a quick, short moment here from everybody here at EWC.
N'oubliez pas.
Oh, les légendes comme ils sont descendus, sérieux.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out,
Le top 7 il
it
se
becomes
qualifie.
our superpower.
C'est la pub, c'est Salut Xbox Club. Vous aussi, vous faites tout.
Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it.
Vous essayez, hein.
Kadir City, powered by Play.
Pourquoi il rigole? Je sais pas, parce que. Enfin, peut-être qu'il a bien aimé son top.
Putain,
je vais
en
avoir
fait,
combien
les gars,
de
je crois-
pubs, là
Ah, je crois que je lance en deux.
Tu vois?
Je crois que j'ai lancé en deux.
En quoi?
Une game. Une game.
I'm here with Fortnite royalty. They need no introduction. It's Clinks, it's Mr. Savage,
Ouais, je
two of
crois
our
qu'il y a Mr.
co-streamers
Savage.
here at the Esports World Cup. Boys, how does it feel to be here at the Esports World Cup?
It feels amazing, you know. I've been looking forward to watching this event for a long time, and yeah, it's great to be here.
And we just watched that intro. Lots of players walking out, Clinks.
Bizarre,
Who had the
l'autre,
most
il a mis son
aura? Who was
doigt et
leading the
après il
most
l'enlève de la
confident?
bouche.
Man,
C'est pour ça que.
I have all my bread on Bugo winning it all.
T'inquiète.
His aura, his
Hey,
dynamic,
Nick.
his shape, his energy, it's
Oui.
flowing, I'll tell you that. He hasn't
Je me pose une
performed in a while,
question.
though. We haven't seen that Mugolan performance in a good while. What makes you
Entre
confident?
Owen et Remkazé.
What you just said is
Non,
you haven't
non,
seen
je
it in a while,
reprendrai
but
pas.
you've seen it once.
Tu penses
That's
que
the
c'est le
difference
mieux?
that y'all have to understand is she
Le
was
plus
once a
vieux.
winner.
Le plus
So
vieux.
he's winning this weekend.
Le vieux des deux. Parce que vous avez- parce qu'ils ont tous les deux le même type de voix et tout ça. Faut se concentrer dans le même.
Ouais, il a une petite voix un peu plus grave.
You know,
Un tout petit peu.
C'est pareil.
Yeah, I think he knows something that we don't, but I think it's gotta be Shark and Teeny.
Comment ça, il y a Mr. Savage qui regarde,
ones
là?
that he employ as well. So.
NA's
Oui,
winning,
je
Clinks
sais
is
que-
saying.
C'est la pub.
Anything, I will put anything I love on NA winning. You know that, Savage. You know NA's winning.
When was the last time NA won a LAN tournament?
Et apparemment, il y a quand même un joueur, je crois, qui a seulement 16 ans. qui est
Two years
parti.
ago. 2024. It's been a while, bro. It's been a while. So we're saying NA. You're back in NA. Why are you not back in Peterborough and Poyo? They were the last LAN winners.
Because listen, Peterborough and Poyo, I do think they're going to win, but I'm not going to be like everybody else and say Peterborough and Poyo is going to win. They're going to have a great placement and they could win, but I'm telling you, something about Booga, something about his energy and how he just doesn't care, it's been making me feel some type of way.
All right. If you're playing on NA, right? How well do you think you place?
Well, I did play one season on NA, but you know, it didn't end well. But I think if I would run it back, have a solid teammate, I think it would be. I'd outplace this guy, I think.
And Clicks, you'd win on EU, you reckon? If you play on EU, you'd win.
If I played on EU, we'd win with ease. And in the harder region, you know that. Top NA's,
J'avoue,
top NA
Lex,
players are
moi,
better players than
en
top
direct,
EU players.
c'est toujours pas lancé la game.
Legends on the stage, legends in the booth as well. Thank you guys so much for the interview. Let's get back to the games.
Bah ouais, logique.
Oh là là, les gens qui ont
Shark
gagné,
is
là.
one of half
Sharks,
of
là.
Europe's deadliest duos heading into the Reload Championship, and one of the youngest players at the entire event. Alongside teammate Teeny, Shark won 3 of the 4 Reload Elite Series qualifiers, the best performance of any duo across all 7 regions.
Et attendez les gars, J'ai regardé là, je suis en train de regarder le direct, et il y en a ils disent que Shark Team arrive à être en termes de points premier définitivement au bout de 3-4 heures. C'est une masterclass. Du coup, ça veut dire que ça peut durer beaucoup plus que 3-4 heures.
After a 2025 that saw him rise through the ranks in competitive Fortnite in Europe. In the lead up to the Reload Championship, the 15-year-old placed second at FNCS Major 2 Grand Finals and third at the offline FNCS Major 1 Summit in Düsseldorf, Germany. Shark's success is no feat, and the soft-spoken Romanian is coming in hot to the Reload Championship. In 2026, Shark arrived, but this event will decide if he is here to stay.
There are some good teams.
En plus, ils ont tellement de ils sont pas les couilles en fait. Genre, ils ont tout le temps.
Generally, the best reload duo. It's kinda easy to play team. He's just doing everything for me. I just have to eliminate the people and that's it.
Bah, en même temps, toi, ils ont l'habitude.
Ils sont v'là confiants et le pire c'est qu'ils ont éclaté les anciens joueurs v'là chauds, genre Buga, Peter Bot et tout. C'est quoi ce truc frère? Bah, ils ont gagné contre Buga et Peter Bot là du coup.
Ils ont pas stressé en mode.
Je te jure.
Viv, I can't believe it. EU gets a VR. Sharkatini, game number 1. I want to say I'm not surprised, but I'm kind of surprised. I'm not surprised.
Yeah, I mean, there's really no reason to be surprised. We were coming into this competition. Sharkatini are without a doubt considered one of their strongest teams. I think it was me and you, we were watching the game back there together. We looked up, we saw them on the higher ground, and Zeke, quote unquote, went, oh, so Sharkatini, they just win this game. I mean, it's just so incredible how these guys can kind of show up to these in-person events and perform so consistent. I mean, they're new to stages like not completely new, but I mean, just recently have kind of entered these sort of stages, and they just perform every single time. Of course, this is just a group stage so far, but a first game win from Sharkatini, that's got to be huge for not only their confidence, but also the momentum. That's the word, right? Momentum, being able to carry them through. Remember, we just saw them on Summit. They performed pretty well, right? But every time players get on land, some of them have that experience, some don't. And dude, I'm not even gonna lie, some for me who's been doing this for a long time, I'm getting a little nervous, right? You get to see the fans, they're super close. So think about these players, they're coming into this environment, it's like, hey, there's a lot of expectations, there's a lot of prize money on the line. So to see them kind of get that VR now, momentum is going to be huge for them. What about this game? Was there things you felt like you didn't expect in this last game? Yeah, I mean, usually in Relay we see a lot of teams regionally when they are so dominant on their regions, respectively. They like to go ahead and send one of their players off to kind of find some of those early eliminations, but I don't think we saw much of that. We did it. I think what I didn't expect was to see Peterbot and Pollo go down as early as they did. It kind of felt like a quieter game for them. But, you know, we talk about this a lot on the broadcast in general. It's like, this is game 1, right? This kind of early game jitters, kind of feeling out the lobby, the other competition. I'm kind of curious to see maybe the adjustments some of these players will make going into the next game. Yeah, obviously over the course of so many games, it's going to be all about those adjustments. But obviously, me and Zeke were up here on the stage, and the crazy thing for me was that some of our players actually had the opportunity to go ahead and take a break already. We're only 1 game in, and to me, it was a little bit surprising to see some of our players already leave their setups to go take a break for whatever they kind of needed to do. I mean, listen, already getting through 1 single game and some of these players already needed to take that break might mean they were feeling just a little bit nervous. I mean, obviously we were walking past some of the players, and I feel like the nerves are just that. Even when we were kind of taking a look at the walkouts, where was the energy at for all of our players here, right? You feel like it's just the nerves, man, some of those jitters. It just has to be, right? It's so uncharacteristic. So many big names like we see right over here, Vico, you know, when he comes out, he's always going to beat Vico. But for some of these players, we do expect these kind of big performances. These big, like, yeah, it's me, I'm here. There is that. Like, you can just...
sous-titres. Moi non plus.
D'ailleurs, t'as vu ou pas dans le beau match de
Ah merde, c'est un quoi?
D'ailleurs, c'est quoi la mise à jour pour la nouvelle saison là?
Bah, c'est bientôt. Mais le prototype, il a dit. Le prototype, il a défait.
Ah ouais,
tu l'as vu? En vrai,
je l'ai pas vu, mais enfin, je sais que il va y avoir Sonic et tout.
Fortnite, ils l'ont mis sur YouTube. Il est incroyable. Et d'ailleurs, je crois que
well, man. Am I kind of like hurt the confidence of some of our other players? It's probably going to light a fire in some. I'm thinking about Peter Bot and Pollo, right? There's some duos on this stage that will see that win, and they'll think not even just Shark and Teeny. They'll think EU getting a win? Hold on a minute. We need to kind of slow things down and pull things away from that. I'm just kind of curious. Maybe someone look to drop on Shark and Teeny, change things up, maybe game to game. You did mention some.
Quoi? D'où sur dans moi? Bro, what? T'es où toi en plus? Comment t'es dit aussi vite? Oh, je sais pas. Là, j'ai vraiment pas vu du tout. Pour les autres jours,
De quoi? Qu'est-ce qu'il a demandé?
Il dit.
Comment il a dit ça?
Comment j'ai dit aussi vite? Bon, allez, tue-moi la zone là.
Je veux mourir. Mais ça sert à rien, faut que tu meurs, t'as pas le choix.
Bah,
et la nouvelle méca là depuis saison le sel, je déteste ça.
allez voir la film de Nick.
Victor after Victor Royale, especially when you know that so many teams are going to be looking for those adaptations.
Yeah, and I noticed, you know, throughout the course of that game, the moment Shark and Teeny really took high ground, nobody looked up, nobody had a chance to look up, nobody even thought about, hey, maybe contest this high ground, which is wildly different than what we've seen so far, but the check out with that Victor Royale, Shark and Teeny are in first place, and they have a 10-point lead.
And it might only continue to grow as a gap between some of these teams in the top 3 is where I'm drawing the most attention towards, because 45 to 60, you can make up for that with 5 eliminations, but you still have to be rather proactive. That could cause you to unnecessarily expose yourself to getting cleaned up in the process, because we know just how often teams like to sit inside of the storm, they like to wait until Archer zones really start coming into the fold, and then that's where we'll see teams kind of get a little bit more of their rhythm rolling. But I do think that it's crucial what Vivid and Simple kind of discussing in terms of player nerfs. We are seeing some first timers when your initial LAN event. I think a big part of the process is also just trying to simulate that at-home environment.
Yeah, and I honestly think it's not just the newer players that have a little bit of those nerves. You know, I'm not saying that's the one and only reason why they went down, but you look at Peter Bot and Pollo falling very, very early, especially it's kind of the out of character type performance out of them. But we have seen it before. We've seen them miss an entire game and still end up at the top side of the leaderboard. But it just goes to show that I feel like whether if it's 1% or it's just maxed out, everybody here has some level of nerves. But it's not necessarily always a bad thing. It just shows your passion. It shows your drive, your dedication, and willingness to win.
And hey, to be fair to Pete and Pollo, we can see them sticking up for today. But they're not looking to do it, at least for this kickoff here against Izzy. That is a fast elimination for Pete to claim. Fearless Pierre, though, not entirely lonely, because Chino Pablo also
Allez, Chino Pablo, pas tout sale. Et si c'est les derniers qui vont gagner la World Cup, les gars, on les dit.
Is that it doesn't matter if they get eliminated super early on. They're a duo I would never be pressed about, because they can have their huge swing of events in just one lobby.
Yeah, and honestly, just a crazy shot there, but Peter Bot kind of feels a little bit more like himself, straying away from landing with Pollo. That way they can get these early game eliminations. But over on to Elite Armory, where last game I was talking about 4 teams here. We actually had 5 teams at one point or another over at the Elite Armory. This time around, we have a few less teams, only 3 of them looking to actually contest that drop map. Just going to show that, hey, after game 1, we're already seeing a bunch of changes to the overall strategy, starting with some drop spots.
Things are getting little bit rocky here right now, though, for Rainy and Nalu. Prim Volko continue trying to encroach on their position. They've already gotten Nalu one time, and they're looking to try and see just how many repeat elims they can truly rack up here. Unfortunately, they won't even get the chances. Now, elsewhere on the map, Phoenix and Retro. We saw them getting fraggy very early on, and looking to repeat that here in match 2. Taking out Vico, that's a pretty big contender. It's also going to force Nalabuka's hand to play a little bit more passive early. They don't want to unnecessarily expose themselves to finding a too early of a departure.
And honestly, what I've noticed though is when looking at the leaderboard between games and even kind of seeing it here, is out of our top 10 after that first game, we had 5. We had
mais les gars, c'est nouveau la team d'avant. Là, ceux qui ont un nom bizarre.
Leading up to this, I was like, this is the best chance. NA West,
Pour vous dire,
OCE, Middle East, Asia, Brazil. This is the best chance they have to perform well in these in-person events. You can't let that opportunity go to waste.
And let's keep it honest here, Jacob. We both saw what was taking place on socials. Everyone was pretty much ruling out the international competition. NA West, they're like, no shot. These guys are going to find themselves inside of the top 7. I'm sure you'd see the occasional, yeah, maybe Oshi squeezes in, or maybe one of the Brazilian teams can try to fight their way through, but imagine if there's way more than that. It would certainly make day number 3 pretty interesting, but at least they're right here, right now. Muzz, Sphinx, sticking to their original game plan that we saw them in the first match, really not trying to stray too far from the other. When there are just so many other teams very prone to jumping at your throats at a moment's notice, they'd rather not risk it, they'd rather make sure that they can stay together, see things through.
Vous, pas moi si je vais pas gagner, mais vous voudrez que vous triez qui c'est qui gagne.
Many eliminations at this point in game 1, and already starting to add on to that 75 points total that they got in that last one. The winners of the games kind of proved to have a little bit of confidence, and you can kind of see SNDH, Sin, Mud, Sphinx, all staggering back over towards the armory, and the main reason for that is because there's a launch pad. It's not just a regular launch pad, it's a long launch pad. You can find that with a phase. It doesn't matter where the zone goes, that's what they're going to use to reach it in no time at all.
That's why almost want to see whether or not Sharkatini, if they go for another aggressive early height take, that's probably going to be something that's keeping their heads on a swivel. Very likely that they're going to try and avoid letting anybody see them up top. He's rocking a very strong loadout right now.
Yeah, just a gold pump already. He has the combat SMG, and typically I would say that has a lot of recoil. It's kind of hard to use in certain situations, but it's P10, exactly. No worries there. Trying to figure out how they're going to continue to kind of play this one out. Cammy, Hari, second place after that last game. Quick to start to rotate on over, and you're seeing kind of as the map shows right now, there's still a bunch of teams in and around the zone, but there's even more so outside. It's usually around zone 4, zone 5, and zone 6 where they typically start to move towards the actual zone, because that way they can make it safe for reboots turning off.
But I'm just looking at that dynamic between first place currently and the top 10 overall. Choma and Mofu currently sitting at just around 21 points versus Shark and Teeny with a whopping 78. It can be very difficult when you're just trying to commit towards playing catch-up, because we know top 7, that's going to be the priority, but it's hard not to sort of have it subconsciously sit on your mind. Hey, what if they just keep building up crazy leads like this? Who's going to be the ones to try and shut them out, shut them down? Because you give Shark and Teeny an inch, they'll take a mile.
Yeah, and they're going to put themselves, if they continue in that trajectory, in a position to where they can kind of do what they want. They can play with the lobby before the 10th game is over, if they kind of give themselves a good enough gap. So you see Shadow, Virgo, not necessarily in the best spot, kind of in a ravine in between 2 different mountain ranges. So even though you can be relatively good, 1 second, things can change if teams notice you down there, especially since they are building some of those weaker materials. So it takes 1 second, 1 lapse of judgment for that mistake to happen. You're not seeing everybody around the map. It's a little different strategy. Some teams prioritize making it to zone quick, other teams prioritize these launch pads in the flow very bit.
I just love the fact that anytime we get the pan over of what Chino and Pablo are up to, it doesn't matter if they're box fighting or if they're just waiting for their superpowered opportunity. You know Vitality fans are going to get rambunctious for these two, and that's just got to be such a great feeling as a player, because I'm sure they can feel that rumble on the stage, the vibrations of hearing everybody just supporting them so heavily. And that could also play a big part into what sort of momentum they're able to build on today.
Kind of see here from Bugha and Braids, the loadout in the inventory, and that's what I was talking about, the difference with a lot of mobilities in game one. They're already positioned near a launch pad, and Bugha has 2 more in his inventory, so that's going to be their primary mode of rotation, using that with the Flowberry Fizz. It's a little less riskier than those shockwaves, but you have a lot less of those launch pads, so shockwaves are usually the go-to.
Hey, sometimes it helps to be fashionably late, though, especially when we think about the way that the last couple of zones were breaking down from Shark and Teeny's sort of dictatorship on height, but Malabuka, Vico, also just seeing things through. Malabuka, though, maybe sniffed out the fact Cammy and Hottie were trying to get a little bit of an ambush here, but that sneak attempt will not actually yield anything of benefit. Malabuka just doing enough to sort of stave them off, discourage them from barging to try and re-aggress. But for where Cammy and Hottie are headed next, Rainy Nalu, they could be following a similar pattern here, just sort of staking things out, waiting to see, will any unsuspecting victims just pull right up to where we need them to be to get the perfect shots lined up.
Almost seemed like a good opportunity for
vous dire, 7ème zone, 37 joueurs sur
last second, gave up the audio visuals, so Cammy Hart knew he was there, and they kind of made the right decision. Rotate away, get to a better spot, just keep things moving. Just don't stay stagnant at any one of these positions as you jump on board the southern portions of the map for top tier training, where Pete and Pollo still have to figure out a way to rotate around. There's one team directly next to them that you do see in the mini-map, but in their path, Taco, there's 3 other teams as well, and 1 more coming from behind.
And the other problem that starts to sort of break out for these two is you get one team taking shots at you, all of a sudden you might have 2, 3, 4 in the immediate area that decide that they just want to divert all of their attention towards you. And that was kind of what led to their demise, even in that first lobby. We saw them with an uncharacteristic early game exit, but even if it's Pete and Pollo making up for lost time, it's just so early on in this competition that you can't be too pressed or stressed out. But for Epic Red and Pump, 1 elimination so far, taken to the skies. It's all about the rotations.
Ah, mais toi aussi tu l'as fait.
Of teams start to utilize those shockwaves. Shark, Teeny, smooth sailing yet again. That's going to allow them to save some resources outside of a medkit, of course. It's going to allow them to save those materials and kind of get the bird's eye view. Figure out where teams are positioned at, where others are rotating to, and give them the best shot to rotate in. And that's exactly what they do again, game after game so far, Taco. They're one of the teams consistently elevating themselves off the low ground.
And with Teeny holding on to those 3 medkits, they won't be pressed anytime soon to actually restore their light HP. Pablo, Chino, Epic, well, Pump, though, kind of staring down the barrel of each other, but it's going to be Pablo and Chino that are going to opt for a slightly earlier rotate. Already trying to make sure that they're set up for it. All edit comes through, and we'll start to get their move on. Well, Pump, similar fashion, but these endgames are just going to continue to be as stacked as ever. But again, only 1 duo that's been eliminated so far.
Yeah, and another one of the zones that has me kind of thinking, if you're not prepared for this to go southwest, I'm not sure you're preparing fast enough, because that's where the zone could potentially go. You see the teams that are already there. They're positioned up on that high ground. They don't necessarily have to drop off just yet, but that time will come if it goes over towards the east or towards the north, and that's the majority of lobbies would love for it to pull. But Shark team right now, they're using their position as a moment and chance to kind of look back. Is he a no-sip? They're not too far away from the zone, but they still have to rotate towards it.
I think the main thing that's going to play a pretty big factor here, though, is like that drone-out shot already shown. It's the elevation pivots, but it's also just the fact that this zone is pulling over rather open river area, and so you're going to have teams that are going to burn through a lot of materials very quickly, especially those teams on right decide to sort of fixate more onto their locations, and that's definitely something that Chino, Pablo, you can see they're trying to sort of elevate their stature, make it appear as though they are incredibly healthy, which they are. currently, but
En tout cas, là,
taking a
quand
moment's
on regarde,
notice. They're not trying to get lobby just yet. Malabuka Vico also, though, not willing to commit entirely to high ground, but still very content to be in this sort of middle ground territory where they could go up or they could go down, and it's all just going to depend on where the next zone pool is headed.
Hear that sound there? Reboots again are going to be turned up. We are reaching that 7th zone, which is why you've seen for the past 2 so far a more passive approach to the game plan, but it goes all the way towards the south. Not too much west lean on it, so we're going to have a huge opening towards the middle, but Poyo once again gets caught out. Back-to-back games of struggle for Pete. Poyo, what was that? Malabuka, a grave mistake, getting his shield dropped off just like that.
Malabuka's lucky that nobody else was beating him at the exact same time. If it was a healthy Pete and Poyo, we might have seen something different entirely. Instead, Malabuka will be able to replenish some of his shield, but maybe a little careful there on the trigger finger or the rocket launcher, man, because that could be the end of a run if we were a little bit further into the end game.
Yeah, you can see they're the ones that got that elimination onto him. They were able to pick up that mythic pistol, put themselves in a good spot. Hari rotating on over again. They realize both sides of this actual zone, there's little crevices, little sides, more so on the east, that you can build up on that elevation. And I think Pablo, Chino are going to be one of those teams that try to hold on to whatever high ground they can.
I like what Virgo and Shadow are starting to set up for. Buka Braids on the other end of the spectrum, though, have managed to find slightly more isolated position, but just how long will it remain excluded from the rest of the lobby? Because Ponytail, Buddha, sort of checking out a couple different directions, trying to ensure that they are going to be able to just utilize this next launch pad without taking too many focal shots in the process. But it's tough, Jacob, because there are teams on high like Chino and Pablo that'd be probably pretty eager to get some freebies in.
Ah, c'est les maillots jaunes peut-être qui ont gagné.
Lurking around, trying to figure out what's going to be the right play. We go from that ravine down in towards the middle. You see where the zone is going towards the northwest. There's a whole mountain edge, and it's not them you really have to be worried about. It's Shark and Teeny again on the high ground. Edson PH's in, and a couple other teams trying to use that launch pad to try to get away from the low ground, get away from the chaos, but they just run into one danger after another in the name of Shark and Teeny.
Poor Muzz, man, he just never had a chance. That's the difference between taking the launch pad and Shark Teeny's strategy of just using the crash pad. They can still take those shots a much more feasible rate, and now they'll send it right back towards height. Edson, fortunately, didn't get cut off along the way here, but now Pablo, Chino, just biding their time. Also going to opt to drop back towards that low ground position. They will layer up just one more tier above where some of that low ground congestion is starting to build. It's all about the front side control here, and Izzy just getting beamed.
He splatted down. Oh no, Izzy, that was almost the worst case scenario. But lucky for him, he was able to get up, dust himself off, and at least stay alive. But Shark does it again. He's able to take down Goofy on the right side of this zone, though. Peterbot still trying to make a heroic run happen, but his back is truly up against the wall. No builds left. He's going to need a full elimination here onto anybody here to stay alive. Shockwaving again, staying to the front side of zone. He's just trying to be very calculated and precise. He knows he has one shot to make this one happen.
Just playing fully paranoid Fortnite when you really break it all down, but for Vico and Malabuka, they've got really solid control here currently in the lower layers. Pete still lurking about, hoping that he can catch somebody off guard. Other teams already getting caught up in their own exchanges that he could just look to play janitorial through towards, but Pete might not get that opportunity. Chino, Pablo, they might be the ones to actually cut that run short, and when you really pull it all down, Pete, he's going to get the even trade with Hari. Just solo for solo action.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, but we have 10 games today, so they got 8 more opportunities to try to rise up the ranks. Phoenix is down towards the side. Edson trying to keep their run going. Vico and Malabuka as well. 3 eliminations in this game. They're definitely trying to pick up the pace, especially for how that last one definitely went. They were able to get through onto Alex and Sphinx, but it's still Shark and Teeny on the high ground. And just like last game, nobody is looking up.
But with Vico and Malabuka having RPG geez, that could change in a heartbeat. All it takes is one good shot towards Shark and Teeny, force them sort of get a little bit more entangled with where the rest of the chaos is actually unfolding. But Malabuka and Vico, first, they have to prioritize making sure that they are in a healthy enough position to fight. Mally going to use up his last shield potion here, turn his attention towards his friend Vico, who's able to play Moda. Just no opportunities for anyone to squeeze their way into this front side position. Where they're at on the low ground, they're just cutting teams off every which way. Shadow and Virgo going to find themselves also being cleaned up by the lobby.
Yeah, Retro is going to be the one to take down Shadow and end the run of him and Virgo. Keeping himself long, just putting NA West here on the back as Cringe goes down. Ramiro's getting eliminations, but Vico and Malabuka are holding tough from that position. Shots coming in from all angles, but they're all slowing down, but neither is Pablo up until now. He's going to fall, but all of those materials quickly going on over to Cheeto. He knows this is the last hope that he has in this game. He's one of few solos left alive in a world full of duos.
And it doesn't help that it's Vico and Malabuka who are just overhead, and unfortunately for Cheeto, he'll be able to evade their vision for the time being, but Malabuka, there's the first shot. He only has 2 kills, so he's going up. He's trying to match Teeny, but Teeny getting the better end of this exchange. He'll get some more damage than Malabuka shields. Teeny, though, the moment that he turns back down, he's taking out Shark with the follow-up to protect his idea.
Takes a huge bite out of the competition. That is their high ground. Where if you look to take it, even Vico's going to fall as the lane wall shortly after our final 4 teams, and Shark and Teeny are on the mountaintop yet again. They're on their throne, looking down. Teeny's going to drop. They almost have no choice. No builds left. This is anybody's shot to finally end the run. Teeny's going to fall. Shark has only hope to go to the backside of zone, and it's NA West that takes him down.
Retro feeling really good about this one. He just needs to close out against Tomat because Mofu no longer able to hang. But again, they're just not super healthy. A great block there out of Layla, but it's not going to be enough. Retro holding strong and bringing things home in game 2 for NA West.
This is a team I have been talking about all year long, saying they have to be one of the best teams on West. Week after week, I'm trying to put them in the moment that they deserve, and they prove it here again. They qualified to EWC, they qualified to the Global Championship, and now they win a game in their first LAN ever.
Always awesome to see some of these other regions get their flowers in the moment. It was definitely a hard-fought battle, but also want to give a big kudos there to Mofu and Tomat, some of the youngest competitors in the day's competition. They are 14 each, okay? And then you think about the fact that we've got players like Epic Well with a 10-year gap distance. And so you're kind of getting the best of both worlds here in today's competition, but as far as NA West representatives are considered for stamping themselves and opening things up big time, that's all Phoenix and Retro.
And it definitely has to be feeling good, especially the way they did it. No builds on the low ground. Phoenix with a sliver of HP, and look at these moves. When they realized it was a 2v1, they just went absolutely hammered, making sure to just break him down off of his pedestal and eventually lead to them getting the elimination and the victory royale. And it has me thinking, like, what does that do to the leaderboard after 2 games?
Exactly, because we saw a pretty big shift there too. Leo and Romero from the Brazilian squadron, you know, them solidifying that second place position, that's going to be a pretty big catapult. And it's also going to be something that it keeps them in contention, especially for that top 7 territory. But when you see Shark and Teeny maintaining these strong end game positions, it starts to get a little bit more worrisome because it is going to be very tough for other teams to essentially shut them out.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be one of those situations to where once you start to gain a little bit of a hot streak, and yes, it is 10 games today, but once you start to feel a little bit more comfortable with the cushion that you've built, whether you're in first, second, third, or fourth, when you look down to that 7th place finish, it will allow you to play a little bit more confident. You know, a lot of these guys, when it comes to online, Shark, Teeny, Phoenix, Retro, you've got Peter Bot and Pollo, Vico, Malabuka, they are some of the most aggressive teams that we do have in Fortnite history, but we're not necessarily seeing that here yet today. But I think that's just because it's day 1, it's groups, it's top 7 qualifies you to finals. You're not winning any money here today.
Right, you don't want to play every single card in your deck just because you've got them in your hand. You want to try and conceal as much as possible for when you make it towards that finals competition. But look, guys, 2 games down already and plenty more to go, so make sure to grab yourself a refresher, and we'll be back shortly.
regular thing. Came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, champion.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons! They have crushed the curse!
What's going on, Fortnite fan? We got Monster D-Face here with us. We just watched that incredible game wrap up. We obviously had a moment there. Caster's kind of broke down the win. We got to talk about some comeback stories, though, MDF's. Game number 2 obviously is already done. You want to talk about Vico Malabuca, though?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we're talking about a comeback story right now. A team that started off really slow and then all of a sudden explosive. And you think about a team that you expect to do well, of course, here. For me, it's them, right? Coming off that land hype win. You saw what it meant to someone like Vico. We see him here showing up. They seem to be in good spirits. And them popping off, I think that's the confidence they were looking for.
Yeah, absolutely, right? We saw it back at the summit. You know, this is kind of also what we see from them on the FNCS, right? Another competition. They do have that slow start, but then suddenly something kind of just shifts, and then it's them all the way through to the end. Obviously, they have several more games to try and kind of pull this lead back, but I mean, to be top 7 for a duo like Vico and Malabuca, I have to have confidence, right?
Yeah, for sure. And then, of course, we're talking about a completely different format. This is a reload series. This is exciting stuff, and we're just getting started. Folks are just starting to warm up. Vico and Malabuca already are going to be a favorite for me, but also, if I'm talking about stories, teams really in the running right now, I got to give a shout to my good boys, Shadow and Virgo. Of course, shout out to that, too. There's a photo out there from 12 years old from when I met him to now being 18, competing on these in-person type stages, international competition. They're holding down the fort, and they're the next one.
Again, harkening back to the summit, right? They called their shot. They were like, hey, this next game, we're going to come out, we're going to win. Like, Shadow and Virgo are capable of these high caliber or high-end performances. This is actually something we talked about Vivid not too long ago. The atmosphere is a little bit different, right? There is definitely some nerves at play. This is something some of these players are not used to. Literally, like, our fans are right here. They can hear every single time they roar or they go, whoa, like, this is so different. Like, that has to be playing some pretty big factors, right?
Yeah, definitely. But you know what? Every single tournament, especially ones like this, they're getting more reps in. Players here are continuing to earn experience, especially this new guard that we keep focusing on. There's a reason the stories, the light is on them, even Stark and TD, obviously, and all these other players, and they're performing very well.
Yeah, absolutely. Don't forget as well, the bottom 3 will be eliminated today. So a lot of the minds of these players, but for now, want to go back on over to the casters.
Ça continue encore. Il faut que tu aies 350 et un top 1 pour que tu gagnes.
Ouais, mais je pense que c'est dans ce cas-là, c'est tu sais, on va faire une game en plus.
Mais comme mais après, comme dit logiquement, si tu as 350 points, t'as quand même un top 1 normalement.
We are here, 2 games done, Taco. We have 10 games today, 10 tomorrow, 10 the next day, and then who knows when it comes to match point final. But this is already heating up and so entertaining. But I think the story of the day has to be Shark and Teeny and how well they've been playing. You know it, you casted on EU, but they deserve all the credit in the world so far.
It says a lot when the 3 Reload Elite Series finals that they make it to, they win every single one of them. I know that
pour gagner la finale là ce samedi, t'as 2 conditions à remplir et du coup t'as gagné. Il faut que tu atteignes les 350 points et que tu as aussi un top 1.
I just think it makes so much sense.
Ça veut dire maintenant, je sais pas, t'as 5 équipes qui a 350 points, mais qui n'a pas de top 1, bah ça continue encore, jusqu'à qu'il y en a un qui fait un top 1. Ou inversement, t'en as plein qui a fait le top 1, mais qui a personne qui a 350, ça continue encore. Il faut les deux conditions réunies pour que tu gagnes.
Interesting enough, one team in that bottom 3 is a team that we all thought would be in the top 3 at the end of the entire thing. Peter, Bot, and Pollo. We have to talk about it because we just haven't seen the two guys that have dominated an entire region for years show up here yet today. Peter Bot had a moment there as a solo, but as you know, Reload is just so chaotic. It's hard to survive in some of those moments. And so we're just going to need a huge pick-me-up game from them.
Okay, look, we're talking about Pollo, but what we just witnessed out of Shark, 2 quick eliminations, and he's looking to rack up even more to the count. Absolutely no slowing him down. That is until Brave decides to be the counter. Shark's run of fun is going to be cut a little bit short-lived here, and Brave's Booga are going to start to work their way on the board with those 3 elimination points, and considering that they're only rocking 36 as is in the 3rd lobby, Jacob, they know they definitely got to try and start stepping things up.
Yeah, right there from Shark, I told you, once you start to build yourself a little bit of a push, you start to feel yourself, you start to build that confidence, and honestly, if I'm Tini, I just say, go ahead, do what you want, the entire game here in this one, see how we can continue to rise up the rankings. Phoenix Retro across from Cringe and Boko here.
Il faut aussi que tu comptes la grande pause entre la 5e et la 6e.
Reload, I love this game of just constant action all day long.
Le live va être terminé, il sera 20h.
I'm going to change it out entirely, kind of recognizing the fact that one shot just isn't really going to cut it.
Encore moi la game elle a déjà recommencé.
Khaled, PXN, Edson. This is a little bit of a lurk opportunity here potentially, but
tu veux rester sur le live
the dots just yet, and Shari will be able to find himself in a slightly more secured spot, but teams are definitely still lingering, trying to see whether or not they can actually find a nice little entry point. All you need is the 1 elimination, then you can keep trying to recycle farming those regional opportunities, and that's exactly what Malibuka is trying to avoid here, but Malu just not letting up on the pressure. Malibuka already in a rough spot, given that he just came back into the lobby after that early exit, so Mali hoping that somehow, some way, somebody can get a bailout opportunity on him.
Nope, not this time, Nalu. Rainier gonna take down Malibuka. Starting off here, Vico not too far away. And honestly, watch the feed last game. Malibuka did go down early on, but they were able to kind of bring it back and show that they're not going to get pushed over easy. But Vico hiding literally not too far away. Malibuka's going to spawn right above him. But Nalu, Rainy weren't able to find any shots there to get another quick down. But they have to know that Vico is somewhere nearby because of where he actually rebooted in from.
A little bit of a breakthrough for Malibuka. See whether or not he's actually able to get his feet underneath him, since he was able to touch back off the ground at least. But Pablo, Chino, in full control of Fearless here currently. As they start to make their way, trending over towards the
Firma qui veut pas vous montrer jouer parce qu'il va se faire
for reboot farm opportunities. That's really going to be the number 1 priority for a lot of these teams here. Just kind of understand the fact that they don't need to overexpose themselves. They can just look for the easy shots.
Dans le groupe.
Bah oui, a sound in the distance of teams fighting, even some get rebooted. How you assess this situation. Take a look what Shark's doing here early on. Not too much movement after the first 2 eliminations. Kind of staying here and around. Actual Keto line, making sure to farm up, get the Flowberry Fizz. All the tools that they need to have a successful game here. We've already seen 2. Even though they didn't win that last one, they got relatively close. They were taking high ground, and again, game after game, nobody has been looking up to contest that high ground team. I want to call for that moment. Hopefully somebody finds it in them, because it's what we did see
see in the qualifiers.
It just becomes so difficult though, because whether it's using those launch pads plus the fizz, whether it's using the crash pads plus the fizz, it's just really hard to try and lock Sharkantini down. But Kanehari, we got some problems they're trying to work through as Epic, Will, and Pump find themselves on a little bit of action here with T-Dog and Goofy, but this one seems to fizzle out a bit. Epic, Will, and Pump will be able to take the supply drop, but not exactly an abundance of loot there. And Goofy, Z-Dog, they're actually going to be the main ones to sort of walk away from that experience. Pretty healthy, but also looking to see whether or not they can even find other opportunities to get the points stacked up a little bit more.
Yeah, it's not easy, but you can kind of see that we're able to find exotics in Reload. If you guys don't know, we have exotics, we have mythics, we have everything that you could possibly ask for and more in this one. So you're going to be able to utilize that one. It does come with a little bit of effect to kind of help them boost their game plan just a little bit better. Seeing Booga rotate around. Early games of raids have been successful. Able to find at least one elimination here again. There's no Storm Surge in Reload, but to me, getting those early game eliminations kind of starts to build the confidence.
Oh, for sure. And not only that, but it can be a great way to sort of make up for misplacement points, because with elims being 3 points apiece, look, it's not exactly an overabundance, but if you have just one pop-off game, say 7 or 8 eliminations total, which is rather feasible if you're able to just hunt down and hawk over a player that's trying to just get back into the action off of the reboot cycle. That might just be the actual game changer here. Shadow and Virgo though, we're definitely waiting for a chance. Nico, getting a nice little replay package. Where's some things very heavily in his favor up against Rainy. Probably not the highlight reel that they don't want to see, but at the same time, that's just how the cookie crumbles.
Yeah, just kind of waited for them to separate too far, and went ahead and struck. Think about Poyo, not too far away of Khaled and Shari. Trying to be very, very careful. The zone is there. There's no reason to take the big risk just yet. Still only with that one elimination, so a slow start to the overall tournament. From Peterbot and Poyo. And remember, it's top 7 make it directly to the finals. The bottom 3 will get eliminated from this group. And then the middle 10, they go to the survival stage, which is day 3.
And we're a little interested in what Mshari and Khaled had going on. And Overdrive's also going to alert Mshari that there was somebody potentially lurking on them. Still, they won't have the chance to actually fight it out just yet. Poyo instead directed a little bit more of their attention towards PA's in, and it's him. Nice opening shot. Now means that they can keep the rotation moving because they got the damage they were after, which is going to force PA into a spot where he's got to prioritize healing his shield, restoring that. So now Pete and Poyo can just leapfrog their position, but Sharkantini are actually going to be the choke point.
Pete and Poyo are known for going after the team in first place or atop of the leaderboard. That could have been a good shot to try to close the gap. Sharkantini just as aggressive, just as dangerous, not too far away, and it's to see on the mini-map, there's not too many teams nearby. That's okay for them. They just want to continuously rotate in. As long as they have the extra med kits and the white HP heals, they can spend an extended amount of time into the storm, and you can see why they're playing relatively safe as opposed to full-on aggressive. We're already in the 5th zone. Yes, you can reboot, but Taco, where are you going to go? What are you going to get if you end up going down here?
You're going straight into the elimination tally for another duo nearby. There is just very little wiggle room to actually try and escape some of that pressure, but thinking back to what P and Poyo were trying to do, getting a little bit more active against the likes of Sharkantini. You have to be careful what you wish for sometimes, because Sharkantini, not exactly the sort to sort of shy away from any kind of fight. There's no Sip and Izzy really trying to get the ball rolling here in game 3. A little bit of a doozy in the first couple of lobbies. But for the most part, they are still in a position where they can have a very solid run that jumps them up quite a few places on that leaderboard.
l'XP, chef,
on the outskirts. Oh, what is this loadout? This is what I'm talking about. We got mythics, we got exotics, and while Vico was like, you know what? Let me grab a mythic fire rifle. Let me grab a mythic hand cannon. And this is something where he can spray. There's over 50 medium bullets in that clip, and he can just spray and spray and spray. And then if they do peek, he has the mythic hand cannon. And that's not mentioning anything that might be in Malabuka's loadout either. So if there's any game I would love to see them on high ground, this is the one.
Attempting to try and take it again from Sharkantini. Might have gone south one time already, but you might be able to get your lick back. You never know. Still, Izzy, Nosif, revisiting exactly where we left off. Frenchies is there. Now waiting to see. Building's clear. We are good to go. But there's no rush. Gotta have a little bit of patience when you're trying to orient yourself. When you know that the way that the zone is cooling, a lot of buildings that teams could already be kind of hovering around corners, making it very difficult to actually feel super safe in your next step.
Let's see where the zone is forcing everybody yet again, and this is with the Elite Strongholds map. There's just so many different mountain edges, elevation changes, and it almost happens in every single one of the end games, no matter what side of the map we go on. This might be one of these first ones, but I'm crossing my fingers. I don't end up cursing the rest of the lobby. We go towards the northeast yet again, where we still have one team yet to start to rotate in, but for Sharkantini, you could see them start to climb up that ladder. We've seen him on high ground in game 1, we've seen it again in game 2, and it's looking like we might see it again here in game 3.
A big part of the reason why it's so hard to take hype from these guys is that they are just super aware. They are constantly checking every single one of their angles and always looking up. In a meta where we know that it is quite prevalent to utilize the crash pads and the fizzes or the launch pads, when you've got players that are as hyper fixated on clearing out the skies and with the aim to do it too, that's what makes Shark and Teeny just a whole different type of beast to contend with. Currently, Shark still holding on to those early 2 eliminations, but the damage may have already been done. Given that they are in one of the best positions currently on this lobby, it's all going to depend on whether or not they continue to push these shots forward. Once they get these little pot shots in, weaken some of the other teams ahead of them, they'll be able to hold on to their high ground position.
Yeah, and this next zone here, most of it is low ground. There's not too many mountains. There's a little bit of a crevice. You can see it there in the mini-map. Literally at the middle of the entire thing, there's a little bit of a mountain you can start to attach to. And now with the zone pulling in that direction, Teeny and Shark, they're in the front side of the zone. They're not going to only be able to get damage on a lot of the teams, just like we saw last game. We could see a late shockwave for them to try to take it, but in their path, Booga and Braids as well. Muzz and Sphinx trying to rotate on over, so it's not going to be easy at this time.
Malabuka, though, getting a little icy there with Shark and Teeny. They were nestled just underneath, and for Shadow Virgo, sort of waiting to see what their catalyst moment's going to be, but for Cammy and Ari, it's going to be an opening. Trying to see if they could get credit, but it is Edson going down to the likes of Khaled. So, no luck for Ari and Cammy. Divine 3 points off the elimination just yet. Still, they are in a rather solid spot. Because since they're just a little bit
J'y joue quasiment tout le temps sur Switch, franchement les graphiques je m'en bats avec un peu. Mais c'est vrai que quand des fois, non mais c'est vrai que quand des fois je joue sur le PC, je trouvais le mode, comment ça fait du bien des fois. Mais c'est vrai que sur PC la qualité est largement
so many other teams waiting for them to make a mistake.
And Rainey's just not having a good time right now. Izzy and Nosif heads up play, doing exactly what a team on hype needs to be very proactive about, shutting down those rotate opportunities from teams trying to leverage off of the launch pads and sending it towards hype. But for Cammy and Hari, they just stick a little bit towards the low ground here. They're about 1 layer up currently, and the main thing is that they're just shredding through so many builds of players kind of hovering towards that middle section of the zone, so not really getting a great clearing process for teams to try and avoid their line of sight here. It doesn't help that Izzy Nosif also trying to be very adamant about holding that higher up position, but Pete Pollo starting to scale up. Have to remember Sharktini, they're still lurking about. Vico Malabuka, another duo that is certainly going to try and get some leeway headed towards that high ground, but just how far up can you really look? Shark and Tini are just so far and above the rest of the lobby. They are preserving so much of their build material.
They're eyeing up on Izzy and Nosif. They're saying, hey, make a mistake. Forget we're up here for 1 second, and that'll be the last thing you do in this game. Peter Pollo, shockwave ahead. They gain a little bit of attention, but not much that they cannot handle. They're able to rehold their position. Shark and Tini moving out yet again. They've been denied that opportunity for the high ground, but they're staying in front of the zone. That's going to be the most important thing.
Now for a moment, Phoenix Retro would maybe start to get a little entangled there with where Shark and Tini were at, but over back, Pete Pollo. They have really been going through it here, Jacob. Pete not being able to actually open up any shots against Shadow when they initially made this rotate towards the front side of the zone, and they are quickly dwindling on their materials also, but Izzy, Nosif, they managed to head right back up to the skies, and they are currently bearing down on the rest of the lobby. Ari, Cammy even going to have to protect themselves now, but obviously Shark, Tini, they are not content with seeing anyone else holding the position that's been doing so many dividends for them in these first couple of lobbies.
And I think they've even noticed Bofu and Tamak up at the top, forcing them down below. They have a sliver of HP left. Right decision for them to make, but it was just a little bit too late. Nosif's able to clean up that elimination. Zedar cleans up the other. That's another team out of this game, and you still have 2 more to go before you even start to get placement points. But the battle for high ground will begin. Shark and Team will take what's theirs for the 3rd straight game.
All Shark needs is a little bit to work with, and him forcing Izzy and Nosif to drop is such a big damage spend for the rest of this lobby. Pete Pollo on their last legs, barely having an opportunity to try and restore some of their shield, but without any builds to their name, they're going to depend entirely on how well placed these next couple of shots can be, and can they avoid the exchange from somebody else on the other end of the barrel. But it's a no-go. Blackabot, he's going to get brought down inside the underbelly of this lobby. Is now Buga Braids also on just 1 build, hoping that it's not going to be their last.
Yeah, just everybody kind of feeling how chaotic the end game has been. They're just burning through their materials. Even after they get an elimination, pick up the Siphon, they're almost immediately down to 0. Buga picks up that one onto Epic. Well, Vico goes down, but it might be a sacrifice to draw attention away from Malabuka. Allow him to start that heal off with 19 left. Taco, make it 8. There's 2 solos running around that are the wild cards.
Izzy and Nosif might have been forced to drop from high ground, but at the same time, they are still making their presence known inside those lower layers, doing a great job at staying everyone else in the lobby, preventing anyone from actually cutting through their builds, and Nosif finding another one onto Goofy. The Siphon material is going to pay so heavily for him. In fact, Goofy, Zedar, going to be able to get away just like that. Izzy and Nosif with 9 eliminations already.
Yeah, the French fighters are doing it and doing it well. They're trying to go into double digits. Got 30 points off eliminations alone. If they can make that a possibility, they're soaring into the top 5, make it top 4. Braids and move on the other side, and they get cut short yet again. Izzy and Nosif, 11 eliminations here, but their biggest challenge has yet to be fought. It's Shark, it's Tini, and Shark is already dropping down below. He's trying to take the fight by himself. I don't know if Tini got the memo because he jumped a little bit too late to the fight. Izzy's taking a lot of damage. Finally lands a shot onto Tini, trying to disrupt the flow that they have going on. Shark returns to the scene of the crime, and it's not going to be enough. Izzy and Nosif do it for France.
You can tell that Shark and Tini are not happy about how that one actually ended up, but they are cheesing for Izzy and Nosif. It was just a dominoes effect for this duo. The moment that we saw them with those initial 3-4 eliminations, and then the tally just didn't stop. But what a well-played endgame out of these two. They were really firing off on all cylinders, and the way that they synergized their shots together on the low ground, that's what really brought everything together.
And there's one thing for sure. When I do my predictions online, I openly tell people, take it with a grain of salt. I pick with my emotions, my heart. And I was even talking to you, I was like, there's something about Izzy and Nosif. They've been playing well recently. They've been flying under the radar, squeaking in. I don't think people give these guys the respect that they deserve with how well they've been playing in some of these big moments.
It's just crazy to think about the favorable formats. You would almost think for Izzy and Nosif, ever since we saw them make their debut at the Summit LAN, it seems like these guys just knew that they had so much more left in the tank to give, and it's so crazy to see them bring home game number 3, because these early breakout points, that's what's really going to help funnel into maintaining position inside of the top 7 by the end of the day.
Just big moments there. Shark and Teeny, though, we saw it in the first 2 games. No team kind of went for high ground, but they did. Let's listen to Izzy and Nosif.
Toi, t'as un paramètre.
Tiens, je monte. Ouais.
Après, Nierx, tu vois, toi, tu dois aller dans le mode construction sur
ouais.
network.
Ça va. Tiens, nice.
Il y a tout un mode de mode construction et tout.
Ok, on fait l'enculement, là. Nice. Nice.
It's such a great job there. I love also the way that they read it like a book. Shark and Teeny were trying to stagger the way that they actually made their approach, but Izzy and Nosif just did such a great job, one after the other, not allowing any weaknesses in their defenses there.
Yeah, honestly, just the way they've been playing. They have the crowd on their side. Almost anytime, you were talking about Pablo and Chino, anytime they're on screen, anytime they're picking up eliminations, they have the entire crowd erupting, which is the big thing to notice. I know at one point we saw 11 eliminations. I'm not sure if they got a couple more of Shark Teeny or if I just saw the total at the end, but either way, Taco, that is a minimum of 33 points off straight eliminations alone. When we get to see the leaderboard, I expect to see this team near the top 10 at least.
And they've definitely boomed the leaderboard. That is a given. And not only that, but I think that they've kind of proven as well to other teams in this lobby, because when you look at what their score was at the start of this game, they were right around that 3-point section. It wasn't really necessarily what they were hoping for, but obviously you also got a direct interview with these guys on the scene, so let's hear it.
Thank y'all so much. Fun little fact here. We've got Phoenix, we've got Retro. This is actually their first LAN ever. Guys, how does it feel to be your first LAN in this kind of context with this crowd? Let me know.
It feels great. The pressure is definitely high, but it's nice to be doing well when, like, we're conned and it's going rough off spawn, but, like, we're still able to make it an endgame and make the games that we have count.
What about you?
I'm just trying to not psych myself out and, you know, play how we normally play and just perform the best we can.
How do you guys do that? Like, how do you make sure that in these high-pressure situations, because anytime something happens, you're hearing the crowd, they're right there. So how do you stay locked in those moments?
I just try to tune up the noise and I just pretend like I'm playing at home in my own environment.
Obviously, this is a big one for you guys. First LAN and a VR, massive for you in terms of momentum. I'm sure there are people going to be watching you thinking, hold on, we should be their fans. What would you guys say to those fans?
I just want to thank everyone for supporting me, and I would like to, I don't know, just kind of appreciate everyone who's supported me this, like, so far.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank everyone that supported me and believed in me from the start, and yeah, you know.
You can hear them. They're already going crazy for y'all. Talk to me about, you guys talked about being conned, though. Okay, so what's the plan? How are we looking to address that? Are we looking to maybe change things up? You don't have to give away too much. What are we thinking?
I mean, it's been working fine so far. So, like, we're just gonna keep playing it. They weren't 50ing us, so it's a little difficult to, like, bring the fight to them. But going into Slurp Rush in the next couple games, we're on con, so it's looking pretty good for us.
On con, that's gotta be a big shift, right? Like, is that what you're hoping and looking forward to?
Yeah, we went into the tourney hoping that we were uncon and we were con, but you know, sometimes things don't go your way and we're just playing our game and seeing how things go.
Awesome. Well, guys, thank you so much. Best of luck in Slurp Rush and being uncontested for now. We'll go to a short break. We'll see you in just a minute.
Oh yeah, One Piece.
Everyone is playing, you're not yet. EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now.
Three matches have gone by for Group A, and we have gotten some surprises already from the get-go. But Nosif and Easy, David being able to join us. Kelly, Levin, the 7WG, welcome back. We finally decided to come inside. But this match, I mean, for this squad, especially that just ended up winning, being able to bounce back, too, from those first 2 matches.
I mean, for Izzy and Nosif, this is incredible stuff. Because as Levin knows, you know, big EU connoisseur himself, it was all about qualifier for these guys. Like, it was an incredible clutch for them. This is where they actually made it to the EWC. So it took them all the way into that last qualifier to actually make it here. And then to show up in game number 3 and get that win and now sit in 2nd place on the leaderboard. I mean, Kelly, this is an incredible story.
Listen, I know that Levin's feeling good for EU right now, but I feel like Coach Harry, the first person to really call out this duo during the Reload Elite Series, is probably feeling pretty good. A lot of people were looking to this duo, and now all eyes are on them right now. We talk about how it seems like there's this new echelon of players that are kind of coming up and taking over a lot of our dominant veterans, and I think this might be another duo that does that.
No, absolutely. I think especially within EU, there's been a resurgence of French Fortnite this year, and I think when you're looking at, you know, 2 players who have been champions of that, you'd have to throw their name into the hat. Honestly, the fans here getting behind them. These guys aren't on any of the French clubs, but every single person in this crowd who has a French, you know, jersey on, the second these guys were on height, the second these guys were doing anything good, they were jumping, cheering, shouting. You just love to see the support they're getting right now.
You definitely love to see it, especially when players can get behind that as well, start feeling that energy, and start putting that towards the game series. With that bounce back that we saw. But now we're going to talk about one team that really hasn't had to bounce back because they've just been so consistent at the top. And that is none other than Shark and Team being able to just do their thing this first 3 matches, it feels like.
Yeah, I feel like game 3 was the one that kind of did it for me here, because, listen, you know, when we kind of looked up towards the high ground and they were on high ground once more, I kind of just shrugged it off. I was like, how? How are they consistently doing it?
They were in game number 2, they were in Storm all the way until Zone 5, Zone 6. I was like, clearly, they lost half of their health. All these people are going to be watching them come into Zone. There's no way they're... Oh, no, they made it, and they almost won the game. Cool. They do this time and time again. Are they just that much better than everyone else? And I think the comparison is even stronger right now because of how poorly a certain duo is doing.
D'ailleurs, Chino Pablo, ils sont passés. You want to go there? Because I'm ready to go there. And you want to talk about, you know, the teams who I think we expected to do a bit better that aren't. Sure, we're going to probably have to take a look at the next page of the leaderboard to get to some of those teams. But Shark and Teeny, it's been exactly what you expected. It's what they've done all year.
Yeah, we'll get a chance to talk about that duo that you guys are currently alluding to. But some of the other surprises, I mean, we just got a chance to hear from Phoenix and Retro 2 being their first land. Levin and Kelly, this is one of those things that sometimes it lets them get onto the pressure just gets to these players. It's not looking like that so far.
I think the reality is these guys didn't come in, I think, with that much pressure, right? I don't think they had all of it. They sort of looking at them going, you guys need to represent for us and deliver at the top level. It's allowed them to come into today, play their game. They've gone under the radar, and again, a very strong start. There's a lot of games to be played, right? So you don't want to get too ahead of yourself, but this is encouraging signs.
Thank you, Levin, for kind of bringing up the conversation of NA, because unfortunately for NAC specifically, I mean, Phoenix and Retro are actually carrying that conversation right now. The only team from NAC in that top 10 was actually Booga and Braid sitting there in 9th place. So let's go ahead and take a look at the second page here, right? Where are these teams actually standing? I mean, Shadow and Virgo, these guys got to pick it up. I mean, 12th place, Muzz and Sphinx, these guys got to pick it up.
and then Kelly. The duo that I'm sure you are begging to talk about. I mean, Peterbot and Pollo down there in 17th place, 33 points.
How could we not talk about this duo? This is the duo that's been on everyone's name, not just in the Reload Elite Series, but in the FNCS. They won 3 of the finals, and they got 2nd place. And to see them not just doing poorly, but at the bottom of the barrel, I'm not trying to like talk trash. I think this is shocking, and there's something going wrong.
It is shocking, but I think, you know, I can sit here and dunk on Pete and Pollo all day long, right? I know people think I want to do that. The reality is, these guys are 2 of the best players in the world. When you look at a lot of their year so far, they've had a lot of performances like this where it's very slow to start. I think the days of Peterbot and Pollo just sort of running at everybody and completely rolling them over, it's probably past those days. However, they are still a team that you would pick to beat anyone when it comes to a fight, and so I think they need to just sort of take some time to reset. I don't think they're over, I don't think they're finished, I don't think they're washed. I just think this is a reality check that will be very good for them moving forward.
All right, Levin, I see what you're cooking there. You don't want to trash them too much. It could be too early to wave that red flag for some of their squads too. It's only been 3 matches. We still got 7 more matches to go, but they are fairly close to the bottom 3. And what happens to the bottom 3 at the end of the day? Those keys get crushed. So I want you, Levin, to look back at the camera. I want you to get into your best mindset as a coach. If you are currently coaching those 2 players from Falcons, what are you going to be telling them after 3 matches?
You guys have done it. Time after time. Whenever the pressure's been on, whenever people have doubted you, you've made it happen. Make it happen today. You guys aren't finished. You guys aren't done. You guys are the best in your region. Show that here today. The Falcons are supporting you. All the different games have come together. They put in so much work for you to deliver in the final lap of the race. You have to make it happen.
David, I don't know about you. I don't know about you. Put me in there, coach, because I want to play.
Yeah, I know. This is getting me motivated. Maybe I have to put the old headset back on, Lev. Thank you very much for that. Listen, actually, I want to bring up a conversation that me and Levin had just not too long ago, talking about this comeback from Peterbot and Pollo. We kind of gave them a number of games that they could kind of clutch up, right? And Levin called out, he was like, listen, they could probably throw away like 6 games and they could still hold up because we know what Peterbot and Pollo are capable of. So confident in Peterbot and Pollo's capability that me and Levin kind of both agree that they could get into the top 7 with just 4 good games.
But it seems like everyone is stepping up right now. There are so many teams surprising us, stepping up, coming in here with a game plan. And I wonder if maybe this is a bit of the hubris of Peterbot and Pollo coming into this thinking that they were going to run away with it. However, they love to build a story. They love to go to day 2. I don't think we're going to see them in the bottom 3. So if we do see them in that elimination round in 2 days, that might just be the story they want to build.
That will be crazy. Yeah, nobody's going to be expecting that from talking to you guys every single time I keep hearing them. Falcons is going to be going straight to finals. Right now, it's not looking likely, but one team that is looking likely to make it to the finals is Leviathan with Lava and Romero. They've been performing good so far.
I'm a big fan of the Brazilian region. These guys are 2 Argentines who, they've been making waves, man. They've done so well in the qualifiers over there. And I think when you just look at the way they actually played, especially when I look at Romero, I mean, he has had some qualifier finals where he's just tearing it up. And genuinely, we spoke about it before the tournament, Kenny. I was like, if there's one team I'm looking at how they perform. I think these guys have, you know, the ability to really go all the way in this competition.
We always like to talk about smaller regions and how they're underrepresented in these land settings, but Brazil, time and time again, always steps up, always proves themselves to being able to compete with the best of the best in NAC and EU. So to see them do that again is absolutely wonderful.
I feel like there's a little bit of a theme, though, in that top 5, right? We're obviously kind of highlighting some of these teams, and it's going to be a similar thing for Lua Romero here, is that, fortunately for them, we've only gone through 3 games so far. So a lot of these top 5 teams right now, all of their points are actually off of just one singular good game. Like, if we take a look at their match history, it's a 14, a 2nd, and 11. So pretty much all of their points are kind of just coming from that 2nd place with 7 eliminations. And that's kind of the theme with a lot of these teams in that top 5. So even though these teams are towards the top of the leaderboard right now, outside of like Shark and Teeny, nobody has actually really found their footing to be consistent in multiple matches so far. So even though the leaderboard is kind of shaken up and we're not seeing a lot of things that we were used to seeing, I feel like it's going to start to switch up very, very soon.
I'm glad you brought that up because it is going to be all about that consistency, especially once we get to the finals with match point. And right now, with what we're seeing on our Shark Teeny, is outstanding. Now, if we flip the switch, right? Any team that has actually surprised you, whether it's good
good or bad so far after 3 matches.
All right, listen, at the start, game number 1, Muzz and Sphinx came out there. We saw the solo clutch coming out as well, and I thought that was going to be the start of it. It has not been the best 2 games after that, but I want Muzz and Sphinx to come back up, man. Muzz is a fan favorite for so many people, and Sphinx has to be one of the funniest players in the world. I want to get an interview out of them at least just one time.
Maybe we'll get a chance to get an interview. I know, in talking about interviews, one person that's currently with the... I'm surprised he's even here too. Pierre Gasly from Formula 1. Barney, take it away, because I really want to hear what he's got to say.
Pierre Gasly, we saw you hanging out at the Gadir City Grid where all the Fortnite action is taking place. What did you think of it?
Yeah, it's insane, I must say. It's such a joy. I love gaming. Again, myself, this is the first time that I get the chance to attend such an event. So no, it's incredible to see the player, to see I appreciate the game. I appreciate, the sort of level that you see, and no, it's very, very impressive, very joyful. It's quite a packed day for me. I wish I could just sit around and just watch all the gameplay, but very cool event.
As someone who's used to performing under pressure, any words of advice that you could have for these pros that are performing on stage right now as you speak?
They know what they're doing. I mean, you can see it. It was quite impressive, just how chill and how relaxed. You can see the focus, you can see the concentration, very quick moves, etc. I was trying to look at all these little details. And then I really like the strategy and the sort of teamwork, and yeah, just appreciate the precision. I game myself more like Call of Duty. I do a bit of Fortnite as well, but more Call of Duty, and I know the thrill, the excitement, and just to see it to that professional level is very cool.
As people say, ball knows ball. Thank you so much, Pierre Gasly. I really appreciate your time, and enjoy the rest of EWC.
Shark and Teeny, Phoenix and Retro, Izzy and Nosif, 3 games and 3 game winners, and almost all of them are inside of that top 7 as well.
And it's exciting to think about, because we could be looking at the beginning of the end potentially for teams that are outside of that threshold, but at the same time, everyone still has to make sure that they don't hit that autopilot feature. But my biggest takeaway from that little segment that we just witnessed, Jacob, I might need Levin to start just being my hype man before I go do anything in life, because dude, what a speech, right? If I'm Raspberry right now, that's got to be the number. Just press record, play, and throw that chip to Pete and Polio.
I gotta agree with you, Levin. I feel I can just hype up anybody who do anything in the world. And honestly, I think that should be enough to kind of spark a little bit from some of these players. Khaled and Mshari, Epic Well, Pop, Alex, Reckless, Peter, Edson, PHN. We all know these guys have an immense amount of skill. We just need to use the last 6 games of the day to put it to the test. As Malabuka starts firing off early with the first elimination of the game.
A bit of a tough break there for Romero, given the day that they've been having so far, but Malabuka not looking to slow down anytime soon. That is until he catches himself on the receiving end of some damage. Pete, though, a bit of a scramble right now. He needs to get Polio back up and running. Chino gonna head straight into his clutches. Polio has managed to touch ground, but Pete will be quickly eliminated, and it's Malabuka fully profiting off of this crazy mix-up at Elite Armory.
That was close. That was close. Pete and Polio being eliminated first out of Game 4. And honestly, this is like a refresh Vico and Malabuka. I had a chance to talk to them for a few seconds. I was telling them, passing these games are absolutely crazy. And I said, no one's really going up for height. And you know what Malabuka said? You better expect to see ups at high ground if we make it towards the end game. And already they're showing a huge change up when it comes to the confidence early.
Always easier said than done, right? Especially when you've got teams like Shark and Teeny that have just been so consistent at holding it down. But Muzz, this is a rare sight, losing the Bloom battle, and Malabuka just immediately closing in. Only needs one more well-placed shot to be the end of the line here for Muzz, and that's going to do it. Malabuka with a clean finish, and poor Muzz just set packing back over to where Sphinx is at.
And straight, quick 9 points for them. They started in 7th place at 95 points. They are the line to beat as of now, but already at the course of the game, they move up into 6th place, passing Z-Dog and Goofy. Cringe, Boko, same early game fights, just a whole different team. It's Nalu and Rainy this time around. They get that first elimination, essentially forcing one of them to disengage and try to hide.
Will Malabuka be able to swing his way out of this one, though? PH Zen trying to make sure that he can actually shut down what he used best, but Malabuka knows shots from both ends of the spectrum, and he won't be able to escape it this time. A great sandwich there by Exit and PH Zen to shut him down. Malabuka, though, he already had his fun at the end of it, Jacob. Getting those 3 eliminations was a very nice start to the lobby, but I like the fact that you kind of pointed out that they're feeling very confident in terms of trying to send it towards that high ground in the end game opportunities. Still, you have to wonder, anytime that it goes south even slightly, it's just like a dominoes effect. All it takes is that one little hiccup, and then your game plan is just sent straight out the window.
Yeah, especially if the zone kind of pulls over in the direction in which you've been fighting on, and right now it seems early on, more than half of the zone, it's outside of the map on the south side, so we know for the most part we could have things jumping right back up towards the center, but this goes that early game start. Romero got dropped first, Malabuka was able to get 2, and then this final one onto Muzz, the 9-point swing to move them up a whole place throughout the course of the game. Peterbot is all moved down early on with 0 eliminations, or let's just say 1. Now he's picked up 2 more, so they're just trying to go ahead and put themselves to the test. We talked about Levin said maybe they could throw away 6 games. Well, they might be able to throw away 6 games, but Peterbot and Poyo don't want to throw away 6 games.
Hey, it's always Pete Poyo. You just can't be worried about these guys until you actually see them in this sort of position, and we're maybe in our last 3 games of the day. Then maybe, you know, affairs start to get a little bit worried about how they're going to actually wind up and which part of the leaderboard they'll be at after all 10 matches played through today. Shadow and Virgo, though, roller coaster of emotions for these two. They've seen some highlights, and then there's just been the dips back down. It's just very difficult for them to get that consistency rolling.
Yeah, it's kind of telling you, know, look at their journey here. In the first qualifier, they got 6. They missed out on actually qualifying. The second qualifier, they missed out on the finals lobby completely, and then they qualified in qualifier 3 inside, I think, a top 4 finish, and then the fourth qualifier, again, they missed out, which just kind of shows that they can hide, they have flows, they're a team that builds off momentum, and they need to continue that here in today's games.
And that's exactly it, momentum being the key word, because you see Shadow or Virgo get even 1 elimination, all of a sudden they are racking up the count. But obviously, we'll have to see whether or not that actually ends up being their fate in this game. Right now, Vico looking to apply a little bit of pressure towards Nalu. And Vico Malabuka, this is definitely confidence. Just kind of oozing from both of them. Vico gets 1 already. Nalu was rather injured before he even got to apply the shot, but now Rainy on the ropes here, not trying to get fully wiped this early on. They still want a fighting chance, and Vico knows it, and he's looking to shut that down immediately.
Yeah, he had to go back for the build, get no material left, but he realized he's on the clock if he wants to get this team fully out of the lobby. But Rainy goes down instead of getting eliminated, so you know he bought Nalu enough time to at least get back in the game. And if you guys don't know, since they're fighting so far outside of the zone, instead of the teammate rebooting and above you, that only happens when you're in the safe zone. So he rebooted somewhere inside of the map, far away from his teammate, so he really had no chance to help him either way.
Malabuka, though, doesn't really seem too pressed by it.
En fait, des fois j'arrive à sprint et des fois j'y arrive et je sais pas c'est quoi le but.
Don't really seem to notice that he's actually rather close by. They're a little bit more fixated on just making their own rotations. Again, just another one of those teams, international representation. They managed to secure a top 3 already in today's competition. Just 1 or 2 more of those, and that could be what sets them up for that top 7 finish.
Yeah, they're not too far away from where the bubble actually is, so they just need to continue to keep at it. And we had talked about kind of start the day. Nerves might be playing a little bit of a factor for some of these teams, but it's happening to everybody little by little, especially the ones that might be running out of time. You saw the loadout. the mythic Wrecker Revolver, which packs a punch from far away. So when this team does eventually try to play for the high ground, it is going to hurt from a bit of a distance.
Pablo Chino, though, just operating at their own pace. Once they're nearby, they'll start to rotate. They've got the whites to work with, but Vico, another little run back.
Faut que tu vises, il y a la map en dessous.
Very aggressive instance. And it's just impressive knowing that Malabuka also has full confidence in his swagger, that Vico's going to push that fight out 9 times out of 10. And that's a daunting fact when you are one of the teams like Rainy and Aldo and realizing, dang, we just got shut down by one guy.
Ok, c'est bon, je sais où elle est.
It's just one of those tough things that starts to play on you mentally, but as we look at Cammy and Hari, I know they were talking about a lot of teams in today's games. I know it's only been 3, but they're kind of inconsistent outside of maybe Shark and Teeny, but Cammy and Hari are another one of those teams you got to give a little credit to. 2nd place in the first game, 3rd place in the last one, 18th in the middle, and then a total of 8 eliminations. So they're making sure that they stay above and ahead of the curve, or at least as far as right now goes. Bugha and Braids not too far away from the zone, just trying to grab that med kit before they use that launch pad to go in. Since they are so high up, Taka, they're going to have that bird's eye view. They can assess the situation and try to bring in all that information so they know exactly where they actually want to drop. And for Bugha and Braids, it's not too far off when the launch pad actually is.
Makes sense, though, for Bugha to immediately cut it short. He's recognized the fact that Pablo Chino were very quickly closing in on their position. Not only that, but that little scuffle taking place. Short Teeny, Cammy, Hari, they didn't want to risk finding themselves stuck in the air and just getting tagged up along the way.
Il a entendu le bruit du bonheur, ça se voit.
We're ready to see the lion roar. We're also ready to see whether or not Izzy and Nosif are able to replicate that last game's success here, and it could start by finding these eliminations onto Khaled and Mshari, but the way that Mshari into more attrition here, and into Mshari who's going to take him out. Nosif has fallen. Izzy now trying to gauge whether or not he can even buy enough time for his duo to get back up and running, but Mshari just doesn't have enough builds, wasn't able to make it to the body to actually secure anything, so left the ball back and wait for Khaled to
J'ai retué son pote, je l'ai retué une deuxième fois, et son pote
yeah, but this is still essentially a 2v1, even with Nosif back in the game. Remember, I said you don't reboot over your teammate when they're in the zone. They're safe right now for Nosif, so you see him trying to do what he can. Try to get some loot that way. If the worst does happen, and Nosif does go down, you try to fight back. Finally, you see Izzy in the mini-map making his appearance, so he doesn't stray too far away. He knows there's a huge strength in numbers, and they want to continue to use it to their advantage.
Bugha and Braids are being so cautious with every single one of their rotations, though. Anytime that you start to see them, maybe we're just a little bit further forward. No, they scout on another team, immediately block off the line of sight. They are not trying to take any unnecessary damage, but they are having to burn through a lot more material than intended, and that could come back to haunt them later on in this lobby, Jacob, because we haven't even hit reboot shutting off just yet. And for Bugha and Braids, they're going to need a refresh of material if they want to be left standing by the end game.
Yeah, but they're not just too far away from that 7th place spot. They started the game in 9th. They were down about 7 points to Vico and Malabuka, but we saw how their early game went. So Bugha, Braids, just trying to play the long game, it seems like, maybe like a few others. Retro and Phoenix, same thing could be said for them. They were able to get that victory royale in game number 2, but it's just a lack of being able to kind of do it again, or at least get close. They have a 17th and a 10th in their 2 other games, but they did have the eliminations with that victory royale, which kind of boosted them up the leaderboard. So you got to make sure to close out inside of the top 10, top 5, if you're looking to stay within contention of that top 7.
Fair play though to Vico and Malabuka. Nice little rotate in, glide through, cut the forward, play it safe, take over front side,
Shark, il est en train de prendre des dégâts de zone. Peterbot, il est encore vivant, il est tranquille. Il est à la hauteur.
At this stage. And just knowing that they prevented Peterbot and Poyo from having that freedom to just sort of immediately send it straight ahead. They are going to have to be very cognizant of where Vico and Malabuka are at, or at least get some good damage application in to prevent them from looking back and spraying their direction.
Ah, Pablo il est mort. Aïe aïe aïe, il reste
Except for the Muzz and Shark, Izzy, No Sip, Voco, Rainy even there. Not too far away from Nalus. You got to be careful not to get caught as a solo. You see No Sip going through that pain, just trying to shockwave to safety here. And since we are in the 7th zone, nobody will be rebooted. That goes down here, but there is chances for teams to get back in the game if they were already down before they turned off.
Definitely a tough break there, though, for Nico. Nico's is only the opposite direction of what they just invested towards, so now they've got a whole lot of tragedy local to the area that they are going to have to try and avoid. Obviously, you want to preserve as much material, but that might not be possible when you got teams like Chino, already just waiting for the prime opportunity to strike. Buga and Braze, though, actually going to opt to fall back into the storm. Take up a little bit of damage there. They got way too early, but more importantly still, avoiding all of this focus. And Teeny, Shark, already letting it be known to Shadow that was not the way to go.
Yeah, that's going to be a heartbreaking loss right there. 12 planes for Shadow. They got separated, putting a lot of pressure onto one to try to find success. Pump feeling the same type of pressure being poured his way. It's Peterbot and Pollo. They know the damage is there, but it actually gets stolen away. Pablo Wingu is able to get the knock on the pump. Epicwell is going for a revive, but a chop comes in on the Pete and Pollo, distracting them just long enough for that revive to be an actual possibility.
Epicwell making counting his lucky stars that he was able to pull that one off. Sometimes it's indirect help from the lobby. All the better still. And it was still kicking here. Izzy, Nosif, Great Talk concealing themselves. Didn't get the damage application they wanted against Z-Dog and Goofy, but the pressure point could definitely be applied. All depends on who actually moves first. Is Pablo, Chino just getting shredded on their builds right now, doing everything in their power to keep these walls closed off.
Literally just melting through all of that brick. Still have a decent amount left, and especially one elimination could definitely change things. For Pablo and Chino, they started this game in 8th place with the 89 points, and they've been slowly but surely rising up the rankings. Still have to be careful though, because it's not only Shark and Teeny that are now feeling a little loose. Peterbot and Pollo, I think that last game was enough. Going down relatively early in almost every single one of the games so far. 18th place, 19th place. They did get a 9th with 3 eliminations. But if you know Peterbot and Pollo, that is nothing compared to how well they can play.
Well, there's a method to the madness when it comes to these two, that's for sure. But for Vico and Malabuka, they just continue to find success after success. And for Pete and Pollo, sure, it's one thing to overthrow a team on height. It's another, though, to actually see it through, especially when Shark and Teeny are still in the lobby. Vico and Malabuka also going to look to try and stake their claim towards this position. And with Pete, Pollo already having those 5 eliminations, though, it is evident, Jacob, that they are going to hunt out as many as they can find. Thought they were going to be able to take out Cammy there for a moment, but instead he just narrowly avoids front of that pressure. As now Pablo Chino still choosing to kind of operate through these low front side positions, but eventually they are going to have to look back. Pablo even taking so much space here. He's got the medkit, so he can afford to claim it.
Yeah, worthwhile sacrificing the HP, making sure they can get a little bit more space to work with. Peterbot and Pollo still have their eyes up above. They don't want to lose sight of anybody that could potentially try to go for the high ground, and I have my eyes on too, but they're busy with Epicwell, Puff, Shark, and Teeny being forced off to the side yet again, kind of thwarting any plans that they had, and even more so now with Epicwell is able to get the knock on to Teeny. Cannot clean it up though. Shark is able to at least save him for now.
And Shark is hoping that he can maybe get a little bit of wiggle room to try and go for a greedy revive, but it's too late. That slight delay was all it took to prevent him from having a full run of it with Teeny, and that plan has now been thwarted. That's going to also overexpose. Peterbot's going to drop from height, but he'll have no issues whatsoever reconnecting where Pollo is at. It's just knowing that Shark and Teeny didn't get the chance to actually fit his crash pad up, and that's going to be a big swing now. Vico, Malabuka are going to have to make this attempt all on their lonesome, and with very little material to work with, they just got to take care of what's right in front of them.
Yeah, I know he had his eyes on that high ground, but as you said, materials that might not be a possibility any longer. Chino forced down below. It's Peterbot and Pollo the ones that are going to take down Pablo. Vico as well, that's going to get all of that loot and kind of steal it away. The Chino staggering back. 0 builds. He needs the perfect elimination here. Shockwave to try to get him to the front, but it only puts him in the limelight. He is facing danger left and right. A full team of the bots. It's Puka and Praise that eventually end their run.
They had no idea who was just scrambling inside of that box with them, but hey, whatever works. But Vico big shots onto Pollo and the high ground. Gonna be up for grabs. That's all it takes. Pollo eliminated. So Malabuka still managing to get the job done, even if he doesn't have any materials to work with. He'll farm them out along the way, but more importantly still, Puka breaks. They won't get the chance. Malabuka, Vico refusing to budge.
And to our top 3 we go. Vico and Malabuka. He kept his word. He said he's going for high ground, and so far he hasn't. No! The splat! I spoke too highly of him. He goes down because Vico by himself, but there goes the first one, bringing it down to a 1v1 situation. He has no time to pop the heals. He's buying everything that he has down below on the other side. Edson from Brazil, qualifying from their region, bringing it down to this moment here. His teammate going down, putting all the pressure on him to succeed. Vico, on the other hand, has overthrown him, has taken the high ground. 3 builds left, shockwaving down, trying to displace Edson. It doesn't work, but the shot still lands. Vico somehow, someway wins that game.
And Vico, Malabuka, you just know that he's got to be feeling so relieved right now, because that was nearly a sell that you do not want to witness on the big stage. Instead, they can laugh about it later, knowing that they were still able to secure the victory royale and certainly catapulting themselves very comfortably inside that top 7 threshold.
I was scared for them in a moment. I was scared watching Malabuka slip off. I thought maybe he had the shockwave, but then he splats onto the ground. And for Vico to kind of just brush that off very, very quickly and immediately go to work to not only get that elimination, but then clutch the 1v2. That was absolutely insane. These are why they are a reigning, defending FNCS Major 1 Summit Land champions.
And look, don't get me wrong, Vico had 17 builds more to work with than Edson in those final moments, but the fighting IQ was clearly there. He doesn't waste any time. He doesn't go for an overly aggressive, all-out, just open, clear edit. He really takes over height. He wanted to have that leverage of having the option to look down, make sure that he could secure those right-hand positions even, and that just made it so complicated for Edson. He was already working into a deficit, being so limited on materials, so great job there to Vico to really keep his cool in that moment, but he's not new to this. He's been here before, and obviously we got to hear from them directly.
Comment ça, merci de commenter en français.
Écoute pas, papy.
Ah ouais, j'ai pas vu, mais du coup il a essayé de mettre une grenade répulsive à...
All while playing that, just kind of calm, cool, collected. Even while he's shockwave up, Malabuka say, you can pop a big, you're good. He had nothing down below. And then he hits him with a flying elbow drop off the top rope to take that game.
Just really solid Fortnite there from Vico. And I know he's definitely had his instances even leading up to this series, Jacob, where Vico's kind of had those dips. And I don't want to say that they were, you know, shattering to his confidence, but for a moment he was very open about the fact, you know, man, after Summit, definitely took a little bit more time off than maybe what I should have. Things have been a little bit shaky, things have been a little bit rough, but leading into this tournament, he has been on the grind, hustling non-stop to put himself back into a very strong contention. Major 2, forget it ever took place, because right now it is all about the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, you see a huge game for them. That's got to start to boost the confidence, and that's going to be the biggest things, because we know Sharktini, Peter Pollo, Vico, Malabuka, and so many others can win this entire event, right? But it's about how you're playing in any given moment, the vibes, the confidence, and that is what these guys have. But that's going to do it for us here from Game 4. Don't go anywhere, because we'll be right back.
J'entends mal. Quoi? J'ai fait quoi? Bah, je regarde encore Championship. Ça fait 2 heures déjà, je regarde.
Tyler Wine, you're done.
Ah, c'est un peu dommage que
The Vice here at the Esports World
rentrent
Cup
les
are
pieds.
unreal. We have to get amongst it, Vivid. How are we feeling, guys?
Ça casse un peu l'ambiance, quoi.
Ouais, c'est fou.
Et bien, c'est pas comme s'ils posent des trucs et tout ça, ils parlent juste et
I mean, they've been unbelievable, worthy of all this hype.
Absolutely incredible. I mean, Vico at the end there with an incredible clutch. We were kind of walking over here to sit in the stands and everybody was getting so hyped. I had to go ahead and take a pause. I was like, what's happening? Up on the big screen, of course, it's going to be Vico and Malabuka making a rise up to the top of the leaderboard. What was it? They had like 95 points going into that game. Gosh, I could only imagine where they're at now.
I mean, that's just a classic Vico solo clutch right there. It's what we're used to with this guy. He does it on the big stage, the Summit Champions. Another thing as well, Peterbottom Pollo, you're the sort of NA expert, the resident NA expert here. Is this sort of what we can expect from Peterbottom Pollo now? Are they starting to grow into the competition?
Well, let's go ahead and take a look at the leaderboard. Have they done enough to even jump up to the top 10? No, they have not. Actually, I was preparing myself, and I was like, oh my gosh, they're up on the high ground. It's looking good for them. Like, they're on 33 points going into this game. But no, still not enough there. But good to see that they're taking control of some of the end game at the very least. Talk about NAC representation, though, man. I mean, Buka and Braids. Who called these guys? There it is. Okay. Buka and Braids getting some love directly around us right there. You actually talked to Clicks. Yep. You called it out. Buka's going to be winning.
Shout out to Clicks. He has something. He knows something. I think a lot of the people would have said Peterbottom Pollo are going to be the teams to look out for, right? So, you know, I want to talk about Izzy and Nosif as well. What a performance from our French guys here on land. The vibes, honestly, are ecstatic. When those guys managed to get the win, it was like nothing else at all. Now, of course, you played on the biggest stages, right? Like the World Cup. You played on these massive stages. You're used to this sort of environment. If you're sort of further down on the leaderboard now, how do you approach this sort of latter half of the competition?
I've always been a super big fan of just sticking to what you know, because kind of like changing anything up would be detrimental, right? You know exactly what you have prepared for, so you got to go ahead and stick to it.
You really do. I mean, I'm ready for the next game. Are you guys around me ready for the next game? Are we ready, guys? Let's go to it.
Look, we are all ready to see what is going to take place. This is essentially the halfway point for Group A's competition. And right now, Jacob, we are starting to see just the tiniest gaps really starting to improve, particularly within that top 3 threshold. So right now, places 4 through 7, those are going to be the ones that are ultimately up for grabs. But these teams, they're kind of dependent on early departures from duos that are already within the safety net of qualing through to finals. But how do you shut them down? Do you risk it and go for an early fight off spawn and try to disorient your competition? Or do you just stick to your original strategy, see if you can come out strong, just playing with what you know?
I mean, I've always been one, if I'm going to win or lose a game, it's going to be something I did or didn't do. And already, Shark gets elimination on the one and immediately gets shut down after. What I was kind of preferencing there is I would like the teams to play aggressive. If you're not necessarily inside of that bubble, figure out a way to get points. Because playing for just placement so far hasn't necessarily worked. Just Chino finally goes down.
Chino had, he thought he was maybe dealing with one. Not the double pairing there from Ari and Cammy. That's a tough break. But Shark, Teeny, they're also on the move. Alex, unfortunately, going to be taken out. He'll be forced into the viciousness of the reboot cycle. And not only that, but Shark just stealing away all of the loot that's nearby. Alex and Reckless are going to have to get the job done somewhere else, but for Shark and Teeny, Vico, Malabuka, these are 2 teams that I think we can pretty confidently say have stamped their position inside of that top 7 threshold, and obviously they're going to keep trying to keep the ball rolling, but also, the world's kind of their oyster.
Yeah, and I feel like the only way for these 2 teams that you're talking about to fall out of that top 7 is literally for them to just not care anymore and maybe not even really kind of put it to the test like they have been. So Shark, Teeny, they've just been one of them teams you look at, just gotta be so impressed as we continue to look around, seeing where some of these teams are at. Cringe Voca started this game in 14th place. They have 81 points. You can see they have an elimination, so they themselves are starting to close the gap. But as of now, the halfway point or so, it's about 124 points. So even Pablo and Chino are barely safe, and I don't know how long it's going to remain so, especially since Shark gets his revenge.
And the worst part about Shark and Teeny and these types of competition, Jacob, that all of EU is all too familiar with, once they feel like they don't have any kind of pressure, that there's no stakes involved, they just start going all out with the aggressiveness. And so expect to see a lot more of Shark and Teeny just rolling through the map, and I almost feel bad for anybody that they might come across, because they are just going to be dishing out whatever kinds of fights that they can cluster up. It just doesn't matter. These guys are just playing with all the freedom in the world.
That was kind of one thing I was really scared at. And they're one of the teams that could potentially take it off. You look over towards the side, Shark does it yet again, taking down Goofy. And this is where Fortnite in general is such an important game for the overall ecosystem for EWC, more particularly the club championship. If you look on your side, you got Team Falcons in first place, you're defending club champions, and then AGAL in second. You also have teams from Team Vitality in this can pick up some points, so it's still anybody's tournament in terms of the club championship.
Look, Shark is actually disgusting right now. Granted, that was some awesome cutoffs by Teeny, just really preventing Sudan and Goofy any sort of room to breathe. But Jacob, Shark is very obviously feeling the confidence right now, and just the way that he is carrying himself. He wants every single elimination point he can find. He is not happy right now with seeing Rico Malabuka overthrown.
Through 4 games, Shark and Teeny have 14 eliminations total. In this game, Shark has 6 eliminations by himself. Taco, I think you said it best. This is just a whole nother team when they have nothing to lose. And it's going to be even more so that scenario because of this game alone. 24 points off straight eliminations, 18 points off straight eliminations here from Shark by himself. Again, that gap that we're talking about is only increasing.
This guy's not even farming. He's getting all of his material just off of body loot. I feel bad because players are basically just gathering up all of the resources Shark and Teeny would need and depositing them at their feet. But the way that Shark and Teeny are just so casually strolling through this lobby right now, definitely looking forward to checking back in and seeing whether or not that elimination count just continues to rack up. But for Z-Dog and Goofy, they probably just wish that they could find any sort of a silver lining here. Shark and Teeny, though, just refuse to let go. They are knocking these guys down, chasing them to the corners of the map every single time. And also for Pico and Malabuka, they're probably watching this elimination feed lighting up right now and understanding the fact that Shark and Teeny, they're trying to put the ball back into their court. They want that first place position.
Yeah, and I will say the lucky thing, though, for Vico, Malabuka, and everybody else, Shark and Teeny are lighting up the leaderboard, building that gap. But it only matters in terms of top 7 for today, or just not getting down into the top 3 as NA on NA action. Central versus West, Retro and Phoenix. They won one of the EWC qualifiers on NA West. Shadow and Virgo, they qualified with a top 4 finish, and it's going to be Shadow and Virgo, interesting enough, that do disengage away. And rightfully so, because like I talk about moments, and right now in this moment, Phoenix and Retro are the best NA team in terms of the leaderboard.
That was also a really crucial instance there for Phoenix and Retro, because they didn't just get steamrolled by Shadow and Virgo. Despite the fact that Shadow and Virgo were trying to apply some steady pressure there, Phoenix and Retro holding their own, they are proving exactly why they are currently in contention for that top 7 positioning. And they're looking to keep going all the way here, Jacob. Sure, they might have a lot of steps to take before they can really break into that top 2 position, but top 3, that's just around the corner.
For Peter Bot and Pollo, 40 points, give or take, their way from the top 7 bubble. So even though we have this game here and 5 more to close out the day, plenty of time for them to close the gap. The Sphinx just gets tagged up on his way toward the outside of Elite Armory. Luckily for him, Muzz is there, not only to fire back shots, but alleviate some of the pressure.
scoping through, gathering information, and even with the zone kind of pulling forward, they do have access to the launch pad, so it's interesting the way they're playing it towards the left side of Shark and Teeny. Teeny's finally going to go down, but Shark is still up, and honestly, he has been the difference maker in terms of aggression, in terms of picking up the eliminations. Even with Teeny going down, he's still moving forward.
A little bit painful, though, for Shark, just knowing that he has to wait for Teeny to fully reboot. Not trying to completely toss this fifth lobby out the window just yet. Smart to disengage here. It's a rare sight, but even these two understand that it's just not worth trying to force certain engagements when things have just already worked against you. Heads up moment, though, from Rue and Moda, because Shark Teeny, the bigger issue is that since they didn't give chase to Shark, and for good reason, they're trying to just play out their own game. They don't want to take any unnecessary risk, because even if they get the elimination, they still might have to spend some time recovering, and that just brings up a whole new slew of problems here, as now Vico Malabuca spotted out Pablo and Chino, but Pablo and Chino don't really seem that interested in the fight.
Yeah, this is seemingly like the stage in the game where you don't want to go down. Yes, you will get rebooted for the fifth zone. You're not going to have much loot to go after. You're not going to have a lot of time to loot up. And even though you do got to get one of those pseudo loadouts, depending on which stage of the game you actually reboot in, it's relatively nothing. And then the fact you add on that you're so far away from your teammate, you obviously have to hope for a miracle. And I think that's why you're seeing a kind of disengage after disengage from some of the teams that you know love to take some of these fights. It's just not necessarily worth the risk, at least at this stage in the tournament.
Pablo and Gina, though, probably pretty happy every single time they've been seeing Goofy and Z-Dog light up in that elimination feed, because that's their most immediate competition in terms of leaderboard standing. So knowing that the team directly behind them in positioning is just constantly suffering for being chased across the map, it gives them a lot more of operating space, because they can just take their time. They don't have to necessarily force any types of engagements. They can just look to see things through. Slow and steady can win things out.
We've seen a bit of exotics in this one as well. We saw the Fury Assault Rifle in Shark's hand. That gives you a little bit of a low grab effect. We saw the Sentinel Pump, I believe, in Gray's hand, which kind of ices your opponent on shot as well. So definitely have some tricks underneath your sleeves. Not sure how to really utilize that, but I know they're definitely going to figure it out. Kind of see where a lot of the teams are positioned at. Again, gameplay with reboots turning off in the next zone will tend to slow down. It's just not necessarily worth the risk. And I think that's why you see not only so many teams inside of the zone, outside of the zone, and also using those launch pads with the vids to just dodge a lot of what's going on underneath.
Izzy and Nosif, though, already tasted victory in the earlier lobby here today, but obviously the real prize is ensuring that they are inside of that top 7. They know that they've still got their work cut out for them. Job's not finished, so no time to celebrate too heavily just yet. It's a nice confidence boost, but they were brought back to reality for a moment in that last lobby, and just steadily reminded of the fact that at any given moment, you could be next.
That's the thing about Reload. Kind of just get tossed and turned, flipped upside down, shock waves, crash pads, launch pads. Anything can kind of change the trajectory of the game as they get an elimination on the spot. Ari's actually going to get the credit for the points. Izzy and Nosif are going to steal away the loot. Rocket coming from up above. Lucky for him, though, he does have all the siphon mats down below, so he's easily able to kind of rebuild his situation. That's Chino and Pablo that he needs to watch out for, but it's also Peterbot and Pollo that have just made their way in.
Things can definitely get a little bit dicey here, though.
C'est très bien.
Too much unfriendly company just nearby is Shark, Teeny, Khaled, completely on his last bearings, just trying to see if he can fall back, get through him. Shark, he's trying to help with the supportive measures, but Shark being just relentless with the pressure, just constantly bearing down, refusing to let Khaled even have the slightest operating space to actually get a little bit of fields going. I'm sorry, you're going to have to take up that offensive front, but how do you hold a wall while simultaneously letting your duo heal? Khaled does barely manage to get some shield up and running, but Shark is still just forcing so many problems for these guys.
And they realize reboots are finally turning off. You see them not necessarily concede, but taking a little bit of a slower approach, see where the zone goes, so they can quickly react to it. Phoenix and Retro trying to do the same thing, along with Muzz and Sphinx towards the outside. And most of the teams on this edge towards the east are going to get a max pull. But with Flowberry Fizz, Shockwaves for Vico, Malabuka, should take up no time at all. It's about assessing the situation of when and where to try to make that play possible.
That's a lot of Fizz, though, for Vico. 5-5-5, 2 to boot. You can see part of what got them in this spot in the first place, and it was just clearing out Mofu and Tomad, leaving their area to be rather uncontested, and, well, doesn't look like anybody nearby is going to be able to prevent them, but they're going to look to start cutting through where the rest of the lobby is at. And sure enough, Vico, Malabuka, just setting up the Fizz play. They'll take their sweet time, though. The rest of the lobby not really going to have a chance just yet to even look their way. They've got clear airspace.
So, have a little bit of struggles here. Shark, Teeny, both of them getting scratched up just a little bit. Dropped into the box. Shark's run of 7 eliminations has come to an end. Now leaves Teeny by himself. Does have a med kit, does have a slap splash, but that's going to keep him relatively low. Still one shot away from going down, but at least he's keeping him and Shark in it to collect a couple more placement points or elimination points for that matter.
We've seen Teeny make it happen before, but this might be too tall of an ask given how many healthy teams there really are. We are just directly over water right now. Material is running so thin for a lot of these players, and anytime you're forced to drop the low ground, it can just make for such awkward fights if you are stuck inside of the water. Now for Teeny, he's just wishing that he could find any sort of body loot left over. Zone is going to pull a bit more in his favor, but only 28 builds remaining. He's going to have a tough time actually breaking his way through this team duos. Pablo and Chino actually done a great job so far at claiming height.
Yeah, they just got to be able to step off that shoreline and go up the side of that mountain. The beach day is over, but lurking up on the side is Peterbot and Pollo. The competition that they usually fighting up towards the top no longer to be there, but great damage coming out for the likes of both of them. Spillberry Fizz, Shockwaves as well. I thought I even saw Muzz and Sphinx enter into the atmosphere, so no more free opportunities on high ground. I think people got the memo after games 1 and games 2 with nobody looking up, and now starting to put a little bit more focus in that direction.
But if everyone's got the same intentions, who's actually going to be the one left to remain and take it over? Muzz, Sphinx are just so far up in the skies. Peterbot, Pollo now going to join the fray. Ari also alongside Gammy and Reckless 2 to boot. We have so many teams just gliding overhead, but the biggest advantage is given to Peterbot and Pollo right now. They're at that max render distance.
Multiple teams up towards the sky. Gotta be sure you don't forget about a Teeny.
Oh merde, je me suis spoil, je sais qu'il va gagner.
That was a good shot, but not good enough. He's able to take down Teeny, and they have stopped the momentum, or at least slowed it down as of now, right before the half. This is the last time for today. We're going to see a lead stronghold before we go on over to Slurp Rush. You gotta really make these moments count. It's a whole different map, whole different contestation as Retro gets dropped off here outside of the top 15, outside of placement points.
Vico, Malabuka just doing a great job at arching overhead of ultimate low. By making it rather difficult for teams to actually get any sort of leeway over that frontside position, but Peterbot Pollo, very similar intentions. They'll even take a moment to pause and heal. Nosip has been eliminated though, and now Vico, Malabuka just continuing to claim space, but it's Muzz and Sphinx who are actually leading the charge here in the ultimate low ground. Is he doing what he can to try and hold his own walls, but Muzz and Sphinx, they're just refusing to give it up, and now Chino, Pablo, they might actually be the ones to make a resurgence back onto the high ground. They know that Pete and Pollo have started to get a little bit comfortable up top, but nothing is ever safe.
Yeah, but you can see Pete and Pollo just watching all around, making sure nobody can lurk up for free.
nobody could shockwave and try to close the distance without being noticed. Chino, Pablo, they get noticed from up above. Peterbot and Poyo, they were the ones who took away their high ground, and they're the ones that are being persistent to try to get them out of this lobby. Down below, Braids out, Reckless gone. Chino has finally been dropped by Peterbot. Pablo tries to backtrack to get the Siphon match, but he gets cut short as well.
There's still just so many solos left kicking underneath, but Shadow, Virgo actually playing from the backside of the zone. Now gonna start to make their entry point, but Pete's already scattered them out. That's a huge chunk out of Shadow's HP. They're gonna be so weak encountering a lot of those teams underneath where Pete and Poyo are currently at, and Pete still just trying to line up the shots. It's probably a couple of moments, and Vico gonna be shut down. Malabuka, Vico, they wanted to go for light. Malabuka's still gonna try and get the chop, but the damage has already been done. Pete got exactly what he wanted.
That was just a huge shot from Pete to stop them from trying to take the high ground. Even though they got chopped, they're still holding on to their momentum. Looking down, Nalu's the next in their line of sight, and so many others. They're waiting to see where the zone forces him out, and this could be their opportunity to strike, but he's able to continue moving down below, but he ran into Muzz. That one gets cut short, and it's just forcing player after player into interaction down below, and Romero's going to be the one that reaps a little bit of reward, taking down Boko and getting the loot.
2 solos, 1 other duo, and Romero hoping that it's going to be Pete Poyo who do something about his team overhead, but Peterbot jumping, an agent of chaos, just causing so much disruption underneath. Poyo right next to him, Muzz still managing to hold strong somehow, but it's all about Peterbot and Poyo and what kind of damage can be done. Romero barely gonna make it into the zone. Oh, and he takes out Virgo with him, but now Muzz on the other end of things, trying to see if he can break through. Romero's had the chance to get some Siphon, but Pete Poyo immediately collapsed, and that'll be the end of it. Another second place position potentially on the line here, but it's all about whether or not Pete and Poyo can just find him at the end of it.
Yeah, I think when they're going over the top of the mountain, you just don't have enough heals. It's the exotic Slapberry Fizz, and it's already empty. A slow start to the day. They build their momentum, and they win before the half. It's Pete and Poyo.
Oh, let's be so honest right now, though, Jacob. They were always guaranteed at least the one. It would be just... I would be speechless if we didn't see these guys get at least one victory royale. But you gotta feel a bit for Lewa and Romero. Twice now, they've been so close to finding themselves in that victory royale position, but still an excellent effort for them to get these second place finishes, because that's still going to net them a lot of placement.
Yeah, and we already got to talk about too, because we're talking about halfway point. 10 games here today. We just played 5 games on Elite Stronghold. So no matter what the leaderboard says, the next 5 we're going over to Slurp Rush, different drops, different teams around each other, different ways to play the end game. So congratulations again, Pete and Poyo winning that game. I don't know what the leaderboard says, but I have to imagine they're at least going to be on page 1 after this.
It's also a bit dangerous to think about Pete and Poyo picking now to really start taking things up a notch, because Slurp Rush is arguably one of their best Reload Series maps to play things through. I mean, we saw just how dominant they were on NAC, and so with that in mind, for Pete and Poyo, if they can just continue replicating a lot of these high ground takes and holds, and the way that they were able to also just completely shut down Vico and Malabuka, that was the dagger of that lobby.
Tu vas faire une pause.
So as they rise up, we saw Shark and Teeny go down relatively early. We knew at one point Luga and Braves were rising up on the leaderboard. We know that Chino and Pablo were almost inside of the top 7, and these are all teams I'm mentioning because they have relatively very good games. And so if we have all the teams that need good games to have good games, to, you know, what does that really do to the leaderboard? So that's going to be the interesting thing. With that victory royale for Peterbot and Poyo, how high do they rise?
Hey, the proof's in the pudding. One good game could be all it takes to immediately send you into a position where you are immediately within that contention point for top 7 threshold, and still always knowing that as long as you avoid that bottom 3 in today's competition, you can have a second chance in the running for finals. But obviously, everybody's just trying to confirm their position on the finals battle bus here today from Group A.
Yeah, and I think, you know, I wouldn't call it like a warning shot by any means, but I think this needs to be a huge warning to everybody playing in this tournament. The teams still here closing out this group. The teams tomorrow playing in a whole new group. It's Shark and Teeny. they have been on another level. Kind of slow to start, typical to what we've seen online, but what Shark did in the past 2 games, and let alone by himself 7 eliminations, almost looked like he was just going to dominate in that last game, but maybe sometimes the confidence was a little bit too good for him, but Shark and Tini have been absolutely insane today.
But it's also been a very similar circumstance from Vico and Malabuka, and hey, at the end of the day, Jacob, we've got so many wonderful players actually participating in today's competition, so let's just hear what they've got to say.
That's right, Nosith and Izzy joining us here from Team Orchid. The hometown heroes, let's call you. Indeed. Nosith, let's start with you. A kind of slow-ish start to the day for the first 2 maps, and then your 3rd map, dropping 13 eliminations, absolutely popping off and shooting up that leaderboard. When you managed to secure that victory royale, did that ease off some of the pressure going into the rest of today?
Vous avez eu un départ un petit peu lent, mais la 3e game, vous avez pop-off de fou, vous avez réussi à faire 13 éliminations, à prendre une victoire. Est-ce que ça vous a débloqué, ça a enlevé de la pression? Est-ce que c'est un moment important pour vous aujourd'hui?
Ouais, franchement, ça nous a bien relancé dans la partie, dans le tournoi. On a fait une très grosse game, donc un top 1 très skill et franchement, on peut en refaire un deuxième, donc confiant pour la suite.
So we want to do a second one, but of course it was the game who launched us on the tournament right now. We need these confidence moments, and so we were really happy to have the victoire royale and to have 13 eliminations, but you will see, we're gonna do another one.
Oh, I like that. We've got some work to do, of course. We've got plenty of maps on the way. Izzy, let's talk to you, buddy. How are you feeling, obviously, off the back of that victory, doing that in front of a home crowd as well? How does it feel to perform like this in front of the French audience?
Qu'est-ce que ça te fait ressentir forcément de jouer à Paris, de réussir à faire ce top 1 devant le public français qui vous a clairement, fortement encouragé et tout simplement qui ont applaudi à la fin de cette game?
Bah, franchement, ça fait plaisir. Et vous êtes les boss, hein?
I mean, it felt amazing, and they are just the boss.
They are the best, aren't they? Nosith, before I let you guys go, have you got a message for any of the fans out there? All of the French fans that are here to support you?
Qu'est-ce que tu veux dire à tous les fans français qui te suivent, que ce soit en stream ou qui te regardent ici dans la salle?
Franchement, merci d'être là, merci de nous soutenir comme vous le faites, et franchement, vous êtes incroyables, les gars, merci.
And really, thank you very much for being there. Thank you very much to cheer for us as you do now, and we're gonna do our best.
I love it. Ladies and gentlemen, here it is one more time for Team Orchid. Back to you guys.
Back to Boston. We had a moment here. We had to welcome, of course, none other Vico, Malibu, the stage, couch, whatever you want to call this here. Guys, it's a couch, right? Yes. How are you guys feeling? Obviously, we had a big victory royale from you. We got the classic Vico pop-off. Vico, how does it feel, man?
After getting 20 different grants, it feels great to actually be able to do something again for my IGL here. You know, not disappoint him. I don't know if y'all saw that clean 200. I don't know who that was in the last 2v2, but I was kind of moving there, I'd say, you know?
Ah ouais, match
what was it like for you, Melly, where you're just like, all right, yeah, Vico just do kind of crazy stuff. I mean, if you're the IGL, you're kind of the big brain, we know that, but...
Le bretzel. Le bretzel. Oh, 2h30 de live juste pour 5 parties. What the fuck?
T'as dit quoi?
2h30 de live pour 5 parties.
Ah ouais, frère.
Donc chaque partie ça dure 30 minutes, frère. Donc le live va durer quasi 5 heures. À moins que j'arrête à... Enfin je sais pas, non. Flemme en vrai. Je veux qu'il dure 5 heures. T'es fatigué? Non. Quoique un petit peu quand même. Mais chill en vrai. Je vais très beaucoup bien. Non vas-y au final, vas-y je vais vous laisser vraiment tout. Je vais rester à AFK. Hein. Des fois je ferai le commentateur et des fois non. Je traduis des fois même. Mais pas tout le temps. Je fais le commentateur T'es buton, on va dire.
But, you know, been guiding a lot, you know.
What do you think, Melly?
To be honest, nothing really changed. It's just reload. It's just reload when you're just in class.
Oh, like, come on. He doesn't ruin my whole face, bro.
There goes my calling you guys humble comment just right out the window. Love to see that. Obviously, with the level of competition you guys are feeling, you know, is there another duel you have eyes on that you're like, man, I'd love to take it to like one final 2v2 and get a VR over you guys?
Ooh, actually, you know, like Peter and Poyo, you know, or like Shark and Tini, you know, like the good teams, you know, like just the tier 1 teams, you know, would be nice to get a, like, especially Peter, you know. What?
They're decent.
Which one, Peter Poyo or Shark or Tini?
Both of them.
Okay.
Coming from him. Didn't say anything. Don't come for me again, Peter Ball fans, alright?
I'm saying this like for him as well.
No. Just to clarify, I didn't say any of this. Malibuka said that. Don't come for me, come for him.
He whispered it to me in the ear right before the interview.
Yeah, I think that was when I walked him and said hello. I think that's exactly what he said. Exactly. Yeah.
No, guys, you're setting me up for failure again on Twitter.
I don't know what you're talking about, Vico.
Oh my God.
Obviously, being in front of this amazing crowd and kind of hearing them roar, can you guys maybe give us like a taste of what that feels like? Obviously, we're on one side. You guys are professional players playing in front of the crowd. When they're roaring, and you have to go back and watch, your hand's like actually shaking when they like cut to you. What are you feeling in that moment, man?
My hand was shaking?
Your hand was shaking.
Damn, I didn't even realize that. I guess I'm just too good. No, I mean, you know, it's fun. It's just like, I enjoy it, you know, it's just a feeling of like being on the LAN, you know, you get to see all the fans, like, you know, like online, like you can say like, oh yeah, I have 500,000 followers on like this platform, you know, but like seeing it IRL, how many people actually show up to support you is so much more different. It gives you like, it pushes you forward, you know? I don't know if you saw Spider-Man, like that one like animation of him like being pushed up like by all the ghosts that's like, or like, you know, like that. It just gives you more faith, you know, in yourself. So I don't know, it's just a great feeling, honestly. It makes me want to do way better than I always do, you know? Oh God, I'm stuttering.
Dude, it's good. We're in the moment, you're feeling it good. What do you feel, Valley? It's like, is it the same for you? Do you feel something different?
I mean, you just tried it perfectly. It just like, it just helps you. It just, it's always nice to see all the pros, all the stuff, everyone, like on every LAN, on Fortnite LAN, so it's really good to be here.
Yeah. Now, obviously, this is Group A. Tomorrow we bring in Group B. Is there any duo, maybe tomorrow, you're hoping maybe doesn't make it through, or maybe you hope they make it through so you can fight them in the finals?
Honestly, I just want Sky and Scroll to make it through, you know? They're really good friends of mine, especially Scroll. You know, I talk to him a lot, especially after that 20 from Grands, we talked a lot. We got the same mental coach, always Poppy as well, you know? But
je vais essayer de jouer comme eux. Ah, du coup, c'est Springfield. Tac. Ça va mettre le sac à dos FN6. Tac. Ah, je suis Elite 1 en plus. T'as pas live parce que j'étais pas là? Non, c'est pas à cause de ça. J'étais vraiment fatigué, j'étais occupé aussi. En fait, c'est mes occupations que des fois qui me fait qui font que je dorme très tard. Du coup, je suis fatigué des fois. Allez, go. Allez hop. Il est là. Carré. Où il est? Ah oui, il est en sneak là. Fait pas. YouTube ça se fait. Ça. Attends. YouTube ça se fait ce qu'ils font, ils montrent que les lives notes et ils montrent pas les lives de gens heureux comme toi. Ah. Ouais c'est la vérité vraiment. Attends je vais marquer. Faut que je change un petit truc je crois. Tac. Je fais ça en pleine game Elite 1 frère, ça y est. Ouais.
Tu joues en classé?
Ouais.
En quoi?
Recharge. Passe en direct. Paramètres de la diffusion, modifier. Non. Et non. Jeux vidéo Fortnite. Voilà. Et là normalement ce sera tout bon. Peut-être qu'il y aura plus de monde. Vas-y moi je bouge parce que enfin si il est sneak je me bouge. Je vais rester là toute ma vie hein. Non je crois que c'est cassé. Ah. Je sais même pas si me veut. Oh là là. Lui il a pris vraiment cher hein. Aïe. Wesh, ah il a un shoot de fou là aussi. My bad. Je prends quoi? Ok. Je suis dans la merde. Aïe. Et après si je veux revenir, on peut revenir. C'est vraiment cheaté sans rejouer le coup. Jouer avec la pioche, le jeter au cœur. Bien sûr. Ouais.
J'ai une idée de défi ou de vidéo.
Vas-y.
Tu connais le jeu où la rareté de ton skin est égale à la rareté de ton jeu?
Ouais, j'avais déjà fait ça sur mon compte à un cas d'abonné.
Tu as déjà dit de faire?
Bah vas-y. Comment on regarde la rareté du skin, je sais pas moi.
On regarde pas en mode Maintenant on dit ce skin c'est je sais pas, une rareté et si tu tombes dessus, bah rareté.
Surtout ça. Ouais, carrément.
Et Nix.
Ouais.
Je peux te donner un défi.
Vas-y.
Tu dois faire un kill à la pioche.
Wesh. Cette partie là?
Ouais.
Wesh.
Et si tu n'y arrives pas, tu te suicides si c'est top 2.
Wesh. Tu veux toi en fait?
On veut un peu de skill sur ce jeu.
On veut un peu de quoi?
On veut un peu de skill sur le jeu.
Ah. Je vais la full, c'est bien aussi hein.
Ouais mais non c'est pas assez. Une petite pioche c'est bien aussi.
Non c'est pas bien.
Ouais si.
Vas-y après je vais tenter. Hein. Très bonne que je l'ai vu. Oh là 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 là. Fort hein. Là je vais me faire arracher dès le début c'est sûr. Ah voilà. Vas-y qu'ils viennent. Je vais pas me laisser tranquille. Attends, doucement. secondes. Il y a moins que je mette un laser, mais vas-y. Hop, 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 hop. Oh là là, elle remonte trop cette air, c'est dingue. Oh, j'avais plus de partie. Oh, ouais, de batterie. Vas-y, vas-y. Nickel ça. Voilà. Oh lui je vais pas le laisser lui. Wow. Ça abandonne comme ça. Ouh, ça m'huile ça.
On a toujours pas pu le kill à la pioche. Hein.
Non. Ok, vas-y, je me dirige tout de suite. Direct. Quelqu'un. Dans le bush. Comment je le touche pas là? Oh, il va casser les couilles. Allez, fais-toi tirer dessus, là. Là, j'étais bien, là.
Allez, Niers. Et le kill pour la pioche avant. Oh, putain. Il reste 2 joueurs encore. Oui. Ah, monsieur est mort de zone là.
Mais ça faisait du 6, ça faisait pas du 8 dégâts.
Bah, t'avais la Surge peut-être.
c'est chiant.
T'as même pas vu combien de pourcents ça a pris?
Non, les flemmes. Je vais voir là ça a combien de temps, si ça recommence une partie ou pas.
Ah, t'es passé Elite 2, je crois.
Ah ouais?
T'es passé Elite 2, hein?
Non.
I'm going to differentiate though a bit, and I'm going to go strong mentality. You know, I like myself like a mentality monster. I need someone who just no matter what you put in front of them.
And listen, you have to be able to bounce back, right? Especially in a game like Fortnite. You're not going to do well every single game. You need to be able to recover from that.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough when you get taken down or spawn and you're sat on the stage for 30 minutes just watching.
Thank you.
That affects people, you know. You need to be able to just go right back in, lock back into the zone.
All right, Steph, what about you?
Yeah, you gotta go pee, then you have to just wait for everybody else to finish off the game. Yeah, that's the worst. This is why I'm not a pro player. What were you saying?
I was saying, what about you? If we're gonna do it, you need to jump in here too. Give us your perfect Fortnite player.
Oh wait, Levin, you only picked one, right? What were the other three?
I picked the same as Taco. I'm going
same. Okay.
Aim, awareness, but then strong mentality.
Oh, hold on. Samaj, bring it back real quick if we can. I want to see those again. Because aim, I definitely need the aim. Hear me out. My aim is so bad. It's not even funny. So I'm gonna go with aim. Yeah. I'm gonna go with clutch because of what Taco was saying too. I feel like those two so far are good. And let me think about the other two really quick. Strong mentality as well. And you gotta rock with Bills.
I guess I just assumed a base level of aiming in every player. Maybe I shouldn't have done that, you know?
I feel like at the highest level, like almost all the players in this lobby, they have like a certain standard of mechanics, right? So like a lot of the mechanical stuff is like, you know, you're gonna get that from whoever. I think the elite aimers though, the people who just reliably in the big moments, that's why I think aim paired with strong mentality, because you could be a sick aimer, then you get to the end game, you start wobbling a little bit, you think, oh, okay, game 10, I'm a bit nervous. Like, no, like, you have strong mentality, you have perfect aim, you're good.
But see, that's where I lean towards the comms direction, though, because you can have a strong mentality, but ultimately, if you're not able to convey anything towards your duo in these kinds of competitions, I think it just adds unnecessary complications. And even there's times where if you are eliminated, you can still have really solid comms. We even saw an instance in those 5 matches with Malabuka giving very solid comms to Biko, and he's coming up in the clutch to win out in a game.
You started a debate, Seven. This is your fault. This is now going to be a very long, ongoing debate.
I'm all for it. For everybody watching, please build your perfect Fortnite pro player and share it on social media. Make sure you use that hashtag EWC and hashtag EWC26. And also let us know your predictions. Go into the EWC Play app and put in your pick'ems, because my pick'ems, boy, at the start they were not that good, but then they started bouncing back. I'm not going to say which two it was, but I think you're going to get an idea of which one I'm talking about. Lemon, Taco, Glitter Explosion, the 7WG. Hopefully you guys have enjoyed this segment, but let's see what Barney's currently up to.
Okie dokie. Lucy. Yeah, tell me, Barney.
Dude, we've been here for like 7 weeks now.
Yeah, 7 weeks now. 7 semaines, ça fait beaucoup, hein?
I feel like I haven't interacted with the French audience nearly enough, so I need you to teach me some stuff.
Oh, okay. Il veut que je lui apprenne des trucs en français. Okay, we're gonna go slowly and easy, okay?
Nice.
So basically, you know one. It's like, fais du bruit.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Are you ready? We're gonna try it together. So,
okay.
3, 2, 1. Fais du bruit! That works. Je veux voir que sur les côtés ça a pas crié. Je vous retire, les gars. Je vous retire. Okay. The second one. You want another one?
Okay, yeah, let's do it.
Okay. So this one is a little bit tougher, but you're gonna nail it. So it's gonna be something like, est-ce que vous êtes chaud?
Show, I know that word.
Yeah, like it's been I warm up, you know? Okay?
Okay, cool.
You ready? 3, 2, 1. Est-ce que vous êtes chaud? That's one. Okay. Yeah, I know.
Okay, give me another one. One more before we go.
Alors, une dernière idée. Okay, one more. Oh, yeah. So you're gonna say, j'ai plus de balles.
Okay, what does that mean?
Oh, it's you will see, okay? J'ai plus de balles.
Okay, cool.
Okay. 3, 2, 1. J'ai plus de balles!
What did I just say?
Casters, back to you.
What did I just say?
It's okay. Casters, back to you.
It's cool, was that?
It's cool, bro.
All right.
right, enough of that, Barnaby. Don't need you angering up the crowd here. It's your boys, Monster D-Face and Mini Miner. We get to call the action we've been watching from the back, but finally, it's our time.
Oh, it's good. I'm feeling good. I'm ready for this. We've got a brand new map here for the last 5 games. We've got Slurp Rush, completely different way the map's being played. Of course, the guys right there were speaking about mentality. So many of our teams, their mentality is going to be tested right now, Monster. Longer break than usual, an opportunity to think back at those games, and then a completely fresh slate, a completely new map, new drop spot, new mechanics on how the map works as well. So many things to keep in mind here.
Yeah, one thing to think about is that extended time off, right? It got a good moment to kind of really sit down, analyze the situation, and then see where are they in the tournament? What do they now have to do as far as adjustments are concerned to prepare for the battle that's ahead?
Well, they need to do a lot. You know, they need to try and think about what's going well, what's going wrong, how can we adjust? And then, of course, everything that you've just learned from those first 5 games. We're now can almost throw all that out the window, bar a lot of those sort of mentality things, because things are going to be so different, particularly when you're thinking about a different map. You're also thinking about different drop spots, different contestations, different third parties around as well. So there's going to be lots of different situations that we find our duos in here, because maybe they're fighting a different team than they were used to in these first 5 games. So many different questions to be answered here. And what's really incredible to sort of witness here is that we've already had first 5 games, we've already had this sort of LAN environment. Now things are going to be completely different.
Yeah, there was nerves to begin with. Those are surely out the window at this point. Yeah. They've had enough time to kind of get the jitters out the way. Now we get to get into the action here, switching up the map, getting right into what comes next here, Mini Miner. It's game number 6.
There's some big old spawn fights as well. The big one at Dirty Doc, Shark and Teeny, Sphinx, Muzz, Izzy there as well in the distance. Plenty of teams that are surrounding this sort of area, and already Muzz is finding his first knock. Chino's here as well, and he takes down Muzz. That's the first elimination for them certified here as well. So many teams in and around this area here, Monster.
It's something interesting. It's like you can't even shake a Muzz not catching a break here. You're coming into this game in 6th place, and then you don't get that first elimination. That's a slow way to kind of start things off, but Chino and Pablo are fighting like they have something to win here, and I like what I'm watching. Let's see him do it. Chino gets the shot. Sphinx puts up a good defense, but not quite enough.
Side kick there, really nice actually. Chino, one of the most aggressive players that we can see on EU, but getting pushed by another one. Shark got the high ground, looking for that shot, finds the knock, of course, as well as the full elimination. Big moments here for Shark and Teeny. We've seen them have a little bit of a wobble here. They've lost that top spot. Vico Malabuka slowly starting to come back into the competition. So Shark and Teeny really have a lot to answer for here.
If you really think about it, and this is a worst case scenario for them, dropping a game out of the first Elite Stronghold map, coming into this one, Dirty Dots triple contested, it kind of does put a question on whether or not Shark and Teeny can maintain the momentum. They sort of had an easy first half if you think about it. This next half might be pretty tough.
It's going to be interesting. You get to see the map, how everything goes down. I think Shark and Teeny really there can be really happy with how they sort of played that Dirty Docs. They were the team that were healthy, they're the team that are alive. A lot of the other duos in that sort of area were wounded, they were down to one individual, so definitely something to keep an eye out for, as well as we take a look at Peterbot. All the way over at Slurpy Swamp. These guys looking like they were going to take this for themselves, but plenty of people nearby. What a shot from Peterbot.
What a shot indeed from downrange there. You love to see it. Now we got a little bit of flirt action here from Ari and Fort Khaled. See what they're going to do. Playing a little aggressive now. Look at the little side angle here. Sneaky Stacks does seem to have some pretty high contestation right now. All in all, though, pacing seems to be going pretty well. Here's a team, though, they have to really step it up now.
Yeah, they do, yeah. It's lots of answers needed for this duo. Currently sitting right at the bottom end of the leaderboard, so this fresh map change might play into their favor. A fresh slate, clean, new start for these final 5 games, because for some of the teams that are further down, the teams that are popping off right now, why can't they do that in this latter half of competition? That's what they'll be asking themselves. If they can do it, why can't we? And it's a lot of those sort of smaller region teams that do need to have a little bit of a comeback here. Pablo Wingu, we saw Chino fighting off spawn a lot over at Dirty Docs, and Pablo's trying to get an angle here onto Izzy and Nosif, the fan favorites here in Paris.
Pablo looking for an angle, trying to find one on the backside, not able to actually find one as Gino's providing pressure from other areas. Nice piece of control from Pablo. Good shot, another one. We'll find the first knock onto Nosif, and Pablo's there as well.
They are playing very, very well right now. The consistency really picking up here for Pablo and Gino. 3 eliminations now and on the hunt. We might, I was going to say, we might be seeing our first team fully eliminated, but no, things settle down now. Gino and Pablo just really turning things around right now. Take a look at Romero, though. Just look at them go right here, really taking flight. Meanwhile, Cringe and Voco in a tough position. You have Izzy kind of inside here in the distance. He's debating whether or not he wants to fight. Meanwhile, Pump Epic Whale, again, they have a really difficult time ahead of them. If you get eliminated here now, you're going to be so far behind, and you can get sent fully out of this entire tournament bracket. You cannot be at the bottom 3.
Yeah, it'd be a disastrous start to the second half of competition for them. They really need to have a good one here in order just to, even just for the mentality side of things as well, you know, ensuring that you can bounce back after a tricky start. So much expectation, of course, particularly for Epic Whale. Had so much experience, sort of speaking about that previously on the desk. You know, lots of expectation, but also that calmness about his demeanor, I guess you could say, when he plays on these sort of lands. He's been there, he's done that. He should be confident, he should be calm. So excited to see what those guys do as well.
Oh, Zone's on top of Z-Dog. And of course, Goofy here, they're just kind of vibing out right now. Shark and Teeny back on the hunt here. They're listening and watching the action right now, but Bray's the first to get caught off. Another team puts their opinion on the matter here. And now this is going to be a really filthy fight right now. You have Booga and Braid, you have Goofy kind of off in the distance, possibly thinking they want a third party this one, but Booga and Braid have their work cut out for them.
Classic Teeny lurk right there, something that he's definitely used to doing over on EU, and now doing it here on the global stage. Booga and Braid were bruised, but not fully knocked, so I think it looks as though Shark and Teeny will sort of try and dip on out there. You can see another team sort of rotating on through as well, going to give Booga and his teammate Braid the opportunity to disengage. Oh no, though, Teeny down to Muzz here.
This is very personal for Muzz and Sphinx. You know, they took the battle from Dirty Dots. They weren't happy how that went down, and now turning on the gas pedal here. One thing I've noticed from Shark so far today, he is not afraid to fight with Teeny down. He will put up a strong defense. Now they just kind of have to hold this one down. You know, this is one of the worst times to fall. Zone 4, right? We're about to go into that point in the time where things are going to cut down. And look at this. Half of it's in the water here, so it really is going to get pretty bad for them.
So little space to work with. If there's anyone that you want as a solo clutch situation, it's Shark. He's almost like the extra overshield in the game. He has overshield here on Reload. Shark is like overshield plus. He's just that fighting demon that not only can eliminate players, but also hold them off inside of these fights as well. And that's what makes this team just so good, because it's so hard to take them down. Even when one of them is down, like we just saw there, they're so good at getting back together and keeping their momentum going. In terms of momentum, Vico Malabuca, they're a team that's on fire right now. They're surging up the leaderboard, expecting big things from them. And Peter Bottom Poyo, they're starting to come alive here.
Yeah, here they are doing very well right now. 4 eliminations. This is the fastest start that we've seen of the entire tournament so far for Peter Bottom Poyo. So already off to a really strong start. Pablo and Chino, though, back to them. We just got to keep tabs on what's happening here. Meanwhile, Peterbot just continuing to put in work with that pistol.
Over peak though, took a lot of damage right there, so had to go back inside. And that's the benefit of this Slurp Rush map. You can actually feel a lot in the storm. There's a lot of those sort of slurp barrels. There's so much of it. So that's why I'm seeing so many of our teams right now inside of that storm. Some teams really fast, almost up towards Steamy Stack, some of our teams. So really happy to stay inside of that storm. And just saw Shark there. Shark now out. So Teeny on his own. Another test here for this duo early on. We spoke about how this team had a little bit of a wobble going into the second half. They need to bounce back here as well.
Yeah, I mean, what can you do when you're triple contested now? Booga and Braid also saw them dip back into the storm. They seem to be very much interested in getting into a piece of this action. Little do they know, there is a team rotating on the outskirts here. Can they actually find them?
Maybe the question here is Booga and Braid just sort of scrap looting. It's actually just a singular player outside of them, so they might not want anything to do with it. They want to get caught too much inside of that storm, and that's what I'm talking about. Look at all these players inside of the storm. It's possible in this map, particularly when you're rotating through Slurpy Swamp. There's so much of those heals there, of course, as well. What is it, like 2 or 3 teams inside of the zone right here, Monster? Everyone's playing outside, and it's honestly the meta in this particular map. And for Peter Bottom Poyo, They've started strongly here. Peterbot's been hitting shots. They seem like they're the sort of team that just gain that momentum. We've seen it before. We've seen them have slow starts. But when they get going, it's like a runaway train.
From in the zone to in the bubble, Peterbot came into this game in 7th place. He's now sitting in 5th on overall placement points. So he is slowly working his way up. Meanwhile, Shark and Teeny fighting their way out the pit that they were being thrown into here. Teeny and Shark get a little bit of material from that fight. Raids and Buga might have stood around for a little too long. Can Teeny get the full finish? That would have been devastating for Braids there.
Yeah, another situation where Teeny's trying to lurk. They're trying to find that knock, and they don't find it initially right there. So really difficult situation. That's how Shark went down. You can see right there. Raids was the one doing the lurk right there. Teeny, of course, doing a fantastic job as well. That's his role when Shark does go down, and they're just capable individually, which is what makes these guys so good.
It's a good story for them right now. They're just kind of fighting their way back. What looked like was going to be a very rough situation. Now they're possibly looking to set up the farm onto Rue here inside the zone. Already though, Crash Pads ready to get some work here. Burst Rifle, of course, allowing him to have that pressure and accuracy, but either way, this is a pretty tough place to fight. Very close quarters engagement happening here. The zone will start to add up, but first they need to secure these E-limbs and that gets moving. Let's see it. Teeny finally starting to break loose here, gets a couple extra bandages, and you can just see the wear and tear on the loadout here. It's not looking too great for them, but hey, they're still in the running.
That's the thing. These guys can turn their game around on a dime. Any situation they find themselves in, you have to back them. And you can see this is how they were taking first place spot with all those eliminations. Look at that though. 2nd place right now, fighting another top dog in the lobby. Peterbot and Pollo against Vico and Malabuka. LAN winners against LAN winners right now. Two teams that are no stranger to the top end of the leaderboard going head to head. This is what LAN competition's about. For now, it's peaceful, it's calm, but things could boil over in an instant.
That's a fight that I think we all know is worth paying for. Vico and Malabuka just gotta back off, ease up here now. And you know, we naturally expected the zone to finally stay in on some land because the water has taken so much real estate. This is gonna be the most congested game of the evening. And go figure, it's a little bit of chaos here from after that 30-minute bit of downtime here. But take a look at what Malabuka's next big play is. It's likely to find an elimination. They need a refresher. And just from what I'm seeing in the loadout in general, it's telling us that Malabuka has already gone down this game, and it's a pretty scrappy one at the moment.
Yeah, it can be, but again, another team that's more than capable. Looking at the way the zone's pulling here as well, back up towards that north. So as I was saying, lots of those teams sort of honing in on that Slurpy Swamp area. Going to make that usual dead side of zone going to be a little bit more congested than usual. So teams that are playing inside of Slurpy Swamp, you can see them just starting to rotate their way in right now. Lots of fights are going to start going down in this area. Go Vico, go. That's Vico's mum right there in the bottom left of the screen. He's always here supporting Vico, and what a performance from them so far. It's going to start to get congested on that sort of west side of zone.
Yeah, this is going to be a really tough spot to kind of put yourself in. You see a lot of teams trying to put themselves sort of towards that river in case they end up in a difficult spot where you need to kind of get some cheeky extra HP. For now, though, the clock is ticking. The new zone will reveal itself, and then it is game time because the Storm will officially not allow players to refresh their way back into this lobby here. Taking a look at the overall bigger picture, Rue and Moda fall, so that Storm fight really started to weigh on them. Meanwhile, Peterbot and Pollo really looking to put up the positioning here. The first early high ground, Epic Whale gets knocked. That is the worst spot to be in. Nosif loses duo as well. This is so rough.
This is really rough. The French fans right now, they're on the edge of their seats. Nosif has got the entire country on his back in this particular game, having to solo clutch right now. And this is what I was talking about. Lots of these teams that are rotating from Slurpy Swamp are going to get in all sorts of trouble. And look who's there playing spoiler for them, playing guards in the front of the castle. It's Peterbot, it's Pollo, it's Peterbot with a mammoth. He doesn't miss. Can he hit another? Not quite in that situation, but they're dangerous. They're on fire. They're on form. And they have the momentum right now. They're looking to win this game here,
Monster. Done a really good job keeping that Mammoth pistol pressure down. Eliminated right there in the BBC. Virgo and Shadow, unfortunately, falling to the hands of actually Peterbot finally gets in. Then Reckless and Alex under some severe pressure here as they try to make that rotate, but it just goes completely completely sour for them. Meanwhile, Virgo still is in the game, but Shadow no longer allowed to be reloaded back in.
Yeah, a few solos in this game right now. Lots of clutches needed. Look at this, though. Shark now down to a solo as well. Another situation where he has to solo
This is
clutch. Look at this. Yeah, it's not great at all. Teeny dropping him some mats right now. Plenty of builds for him to work with. This is the situation. This is the player that you want in a solo clutch situation. He pulls zone here as well and finds that extra body inside of the storm. This could be enough. If these medkits can hold here, Monster, he might be able to just stay inside of the storm and just play it out from there.
That might be his qualifying, defining moment of the evening. They're pulling the zone when the storm is looking like it's working against you there. Everything all of a sudden now is in his favor. Meanwhile, just looking at how Peterbot is playing here, they are firing up, and this is why you can't count them out. My gosh.
It's just a highlight reel. He's making his own highlight reel. Every single time we go back to a replay, you know it's going to be an absolute banger. And that's what Peterbot does. Another huge couple of connections there with the Mammoth Pistol. Unfortunately for them, they're not going to be able to find those refreshes. So all that early investment, they will have to look for another one as another team looks to try and play up in the sky as well. Peterbot and Poyo do have to keep their eyes on that as everyone down below has to try and traverse their way through all of this water. The team that's in the sky is Muzz and Sphinx. They're looking on down at the rest of the lobby, trying to skip a lot of these moving zones to hold on to a lot of their materials. But meanwhile on the low ground, Bugha, not a bad performance so far, still need more, looking for an opportunity to make their way into the zone. Lots of pressure though from another angle. They can't get cracked here or else they'll be focused, but they're holding on for now, and Peterbot's in the air as well.
This is smart from them. You see them continue to set up this Flowberry Fizz with the mega launchpad plays here just to continue to buy their way towards those placement points. That's the learning that they took out of those first several games. For them, it's a story of being nearly knocked out all the way now to fighting for the qual spot. Bugha and Braid just continue to surprise us though. Another end game in store for them. A top 15 though. No big placement points being earned yet. And Shark somehow is still fighting his way into this run here, into this end game.
This is what he does, but he's being cracked in the process right now. Health going down, looking towards that front side of zone and needing to take a moment to breathe, a moment to heal. Only down to the wood now as well for Shark. Meanwhile, Bugha on the other side of things needs a bit of a refresh of his own with Braid looking for that right now. Goofy and Z-Dog to try and hold them as well, but they're safe and sound in another tarp right now, trying to find their way towards that front side. All they need is one big refresh here, Monster, just to get their game reignited, to reignite the Lion within.
Yeah, you know, getting reignited is one thing, but earning points the whole other one. They are doing just that as they stay alive a little bit longer. And you know, what I thought was going to be the downfall of Malabuka and Vico, they have somehow managed to claw their way back into the tournament. Meanwhile, Shark really holding on. That Storm Sickness seems to have turned on, though, as he is taking a ton of damage. He's down to 1 HP. What can he do? Malabuka, Vico behind that wall, barely with any mats, and finally he gets hunted down. It was, of course, to the hands of Malabuka as they turn around, but look at this. You got Vico and Mally. They have a chance to really start building a strong lead. They drop down, eliminate Braids, but back onto Peterbot, who's got the high ground.
Peterbot on the high, looking to try and find another couple of those big shots with the Mammoth, but looking a little bit low on the materials right now, so trying to find their way towards that front side as well. Vico, Malabuka hip to hip like we've seen them in the past. They're so good in these endgame situations, squeezing out all of those placements. Still a decent amount of builds to work with as well.
That was crazy. He drops in the med kit, the Flowberry Fist, to just make sure he's supporting himself there. Peterbot, meanwhile, loses Poyo, though. Poyo gets greedy, trying to get the refresher, and then you have teams that are nearly fully knocked out of the event, just holding on, trying to make a story come back for them there. Somehow, though, Peterbot gets the pickup. What in the world? What kind of story is unfolding here?
But he can't chop out high. They've got second. Poyo is the one with the spray weapon, which they do. Peterbot is trying to chop out high. It's Malabuka retaining it. Vico's all the way down there, though. He's going to have to survive for now as a solo, but Malabuka providing that pressure fire. Pablo Wingu as well, all the way down on low ground. Malabuka getting contested for high. Peterbot on Poyo. They're not going down easy. Poyo takes down Vico. Peterbot finds the finish, and they retain their spot here on high.
I don't know how they managed to win that one, but they are still in this tournament. You cannot count them out. They have to fight their way back for that high ground, and we might be seeing a Peterbot and Poyo win again here, and then they find Muzz with a nasty flick there. Well played. Sphinx is all that's left standing. There's not much you can do when you're going against Peterbot and Pollo. We love you, but it's not going to be enough. Peterbot, Pollo secure another one, and finally now, he cracks that cheeky smile. They know they're back.
They know they're back. They were never gone. They were always within. They were always feeling it. And it just takes a little bit, a couple of games maybe to get themselves settled. So much pressure, Monster, on their shoulders. I mean, it's one of those situations where you can just see them coming alive in real time.
And the duality right now, Sphinx, ooh, you can just see and sense the emotion there on the other side. Pollo eases up, loosens up his shoulder. He's happy. The fans are feeling good. The emotions are starting to turn around here.
I mean, even though they've done it all right, when you have a start like that they did really low down, what were they, like 19th after a couple of games?
Yeah.
It's got to put that pressure on you, no matter who you are, no matter what you've done, no matter where you've been. It's got to put that pressure on you. You could see a lot of that pressure just being released off of their shoulders right now. Not only have they won their back-to-back, they've also won across different maps. So potentially this is the sign of things to come here on Slurp Rush, because we did have questions. We were like, yeah, what a nice end to them there on Elite Stronghold. Are they going to be able to continue that momentum and maintain that mentality throughout here in Slurp Rush? We've got our answer so far.
And it's really nice to watch this happen all in person, of course.
Oh, yeah.
You know, it's not very often we get to really kind of dive deep into what would happen if you put the best players in a situation like this. But that map change, I think, really was the boon that they were looking for. Even now, look, Peterbot posing for the cameras there. Yeah, it must feel nice.
Yeah, you can see it from there. Pollo, as you take a look at some of the highlights there from that end game. You can never really count them out here.
When you start thinking about how this all plays out here, I mean, from their perspective, there's always chaos involved.
Peterbot et Pollo, ils étaient 17e. Ils étaient 17e il y a 2 games. Maintenant, ils sont 2e de la queue. C'est quoi cette remontada? C'est une remontada de salopard.
Ah ouais, 255 points.
Well, Mini, what could we have expected? Nothing less, right? Just kind of riding their way through.
Well, you know what? That's what the best teams do. You could sort of maybe, you think you're going to listen into some crazy comms here. You know, they've just won the game. They're going to be hyped. They're going to be sort of loud. They're going to be in each other's ear. But a lot of the best teams here within Fortnite, they're the teams that are calm. They're the teams that understand sort of communication importance, sort of thinking about what's actually relevant in each moment and keeping their communication clear and calm, so vital. And it's something we don't get to see too much in Fortnite, particularly when it's online. You don't get to hear from the players like we do when we're on land. So it's an element, it's a skill gap. It's something that these guys have mastered. They're maintaining their calmness, but also they're prioritizing what they say in each individual moment. And that's what makes them so great.
You know, looking at the bigger picture, this is just the group stage A, right? We're only in day 1. Yeah. We haven't even got to what that final lobby is going to look like, but we're getting a small sample of how difficult it could be.
Yeah, it's going to be really exciting to see how things develop right here. But before we get to that, we'll be right back.
Le gars qui a gagné 0 game encore. C'est chaud quand même.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Every move.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons! They have crushed the curse!
Hearts have been broken here at EWC, and also a lot of money has been made. And that's exactly what Falcons is currently looking to do. Just make it to the finals and lift that trophy and also get all that money. This is something you were actually scared of, Vivid. You were talking about the momentum that this player is going to have, and right now with the back-to-back win.
And that's why you can't count out Peterbot and Pollo. You never can. It doesn't matter how far down the leaderboard they are at any point in the competition, because they can have what we like to phrase Peterbot and Pollo-esque games. That being said, though, I do want to go ahead and mention it, right?
Levin, we kind of talked about it. They only needed a couple of games to actually make something like this happen. They have absolutely flown up the leaderboard, and I don't think we're surprised.
It's Pierbo and Poyo. What are you going to say? I mean, they have dominated in Reload all year long. We said, I think at least, they're a better Slurp Rush team. I think we saw in that game exactly why Slurp Rush plays into their hands. A lot of the meta in Reload has been about sort of playing the storm and trying to skip zones. I don't really think that's their bag. But in games like that one, they sit at Slurpy Swamp, they keep pulling zones, and they can just farm the rest of the lobby. They go into that end game just more stacked than anybody else in the best positions, and they just
I mean, speaking of that best position is early height, and every single time I see it, I doubt it. I go, there's no way they're going to be able to hold height all the way from zone 7, zone 8, and then they do it. They do it in such a good job, splitting, making sure that Poyo's watching the front, Peterbot watches the back to make sure that no one's able to steal from them, and they just are able to control high ground for that entire time. Look at Poyo, even getting chopped, he is still making sure that he is spraying on players. Honestly, Seven, when you said that we were scared of the momentum of Peterbot and Poyo, I was actually more scared at the start, like something was wrong in the universe, and now things feel like they're falling into place.
The scariest bit, even beyond that, on top of everything we've already said to pick these guys up, they both entered that mode, they both enter where they're not missing shots. Like, they are hitting all the important shots. And, like, how do you take height off these guys when they just hit every mammoth shot?
They were catfishing. That's exactly what they were doing in those first games. Yeah. They were playing bait and switch for us. And we're like, let's see what they got to say. Let's see what they're going to be coming back with. But one team that you've actually been keeping an eye on that has been bouncing back is Muzz and Finks, because my goodness, this squad has bounced back, especially in the last 2 games.
And it's really interesting to see because they're not playing together in the FNCS, so there was a little bit of question marks on how would their synergy be in the competition. But man, they're finally showing up, had a good start, and then a few little rough middle games, but finally picking things up. I mean, I'm a Muzz fangirl. I'm just going to be biased no matter what. And I mean, for all of NA and OCE and NA East, all the regions that he's represented, he's like the champion for all of us.
Listen, for anybody that frequents the FNCS over on NAC, you guys know anytime that Muzz is on the screen, Zeke himself has an absolute freak out. We call it the Zeke freak. Kelly has, you know, kind of brought that here to the stage for us here today, talking about anytime she sees Muzz up there on the big screen, she's getting very, very excited. But yeah, Kelly, I love the fact you kind of bring up where they're currently at on the leaderboard. Currently sitting in 4th place. I mean, again, we like to have that conversation, Levin, about sometimes some of these teams, they just sneak up into the top of the leaderboard, and it's super impressive.
Yeah, I mean, earlier in the day, we're here talking about where the NA team. We got to switch to the second page of the leaderboard to spot out any NA, and they have quickly risen up. You know, all it takes is 6-7 games, and you start to see what these guys up there.
Listen, for me, though, I got to look to Booga and Braids right now. This is a duo that everyone was so excited for. They got the last spot out of NAC. It was so hype when he won. You could hear the hype coming out of Booga. And to see them, they actually were doing better in the previous game. So they dropped down just a little bit. But even then, to see them in the top 10, just so close, Vivid, to make it into that 7th spot, that's what I love to see for Booga and Braids.
This is where the competition starts to get a little bit scary, though, because I remember talking to Seven about how we just had a 7-point difference between positions 5 and 9 on the leaderboard. Take a look at how big of a gap we now have established. I mean, heck, we can just simply talk about the gap between 9th and 7th place. Remember, Seven, all of these teams need to get into the top 7, but if that gap continues to grow, your chances of even clutching up in some of these big games starts to fade away.
And what's scary too is not just Peterborough and Poyo, it's all those teams towards the top, as Aurora, as Big as well. They're just being so consistent. They're going to be continuing to take points away from those squads that are wanting to push up to the top 7. And not just that, when we end up flipping the page and we end up seeing those teams towards the bottom, the points are just not going to be available for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a good look. Look, the one thing I will say, unfortunately, the second page is starting to connect with a lot of the smaller region teams. But Lewa Romero still going solid in that top 7 for the Brazilian region. Look, I was looking at a lot of data before the competition, sort of like grouping teams together based off of some of the numbers from, you know, the different reload finals. All of the numbers were just pointing to these guys being respected as an elite level team, where I think naturally a lot of people watching might not have predicted them, so they are delivering to that level. Hopefully some of the players on this page can at least show us something in these next couple games.
Well, yeah, there's 2 conversations that we need to be having. We're looking for the top 7, but we also need to be looking for the top 17. Those, and it's pretty close in the bottom 5 right now. Any one of those can easily just have a top 5 game, top 10 game, and jump themselves up from that spot.
I was looking at Shark and Teeny actually from Aurora, because they did Phoenix, they started off insanely hot, right? To the point that some of us were saying, okay, just wrap it up. I think they're going to be taking it. But they have decided to slow down a little bit here, Vivid. And it's not something that we're going to be panicking about because of what we saw out of them in those first 3 matches, or maybe just taking some games off.
Yeah, I mean, they actually could have went further down the leaderboard. I mean, they did drop down to 3rd right now, so they're still doing fine. But it was actually just simply on the back foot of a shark clutch. Like, Teeny went down. It looked like they weren't going to be able to get any surmountable amount of points out of that game at all. But Shark doing Shark things, went ahead and solo clutched their way up there to make sure that they do withstand a spot towards the top of the leaderboard. But if we're talking about the top of the leaderboard, guys, how have we completely avoided the team that we should be talking about? Vico and Malabuka sitting in 1st place right now.
I'll be honest, I'm in shock. I think these guys, what they have shown us this year is when they get on stages like this, when they can feel the crowd, when they can be with each other and have that chemistry in person and get to experience a journey of a tournament like this, they just activate to a new level. Let's be real, in the FNCS Major too, it was stinking a little bit from them too, right? You would have never expected this type of performance if you were basing it just on what they've been doing since the summit.
When you speak on that energy, I think back to when we were running rehearsals for the player walkouts, and we could see that there was a lot of players that just weren't really that interested in having these kind of conversations. But then as soon as it's Vico and Malabuka, they don't care. They're so excited. They're energetic. A lot of people, you can tell that they're stressed when they're here. They're only thinking about the game. But Vico and Malabuka, to me, this just kind of seems like a Wednesday for them.
Talking about that stress, actually, from some players, and we got a chance to see them shine early on, and I'm going to be talking about Phoenix in retro. It is their first land, right? After that win, they just keep dropping off on that leaderboard. Is that pressure starting to get to them?
I mean, it must be, right? Because we do like to go ahead and talk about experience. I mean, yeah, the experience needs to be here for these types of environments, usually just to strictly perform in any regard. So getting the win was good for them, but the consistency, right? Maybe the pressure is starting to build a little bit after getting that win. It was like, wait a minute, we can actually do this. And then they start to feel the nerves, they start to feel the pressure from that. And maybe they look at the leader and are like, whoa, how did we get down to 11?
Listen, when phoenixes burn the brightest, that is when they pass away. And from their ashes, they rise up to the top. I think if there is any moment we can see a player make a comeback, how could it not be a player named Phoenix?
You might just keep spitting, man. That was so...
bien sûr, je suis zen. C'est quoi ces couleurs? Tu peux pas changer la couleur?
Rise from the ashes. That rise has to start to begin. And it's not going to be easy because I think you look around the rest of the competition and it is truly fierce. We're seeing big pop-up games from a bunch of different people. But finding that consistency, it's not a straightforward story.
And for some of these squads, I mean, we're going to be heading into Game 7 here of Group A, Fortnite Reload Championship at EWC 26. They need to step up. They need to make sure they rise up from the ashes. Let's see who's going to be rising up in this next game.
Here we go, match number 6. First match on Cyprus did not disappoint whatsoever here, Monster. Two main storylines here. Storyline about qualification, about glory, getting inside of that top 7, but also about survival now as we get towards the next stage.
One thing you don't want to do is, one, get yourself sent to Friday, but worse yet, end up in the bottom 3 and get completely crushed out of the tournament. One thing I'm noticing when I'm looking at the standings here is that it's really a lot closer than you think. 16 points is the win, 210 is the cutoff. You drop the ball one time, someone will literally take second place.
Yeah, absolutely. And all it can take is one game just to reignite that momentum for some of these teams down further below. Epic well unsat. Right now, it's really now is the time because you don't want to leave it too much later. You don't want to let it drag out. You need to do it now.
Yep, here we go though. Chino and Pablo Vingu had a strong start in game 6, but 7 not going quite their way. Muzz opting to leave the dirty dust. In fact, other teams didn't even go there. This is what happens. Teams will take that initial hot drop and go straight for the fight.
The most important thing is staying alive, right? If you can just have these fights, try and claim this top spot, even if one of your teammates or your teammate goes down, you can still stay alive, you can still regroup later on. Shark taking a lot of damage here from Romero up on top. Looks as though he has an angle on him, which he does fine. Nice crack of the shield here from Shark. Muzz finding one onto Malabuka as well. So many of our top teams right now battling it out here at Stilt Town. Shark though down. Liwa takes it outright there. There's an opportunity for them to try and build some momentum as well. Romero looking for some angles as well. It's all up to Teeny and Romero now as Solus.
Yeah, Romero's gonna be really careful. Muzz is on the hunt, and his teammate was down for quite some time, but Muzz now has a little bit of that counter pressure coming in from Retro. So it's just going back and forth here. Everyone's exchanging. Muzz is gonna be the one that definitely comes out ahead. He secures 3 quick Iliums, starts dancing. He's like, hey, Retro, send me to my teammate. I'm going home, brother.
He's fine. He's fine with that. Yeah, it's absolutely fine. Getting those points, getting an early start, hit the emote. We like to see here, isn't it? We've got the RPG in hand as well for Retro. Looking to rise from the ashes, to quote Kelly right here. This is an important game. Sitting just outside, I think, of that top 7, 11th place overall right now. So, yes, they probably could do it in 2 games. Maybe they could do it in 1 game. Just have to make it count. Now, to get to see how those fights are going down here. Osborne Muzz, one of the finest fighters in the lobby, doing just that against Malabuka. The Australian teams whipping the shots, and Moda can find the first or second elimination of the game so far. This is a big moment for these guys as well.
Yeah, it surely is. You know, they finally get a little chance to start earning some points here. Give them that confidence. Like Pump versus Goofy. Finally, Pump putting some points on the board there. You know, we really have seen a very underwhelming performance from Pump and Epic Whale. This is a tough spot to be in, and it just makes you think, is the pressure sitting on Pump's shoulders? You saw the interview and the content with Epic Whale there. We know surely he's got nothing to prove, but is it Pump maybe that needs to just step up a little bit?
And it can be hard, can't it? If you're playing with someone that has so much experience, is so calm and speaks about your team, and then you might be thinking, actually, I'm a little bit nervous. I am a little bit feeling the pressure a little bit. So maybe that could be the case for them right now. Sneaky peeky though for Chino and Pablo, looking to find an opportunity. We get to see that in the bottom left of your screen. We get to see standard stuff for him. And Chino from left, looking to find that moment. Phoenix completely unawares, you have to imagine. Now he is. Pablo looking for a big shot, not quite able to crack his shield. Gets inside the box, hits a big shot. Phoenix there does go down. Of course, it's only Phoenix in this area, and Pablo and Chino, very, very solid load out there. Exotics in hand. Vico Malabuka just next door. Pablo and Chino are a team that we expect big things from them. They do deliver on the big stage, but I feel like we can expect more. They're that good.
I think the competition is just that close, to be honest. You know, they're really in that mix. They're in the competition race here at the moment, but Vico's going to take some punishing damage. Malabuka just on the run here. These are the point leaders at the moment. That's the worst case scenario for both of your individual players to be in different important fights right now. This is how you get sent back to the lobby here and hope no points. Meanwhile, Virgo popping it off though. They take down Malabuka and Vico simultaneously, and they're now out.
Top team down and out. The door is open. It seems like Poyo Piece of It seems like Shark Team need to start rising up to the occasion right now. The team that have been looking so consistent, quite reminiscent actually of their Summit win. The way they've been playing so far today, they're now out.
That's how quickly the story can change. Now, any team inside the top 7 realistically has a chance to snipe the first base seat and really give us a show here for the first group.
Door is wide open. On over to the rest
Moi, par contre, j'ai 200 ping tellement que t'as buzzé, bugué la map.
That isn't Pablo and Chino. We've seen these guys trying to sneak around, getting a little bit of that damage. As I mentioned, they've got that exotic as well. Really good for close range shots. The outlaw there, so it's going to be interesting to see how Pablo can do that. Both of these guys, really good solo clutches, and I think we saw that in the last game. Shark doing a really good job at that, just to keep them afloat at the top end of the leaderboard, even though Teeny did go down early. When you have players like Shark, you have players like Teeny, Pablo, Chino, these individual talents on your team can really help carry you through the tournament, because even if one of you goes down, the hope is not gone.
Yeah, it definitely makes a difference, you know, especially when you're really not safe at all just yet. People have really good stories. You see a team that can be at the bottom in just a couple of games. Everything turns around. Meanwhile, speaking of the witch smoke, who's going to be taken out pretty quickly there by Peterbot and Poyo now. Just cleaning up house here at the Slurpee Swamp.
Ouais, tu peux aussi juste faire un tout droit, ça se passe logiquement comme t'as vu.
A little bit of pressure on Braids and Booga. Fights breaking out now for Shadow and Virgo. Chino and Pablo Wingu end up fully eliminating that team, it looks like.
Tu joues mal ton dégagement, c'est pour ça qu'à chaque fois je l'ai
Nice
dans
position here as well for Pablo and Chino. They can sort of scrap loot a lot of this area. See PhD and Edson inside of the area too, so we've got to be careful that they don't clash heads before they make their way into the zone right now. And big expectations here as well, of course. Brazilian team. We've seen good performances, Brazilian teams. We've seen good performances from PhD particularly when it comes to land. So I was really intrigued to see what they could do. They are just outside that top 7, a decent ways down, but what they can do is they can have these big games, they can have these big moments, these big individual fights that can completely turn the game around. And we've seen that throughout lots of land events. Brazilian teams aggressive, looking for fights at different areas, but also smart at the same time.
Yeah, they've had good vibes all day. During the down moments, he sits back, reclines that chair, puts his feet up, and really is just soaking in the moment. It's a wonderful thing to watch. Back on Overdose, you are very serious. Shark and Teeny, 252 points right now, playing the outer zone. They're looking to kind of patch up their mistakes from the previous round, but they do have to be careful. You have Alex there, like I said. This is the scariest part of the game to be in. You're far in the zone.
C'est gros, 10-0, allez, on va
pretty much split up and things will start going right at that point.
You can go back into the storm, you can heal your way up, you can scrap loot a lot of that as well. Tomat goes down inside of that storm. So, it's going to be an interesting opportunity right now from Ofu to try and find a clutch. They're quite happy to find that elimination. Couple of points right there as we get to see the overall rankings, how things are shaping up. Remember, Vico Malabuca are top dogs right now, down and out, completely eliminated from this game. So all those teams down below, like you mentioned, Monster, they're definitely in reach.
Listen, my question to you is, what are these zones? These are tough zones right now, as they are going to continue to steal away that real estate. So we're going to have another congested tournament here at the end of the Steam Stacks with those silos that can be in play.
Oh, they always make things interesting. It's almost a throwback to Chapter 1 Fortnite. Everyone's flying up in the sky. Nobody quite knows what's happening. I'm sure we have that in store for us for the remainder of this match. It really does come down to a lot of those different sort of mechanics that you don't necessarily see too often in Fortnite. How can you manage those situations where you don't usually find yourself in? Where do you land? Which teams do you fight? It's all going to come into play very shortly for Booga and Braids. Sat outside of that top 7 right now. Expectations, as always, so high on Booga's shoulder.
Notice a different playstyle from them as well. While other teams are looking to get extremely active, they're just hanging out in Zone 5, actually slowing things down and recognizing how close they are to the qualification spot, right? Kind of staying in the conversation. They recognize that, hey, for us, we don't have to do anything fancy. Let's get to end game.
Well, especially since Vico Malabuca are out. You know, that opens up a door for them. That opens up an opportunity. They're quite happy with their loot right now. They're quite happy with their positioning. So there's no reason to take that risk, and they are a good enough team to find those refreshes mid-game. Here we go though, Pablo and Chino, another not for them, gets the full elimination as well, all the way down towards Logjam, of course, as well. They find themselves there. So looking to make their way towards that north side zone, back towards the southwest, so we will have one of those stacks inside of the zone, potentially an opportunity for teams to rotate. Really like this positioning though from Shark and Teeny. Probably not as active as we've seen them in previous games at this particular time in the game. They're quite understanding, I suppose, of the fact that Vico Malabuca are down, the fact that they're now 3rd on the leaderboard. They need another one of those big games, and could that be now?
I think reality setting in like, wait a second, that big lead we had, it's kind of gone at this point, and no one is safe. Buzz's Sphinx also just having a really great story here starting to develop for them. 3 eliminations this game, all off the back of Muzz. Now they have the momentum coming in here to these final moving zones. Soon the storm's going to be looking to shut off, so you can see all the teams now starting to migrate on in. It's time to get to the safety.
Look at that. Yeah, look at that east side of the zone though, of course, as well. You get to see it in the minimap when we go to a POV that is inside of the zone, and Pablo, Wingu and Chino get another elim. But what's great left, of course, that zone does pull towards that south, so they're going to be able to get towards that dead side of zone with these eliminations, with this damage that they've got here as well. It is a 2-tick, and it will turn into a 5-tick eventually as well, so they do have to be careful. But what I'm saying, look at that. It's going to be really interesting to see where this next zone ends up pulling, because if it does pull towards that west side, it's going to be really difficult for so many of those teams. And even if it pulls towards the east, those 1 or 2 teams that are on the west, it's It's so difficult for them. It's not going to be easy at all.
Saw the little handoff there of the Shockwaves, only 2 for Izzy and Noken. So we'll just have to keep eyes on how they end up performing here in the end. It's going to be more and more closer. Shark and Teeny, as we continue to update with our teams that are in the race right now, are still looking good, but this is where the real story starts to begin. The zone's going to close, and all chaos is going to break loose.
I think probability-wise, it's more likely to police, of course. There's more land to play with. The zone's favour not pulling over water. There needs to be a certain percentage of it in, so I'd imagine it will pull back to the east, and I think a lot of these players will think the same too. And yeah, it's a sort of northeast zone, so straight on one of those stacks, though, it's going to be absolute chaos here at the end of this game, and it almost makes it quite difficult for a lot of these teams towards the south of this zone, particularly the teams towards the southeast. Pump and Epic well of one of them. Booga's ahead of everyone else, so he shouldn't have too much of an issue, but you've got to push through all of these teams in order to make your way in, and that's the situation some of these guys find themselves in.
Yeah, this fight's going to be pretty nasty as going to happen right now. Remember, those stacks are completely indestructible. We're going to start running out of real estate already and then start taking things to the air where teams are going to have to block you off. So this is going to get very, very congested here shortly. Peter Pollo starting to set up the alert, though. You have Shark and Team to the right-hand side, and it feels like we're in an end game. Yeah, just put quotations around that. There's no points yet. This is not where you want to go down.
It's definitely not, but remember, Peter Pollo, they've been setting up for high a lot earlier on than so many other teams in this lobby, so interested to see now how they play. Now the first place is up for grabs. Will they still take that risk? Will they still go for it? As Lewa and Romero find a knock right here onto Retro. They needed a big comeback, so that's going to taint their chances potentially here as Retro does get fully eliminated. Their Phoenix down as well, so Pablo and Chino deal the final blow to that team, and they've been on the roll here.
Yeah, 5 eliminations now, things adding up. Rocket launcher in hand, mind you. And then you saw that exotic shotgun as well. So much firepower in their hands. Just take a look here from Pablo's perspective. They fight a very weak Phoenix. And that's the full elimination. They were trying to hype them up, but that pressure's starting to kick in now. Meanwhile, can Shark and Teeny overtake first place? This kind of opportunity they've been gifted. They're going to be one of the first who want to cut through. Look at that. No interest in actually going for high ground. They don't want to be a part of that mess here. They see that the new storm is actually pushing far west. They are getting put to the test.
Lovely little dead side rotate there from them as well. They understand that they don't need to take that risk. They don't need to go up into the sky. And the team that are right now, Mshari and Sal, these guys are very happy to be up here, trying to maintain a lot of that position as well. Goofy Z-Dog also trying to do the same. Mshari looking towards that front side of that moving zone as well. Trying to take height early on here. Peter Pollo understand that maybe the time is not now. Pressure down from height as well. Pablo and Chino certainly for these mid-ground layers. Looking pretty healthy, looking like they're in a good situation to take this sort of front side mid-ground layer. They're a team that haven't really come alive yet. We haven't seen the best of them. It's brewing. There's something there.
Yeah, this is like a really good low now with a little layer change. Meanwhile, Shark and Teeny, the only team playing the ultimate low ground at this point. As the others come down, it's out of desperation, and that's going to be a great delivery here. From Edson to Shark. Very nice pickup. That's some gas. Meanwhile, Purebot and Pollo fighting for the layer here, taking full control. That's a refresh they love to have, but they do not need, and they will not sacrifice their positioning.
Yeah, they don't need to. Zone pulls back towards Stevie Stacks. They need to maintain that elevation. They can't go down for that refresh. Booga being in prime position this entire endgame, already using all of that experience. I wouldn't be surprised if he goes back into that building right now as well, tries to refarm, use a lot of that natural cover. You see Romero trying to do that right now, and it's the Middle East team all the way up on height, still maintaining it.
Khaled and Charlie, just no pressure. This has been the story of Group Stage 8. It's like whoever takes it has gotten a free ride. Meanwhile, Lua and Romero, though, what a story for them. This sleeper duo here, stepping up and continue to stay consistent. But again, there's so much more to be desired in this game. There's still 14 duos remaining, and we're nearing the final zones.
Shari. Aled looking just down on the rest of the lobby. There's always that danger though. There's another team coming up. It's Peter Bot, it's Pollo. Who else would it be? There goes one. There goes another. Peter Bot on high where they belong. They want to close out 3 in a row.
And then they upgrade as well. Now he's got that legendary 1 and you're done. Shotgun. 1 in inventory, 6 shockwaves as well. big on material counts here. Are we going to see a three-peat? Could this be a sample for the finals? Do remember that match point format. You'd have to break threshold, secure wins, and we're seeing early glimpses of that greatness.
Why would we ever doubt them? They're all the way up, the zone polls all the way back down. All these teams down below need to try and tumble on all the way through, but the team that's not doing that right now, as per usual, they ain't tumbling down, they're flying high. It's Peterbot, it's Poyo, as Izzy knows it, battling it out on low ground. Cammy and Ari finding it difficult as well. Only 16 builds to his name, has to try and struggle here. Liwa Romero looking quite solid inside of their builds as well. Nice tops on the way through as well, but do get sprayed on down. Muzz getting the same treatment as well. This is difficult for them, but it's the team on height that are running the show. Brace finding a knock onto Liwa, now having to solo clutch, but goes down.
Teams are falling faster, we can even track at this point. Only 7 kills remaining, make that 9. Shark and Teen are heating up, the low ground is theirs, and they are the kings of what's happening here. Pump in a desperation attempt there to grab a couple mats there for Shark, lets them loose. Teen, meanwhile, goes up as he starts to secure more positioning here. They're looking at making this a very interesting endgame. Now they look to the high ground, they see, wait a second, someone's the king of the top. Peterbot comes down, it's all up to Poyo.
First place is there, who wants it? Shark and Teeny looking the more likely right now. Poyo retains that high ground as well, retains that positioning, but Shark says no, we want that positioning, let's try and chop him out. Poyo using that overdrive grenade to avoid fall damage, but that's his last. So he's going to have to be so careful as to how he comes down right now. Shark and Teeny looking up, trying to find that position. They have high right now if they want it. Do they want the win? Of course they want the win, they want first.
Pump still alive, well played for him at top 5, but Poyo here by himself has to concede to giving up the high ground. He was forced on down, and now still holding on, but every interview here this weekend, Peterbot has said, I'm looking out for Shark and Teeny for good reason. Meanwhile, they are looking to turn this entire story around and secure this dub here.
Shark and Teeny against Chino. They take height, they're looking to take the game as well. They needed a comeback, they needed a resurgence, they needed to remind everyone who they are, and they do. Shark and Teeny.
Well played for them right there, just like that, and then they are stone cold. That face expression does not change, they just keep that aura about them.
Never in doubt. Never in doubt. They found their form again here on Slurp Rush. Playing that game like we saw at the beginning of the day, taking height really confidently. Poyo took it. You had to imagine that they were going to go ahead and win that game with how history's been going these last couple of games here, Monster, but the way that they played that there, Shark and Teeny, they didn't rush, they didn't try and take height too early, and I think it played in their favor right now.
For Shari and Khaled, who had that win in the flesh, the last thing you expect is to then get contested by Peterbot and Poyo. Keep in mind, for Khaled and Shari, that is the game that's going to get them out of that dangerous full crushing blow that would have kicked them out of the tournament completely. So for them, they get a lifeline. For Peterbot and Poyo, Shark and Teeny, they take advantage of Vico and Malabuka's downfall.
That was a big moment in this game. That sort of set the precedent for the rest of the top teams, and they delivered as well. Shark and Teeny, what a performance. They're a team that we know can take high. They're a team that they know how to play it, so let's see how they played it from their perspective.
160 wood.
Ah mais pourquoi je bute tout le temps que tu fais ça là?
C'est ça là.
Oh là là, free but encore, c'est quoi ce truc?
Not even a GG when it's over.
They didn't say anything.
Je crois du coup ils ont...
Do they know they won?
I don't think so.
They did not come up victory royale. Maybe they thought it was another team.
I think they're ready for the next game. I don't know what we're waiting for at this point.
Yeah.
What we're seeing from them is a level of focus that I don't think we see very often.
This is what they do. It's like, you know, if you're a bus driver, you pull up at the stop, you don't celebrate. This is what you do. It's your job. They're happy with it.
Yeah, most definitely. Well, with that, we're just going to have to ease down here and power down the brakes.
Bush.
Oh, c'est dangereux ce que tu fais.
Non. Oh, là, ça, je suis tout le temps mon con, oh, la France. Non, bah vas-y, je te encore, c'est nerveux. Eh, je te fais que des freeboots, c'est nerveux.
Classic. It always goes this way, doesn't it? We think NA is going to get a big W, and then EU decides, nope. Sharkatini, massive victory royale, hanging out with the best tacos here.
Non, il y a vraiment d'autres points.
Big W for, I guess you guys over on EU.
Obviously, I mean, Sharkatini, they saw Pete Pollo snag too. Anything you can do, we can do better. That's got to be the mentality, but it's been fun watching
Voilà, là c'est pas prévu ça.
Is there anyone you've been watching that you're like, man, I feel like this duo, we need to give them more props. We need to give them a moment in the sunlight.
1000% gotta be the Argentinians, Lewa and Romero. They have really been standing out, giving a ton of credit towards the international section. Because, I'll be honest, the community did not seem too high up on these guys, and yet they've been here all day today, delivering some high caliber gameplay.
Currently in the top 10, right? We just need to hit top 7 to make sure we make the placement. I feel like as long as they continue to do so with a handful of games left, right, it should be a lock?
You won't say as much, but everybody's obviously going to be trying to overdrive in these last few matches because nobody wants to find themselves in contention for the actual elimination day a couple days down the line. You'd rather just see it through, make it into that top 7, and obviously avoid that bottom 3.
Is there another duo that you feel like you want to talk about?
One duo? Muzz and Sphinx.
Of course, of course. You know, Vivid just called out not that long ago. You know, look, I love Muzz. All right, listen, he's a legend. I'm a big fan. I'm his #1 fan. And Sphinx is a legend too. Why would I not be excited to see them compete? Obviously, they are popping off big time, right? They are showing up here and on LAN. I think that's one of my favorite things about being on LAN is when players show up. And regardless of whatever performance they put up and other things, being on LAN and performing well under this pressure, under these lights, awesome.
Yeah, but it's like they've also been here how many times before. Both of them are very familiarized to that kind of pressure. And when you throw them into this type of LAN environment, honestly, I'm really hoping that we can get interviewed at some point today because that's the one thing that I feel like has really been missing. Sphinx on the comms. Let's be so for real, guys. That is probably one of like top tier for entertainment moments. Sphinx is always going to be one to have some fun on the mic.
He's always the first guy when you're like talking to him. You're like, hey, Sphinx, you know, we want you to do, I don't know, just like pointing the camera. It's like, dude, I'm going to shoot a bow and arrow at the camera. We're like, okay, man, all in. I'm so down. But obviously, we do have just a handful of games left. How are you feeling about the competition? You know, 3 keys will be crushed at the end of this. So how do you think the competition is going for some of these players with that pressure continuing to mount?
It hurts a lot to see, I think, especially when you're looking at the teams that have been kind of maintained towards that bottom 3 period, but at the same time, you never know when you might be able to jump out of it. Think about Epwell and Pump. In that last match specifically, we see Pump 4 eliminations, a crazy solo clutch to the end for those placement points too. That might have been just enough to help secure them outside of that bottom 3 bubble, but of course, you know, you can have a game plan. Sometimes you just got to throw it out the window, though, and that's kind of what I'm expecting to see in these last few matches.
I love to hear it. It's time for us to throw back over to the casters because the next game's ready.
Of course. Thank you there, Zeke. You know, I've started to look at the standings here, and the gap is widening here pretty widely, I will say. Sharkatini at 330, Peter Von Boyo 312, Nico Malabuka, again, frozen at 290 after that early elimination. But here's the thing. Then you jump down to what's remaining, right? The available spots, and Booga and Braves are on the heels of top 7.
That's where they want to be. That's where they've got to be. Realistically, they are just about outside of that top 7. All it takes is one game, as we've seen. All it takes is one game for our top teams to go down. Nico Malabuka, they're a team that you just expect unparalleled consistency from, and then when they go down right there, I saw Malabuka go down, you think, yeah, it's all right, they got Nico, but no, that was a full elimination. So be interesting to see how those guys develop. Of course, the bottom three is another storyline as well. You do not want to be eliminated from this entire event. At the very least, you want to be playing on Friday.
Those bottom three teams we talked about, they are creeping their way up, and now other teams are starting to present themselves to danger. Well, game number 7 is here. We're jumping right back into things. Shark and Teeny already back at it now with a quick elimination here. Again, once it flies over, take that quick drop, try to secure points. That's the mission.
That'll be the mission, yeah. These guys just continue to show how good they really are, show that they can win games, they take risks. Shark right now with the combat shotgun, takes down Phoenix. That's a nice shot early on right now. And this is the strategy, isn't it? You know, just fighting a lot, trying to find a lot of those early elims. When you got Shark on the team, you just let him run off, do the elimination, do all that job.
Just get in there, get your hands dirty, Shark. I'll sit back over here and I'll keep the house safe.
I'd love to play with Shark.
Wouldn't we all? We'll take a look at this. Shark, RPG to himself. That wasn't exactly the strategy, but you saw the writing on the wall. He just put the code down a little bit.
Shark, il va se faire farm.
Retro Phoenix, no.
Shark, il va se faire farm. Il va être tué en fait. Parce qu'à chaque fois qu'il se fait respawn, il se fait clean.
On the other side, in a crazy fight, must somehow ends up being on even losing end of that battle when he had full advantage.
Well, yeah, Pablo and Chino are getting a bit of momentum right now. Of course, they were in that final 2v2 already. It was a 2v1 against Shark and Teeny there at the end of that last game. So they're one of those sort of teams that you don't see loads of throughout tournaments. I feel like you kind of forget sometimes that Chino and Pablo are in the game, and then it's like, yeah, they remind themselves as to why they're here. They're two incredible players. Just don't always keep that consistency from them, especially when it comes down to FNCS majors. Here seems like very similar though, but what a performance needed here from Epic and Pump. They're lower down on the leaderboard. They're not quite out of the bottom 3 yet, but it is close.
Yeah, you know what? They've actually had a better back half of the tournament so far. They were much farther down as far as points were concerned, but now they're looking like they might actually fight their way into at least being safe for the survival round coming on Friday. Take a look at what Pump's doing here. Another elimination here. He's just farming Alex, actually hunting him down. Meanwhile, Peterbot finds Izzy and Nosip. I thought he was going to emo for a second. I was like, you really have time for that? I don't think so. But it's all good. Peterbot's heating up. He's at 3 elims.
That's what he does. Patrols this area. Very similar to when Peterbot and Boy were running the region, but look at this now. Vico takes down Epic Well. That's the first knock. Malabuka looking for Pump as well. This could be an absolute disaster here for Pump and Epic Well. Remember, these guys really need a solid last couple of games here in order to get themselves out of that bottom 3. Vico, Malabuka looking to reclaim that top spot as well. That's why they're so aggressive.
I felt live for a second. That was very spooky for Pump. He had Braze on his heels as well, thinking about whether or not he wanted to key him. But ultimately, he has a little bit of time to get back. Catch back up with Vico in his second first. Oh no. See what's happening here. Shark gets fully eliminated. It's Goofy, it's Z-Dog. They're actually finding their footing here. You know, they're not too far off. Teeny just forced to hide here at the Dirty Docks. Again, this is their drop, right? This is the spot they have claimed.
Yeah. That's what they're going to have known. They're going to have practiced. But of course, I suppose in Reload, it matters a lot less than in typical Battle Royale. Z-Dog looking to try and find another few shots on the Shark. Goofy trying to get involved as well. Remember, Shark only has a basic loadout at this stage of the game. It's going to be something, though, and he still don't want to fight him as Goofy gets straight inside the box, knocks him in the process as well. Shark will reboot. Teeny off in the distance. Goofy and Z-Dog are more than happy with these eliminations. That's their third of the game, and they're a team that are sort of in the middle of the pack. They're not a team that really are struggling in terms of how a lot of our teams on the lower half are doing, but of course, they've got to be pushing for that top 7.
Yeah, it's a different type of pressure, you know, when you are, you know, coming into match 8 and then you're at the absolute tail end of the standings. You know, it's the worst spot to be in.
Yeah.
And that's where Reckless and Alex are now kind of contending and fighting for. Meanwhile, Pump and Epic Whale are slowly marching their way up and out of that desperate situation. I'm seeing folks like Virgo and Shadow, though. This is like kind of on that line now. What's going on with them?
This is dangerous, isn't it? This is very dangerous. You can see 2 of our lower down teams fighting right now. It's Pump against Virgo. Virgo boxing him up. There's the shot as well. Virgo finding his first of the game, and of course that team's as well. It's all up to Epic Well right now. Remember, Epic Well's the one that went down earlier, so now they've had to get another situation. Look at Epic Well's HP. No, that's it. They're out of match 8 right now. They've only got 2 more to break out of that top bottom 3.
And listen, if you're Virgo and Shadow, you are absolutely happy about that because that's a team that you want to just stay down there as you are teetering on that line, right? So you're actually taking out the right team in this instance to at least be able to extend your tournament life.
It's almost like doubles the value of those eliminations, right? You know, it's super valuable for those guys. Chino looking to try and line up a mammoth pistol shot as well. We know how good his aim is. Not actually going to take the shot though, but we can see these guys often operating in the storm right here by Logjam. They're quite happy in this position. They made it far in that last game as well. I suppose the zone was favoring them, pulling up towards Steamy Stacks. Not a massive rotation for them, as Malibuka looking for a sneaky play here as well. We've seen them getting very active early on in this game. Remember, taking down Epic Well early on. Z-Dog and Goofy also getting very active in this game, taking down Sharp multiple times, which is some feat. Malibuka hits the shot, finding him inside of the box as well. Can he find the full knock onto Goofy, or onto Z-Dog? Goofy's further back. Back inside of their own box, back inside of their own home, cocooned in there, and Malibuka says, no, that's my wall, that's my shot, that's my knock. Vico coming from another angle as well. Z-Dog trying to find any which way to get out of here, but he's stuck. He's trying to scurry away, but Malibuka and Vico, they smell this elimination. They find this opportunity. They need as many as they can right now because they're the ones chasing first. Goofy and Z-Dog, they're a team that are also in that sort of position to maybe take that top 7 spot. Looks as though Z-Dog's just about done enough here to keep his teammate back into the game. Yeah, Malibuka's going to get the knock onto Z-Dog, but of course Goofy is still in it. That was good play from Z-Dog.
Tremendous job by Z-Dog, and then I'm just thinking to myself, Mally, what are you really an IGL? Like, what are we watching right now? As he was leading the charge there, but Z-Dog, chef's kiss, keeps himself alive for 10 seconds there while getting chased by 2 of the best players in the world.
And honestly, that's a skill gap within Reload itself, right? You know, of course, staying alive as long as possible in Battle Royale is important, but you don't get the reward of having your teammate back. In Reload, if you can keep yourself alive, which is definitely a skill gap, you can definitely go far in this mode. And I think that's why we're seeing them do really well. I think a lot of people would look at an OCE team and think, yeah, maybe not too much expectation on their shoulders, looking at a team like Alex and Reckless, who unfortunately are at the bottom of the leaderboard. You don't have high expectations of them typically, but they are exceeding those expectations.
We're doing so well. Well, PHN's got to exceed them as well for the Brazilian region if he wants to stay in this one, because Peterbot is on his tail. Nice 5th elimination now for Peterbot and Boyo. I think they've recognized top 7 for them is in the bag. They put the prize in the bag. They're minor. They got it.
This is the Peterbot and Boyo you don't want to be fighting. You never want to fight them, really, but when they've already got things secure, when they're playing with that level of confidence that we've seen from them, when they're patrolling the lobby, they're conditioning everyone else around them, they are honestly unstoppable.
I'm really looking forward to seeing how that Vatari is going to play out for them. You know, Elite Stronghold clearly is a weakness or a weak point in their tournament strategy, but man, they've got this map on lock.
That's the thing. I mean, it's neither situation, I suppose, is going to be easy for them. You have so many other great teams in the lobby, but the thing that they do really well, and the team like Shark and Team do really well, is they can convert those end games into wins, which is going to be really important come Saturday's finals, because you need to win in order to actually take home the title here. So that match point's really going to shake things up as well. And the teams that are capable, the teams that will take those risks, that will go for hype plays, it's going to be absolute cinema. But of course, they've got to get there first. And based on today's performance, we've got an absolute spectacle coming up as well.
Well, if we were in a simulation, if we were in a world where it was the match point and we were looking to close things out, Shark and Teeny are in contention for that, as are Peterbot and Boyo. In theory, this could be one of those game-defining, tournament-defining moments, just really showing you and highlighting what it takes and what it will take there on Saturday. But getting back to Shark and Teeny, he's almost repaying the favor at this point, because the other teams had the best of him early on, but now it's Shark who's fighting back.
They always get themselves back into the game. Remember, we saw Shark going down earlier on in the game. We saw them in difficult situations in the past. They just always seem to be able to find those extra limbs, and that's just almost the makeup of this team. So good at sort of comebacks, being able to get themselves into situations to win the game every single game. It's all well and good playing for those end games, playing for those placements, but they can always find themselves in a position to win. Peterbot and Boyo likewise, finding the limb onto Shadow right there. Virgo, of course, trying to escape as quickly as possible, trying to stay alive, of course, as well. Peterbot trying to hunt him out. Virgo's right there. Huge shot from the Mammoth Pistol from Peterbot. Trying to just find an angle. Actually, inadvertently hits the launch pad. Didn't mean to do that. Might have given Virgo a little bit of extra time there to get Shadow back into the game. I think Peterbot's understanding that and thinking, yeah, this limb's not for me. Let's go back into second.
Yeah, you know, as the zone started to close as well, the last thing you want to do right now is fight Virgo. That was a sign of respect there. Yeah. They did take down Shadow. They knew that for certain. They're like, do I really want to boss fight Virgo? Maybe not. He does seem to be pretty nasty with it when it comes down to it. So not a fight you want to take in the Storm there, but hey, look, for Shadow Virgo, they have a lot working against them. They're going to have to figure it out. Meanwhile, Lua and Romero seem to be heating up.
Game for them. Really, really big game. Remember, this is a team that do find themselves inside of that top 7, not by a huge amount, but by an amount that they could get the job done potentially in this next game. This game, setting themselves up for that, is going to be absolutely huge. But the Brazil region truly on the map, and of course into those finals. Currently the only smaller region team that find themselves inside of that top 7. That's one of those teams that we expect big things from in these sort of level lobbies as well. And as that clock ticks down, the reboots become impossible. And that changes things.
It's music to my ears right there. This is where things start getting really exciting now. And also for the players, reality sets in. There's no more messing around.
No more messing around. You go down now, you are out of the game. No reboots, no second chances. And as the time goes on in today's competition, those chances of playing games keep going down as well. So each and every one of these moments is of utmost importance and increasing importance, of course, as well. Mars and Sphinx quite happy to just dance inside of their box. Are we going to get an Elim here, or are we going to get an emo? We're going to get an emo.
We're going to get an emo. We're going to get an emo. We're going to get a dance. Balls and Sphinx. They must have heard the comms earlier, like, hey, you want to interview? Can't give you that, but we'll give you this little dance for the fellas. Meanwhile, Peterbot, Pollo, just looking so good right now, playing for height, back with that into that like exuberating confidence here, as they are looking to secure a potential other win. Did that bring them up to 4 at this point? I'm like losing track.
I think 3 maybe?
I don't know,
3.
dude. It's getting crazy.
That's just a classic Peterbot point. You just lose count of all their numbers because they're just so astronomical. Another astronomical shot from Peterbot as well. Just the ability to find those shots, and what I'm noticing here as well, he does have that spray weapon, that combat SMG. He hasn't held that in a lot of those previous games, which gives Height another problem to think about. Whoever does end up on it, if it's not them, they're going to have that double spray down potential, which they haven't been having previously.
Notice what they're doing. Pablo and Chino eyeing up high ground. They haven't had a chance to really stamp themselves in this tournament with the win just yet. They're looking at it and they're thirsty for a chance to do it. This might just be it. This is a really far pull here. This is a spot. Lua falls. That's a terrible spot to be in. This could be the moment that cracks things open and gives away their lead.
Absolute disaster for Lua. It's all about Romero right now. Peterbot playing spoiler to the rest of the lobby. Romero has to keep his cool. Just about getting into these placement points very shortly, of course, as well. So absolutely vital that they stay inside of this game, because they need it to stay inside of that top 7 as well. Peterbot doing damage to everyone else. They've already qualified through. They don't care about how everyone else does. They just want this win. They want to prove that they're the best team here, and they're doing that with all of these incredible shots and holding on to high.
If you're Romero, you cannot afford to fall down. Peterbot, Pollo, Hawks in the sky here looking for their next prey. Meanwhile, Pablo and Gucino, an excellent rotate here, using that grapple, just splitting up from one another, really playing for themselves now. Pablo ends up in a scrappy little fight here, changes layers. Meanwhile, Chino just trying to stay up. Here's Romero's perspective. He's got danger all around him.
He does have good mats. Good mats there. He's got that med kit. He can play that as well. Really good mats. So he can play this game out. He can hold on to it, and you do need that in these LAN environments. These solo clutches become so important. Malabuka, Vico, a time to have a sip of water. They're inside of that top 3 right now. They're trying to resurge up the top of the standings, of course, as well. No stiff down there in the feed. Peterbot Boy is still maintaining this high ground, using that overdrive effect as well. They're using that pad as well. We've seen this happen so many times here, Monster. They're skipping all of these late game zones. And this is how they're winning. They're maintaining all of those materials. They don't need to go down for those refreshes. They're able to hold on to height really easily.
What's really nice about it is they figure that out after those 2 very rough games. They're like, wait a second, we're doing something wrong. And that's the little adjustment in the strategy. Well, Here's someone that can't adjust much further. It's Romero. He's completely out of extra heals to shield with. Unless he goes down into the river, there's no other way for him to recover it other than getting an elimination here. But even that's very dangerous. You have players fighting all around him here. He just wants to keep a low profile and stay front side of zone. Meanwhile, Izzy also in a clutch situation. Remember, he came into this, he was in 9th place.
Huge moment for Izzy. If any time to do it is the time, it is now. Shark, though, huge beam right there onto Vico. He's not letting anyone play up in the air right there. We saw Malabuka up there too. Malabuka now down on below, but looking very weak indeed. Peterbot probably going to have to settle for that low ground. Shark and Teeny are the team that are wanting to hold on to that high ground position. Malabuka, Vico having to expend a lot of those heals, but look at their material count when they go to their POV. So much material is left for them.
There it is, that A-limb that we were talking about. Romero actually gets one, and now he can even think about going for it, but no. Instead, he gets targeted there off to the side. He is just clutching up big points here. This is how you fight to maintain your place on that standing there. Romero doing a really good job. MCal behind the wall here. Romero doesn't quite land a shot, but hey, he's still in a tournament.
He's got no heals though. He has to try and solo clutch this as much as he can, squeeze out as many of those placing points as he can, as all other players around the block go down. Romero does fall right there to the hands of Vico, who take that front side of zone. Now him and Malabuka from the skies to the ground. They are looking to take this low ground and take the game for themselves.
It's really good right here. 4 eliminations. We're on the ultimate end zones now. Just 2 zones left here. And from the high ground, it's Shark and Teeny, the dominant duo of the evening so far. It's been going back and forth. The conversation, the focus has shifted from team to team. And then you have Muzz and Sphinx rising up from the depths themselves as well. We might just get that interview that we were looking for, but first, he's got to fight his way through Vico. It's not looking too good for Muzz down low, as Shark and Teeny are putting that extra pressure.
They saw Peterbot and Boy go back-to-back earlier. They said, we want some of that action. Shark doing exactly what he does best, spraying on down, holding the rest of the lobby down. Of course, that bridge is going to play spoiler for everyone down below, of course, as well. So it's going to be really difficult to get anywhere near that high ground. Malabuka no builds back a zone. There's Vico finding another elimination. That's their 7th of the game. A huge amount of materials now as well to claim that front side of zone. It's a 2v2.
Shark and Teeny have lost 2 games where they've had the high ground in the end game. Now they get a chance to redeem themselves, and it's up against Vico and Malabuka. It's like I'm dreaming to watch this fight happen again from Shark's perspective. Who's going to secure that first elimination?
It's all about Vico, Malabuka down low. They've already recovered this game. Shark and Teeny have been flying sky high. Can they close on down right now, though? They're collapsing on through. Shark hitting huge shots. There's Vico down. Malabuka's the last piece of the puzzle. Can he find the shot to close it out? Of course he can. They go back to back.
My gosh, the ability to make the decision to shoot the down body, secure the siphon. Now you can play the storm a little bit longer. And just like that, it went from, wait a second, this is looking scary. So give me a second here, Teeny. I got this.
That's what makes this team so good. That's what we've got to look out for.
Look at the fans. Look at the fans.
They're in disbelief, as am I. I don't know how they keep doing this. And Shark in particular, remember, he was going down a lot in those games. They recovered their game there as well. The ability in those end games to make those quick fire decisions. That's what separates some of our best teams from some of the teams that are fighting for that top 7.
Just reading the lips of some of the players we've seen on camera now. Muzz and Sphinx truly animated for a second there. But we continue to keep the focus on the top of the standings. Well, take a look, guys. Feel it for yourselves. Here's that play I was talking about. Boom, there it is. He's in the game. There's no pressure at this point now as he's got the huge lead.
Behind them.
Then.
Left. Yes, sir. Right.
We got a nice. That was better than last time. We got a nice. Improvements. They're excited. They're ramping up towards these finals. I think realistically now that really secures their spot here into Saturday's finals. And they're definitely going to be a team to be a force to be reckoned with, a team to take a look out for, because even those final few moments, you highlighted it, the ability, the understanding, that forward thinking from Shark to not go for the second player, to find that knock body first, to keep himself alive inside of that storm by that siphon. That's what separates these best teams from the rest. And I want to talk about Romero there as well. What a solo clutch. Didn't make it into the later stages of that end game, but when you're a team from a smaller region, Brazil, you don't typically see them performing at the very top. So much of that pressure would have been on his shoulders right there. When Liwa goes down, you think, oh, is this the downfall? Is this the time they crumble? But they stepped up to the plate there.
My gosh, the resiliency that exists amongst the Brazil duos is impressive and admirable to say the least. And again, you see it there, Romero just doing everything in his power to secure those elims and get that win. And even now, you know, we kind of have this moment here to really kind of take it all in. Here's a team that, again, coming in from NA West, Phoenix and Retro, fell so early there. You know, we've been giving them this platform. They had that opportunity to really show us, you know, what they're capable of, and then just came up slightly short.
Well, they won, didn't they? They got that win. Things were looking so good for them. Things were on the up, and it just became difficult for them throughout the rest of the day. So they've dropped outside, of course, of that top 7 a while ago. They haven't been able to claw their way back in. For them right now, it's just going to try and stay in the lobby, stay in contention for it, of course, as well. So I want to hear from a couple of our players. It's Vico, Malabuka with Zeke.
Thank you, guys. We are here with Vico and Malabuka. We just had this fantastic game, and so I'm sorry, you were saying something right to me before we cut here. What were you saying?
You can clearly see like the 3 best teams in like Reload right now. You know, Shark continuing first. You know, Pete and Pollo in 3rd, us in 2nd. I think like you can clearly tell. You know.
It's a little bit of a lead, just a little bit of a lead. Mally, do you agree with that? Do you feel like we have the 3 best teams in Reload? We know who they are. It's what he just called out.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's right. There's just no one else. Maybe there is like Sky and Scroll, but we'll see tomorrow if it's true.
If they did make it through tomorrow, do you feel like Sky and Scroll will be a problem for you guys in finals, or is it kind of just like, we're going to keep doing our thing, and if they get in our way, we'll take them out?
Yeah, we're just gonna keep doing our thing, and then like I don't think they will be doing that good that they're doing Battle Royale, because Reload is really kills dependent, and they don't really get that many kills, so I think we'll be fine.
Talk to me about those final few moments against Sharkantini. Well, how does it feel to go against one of those other teams that in your mind is, hey, this is the top 3, to fight them? Is there nerves? Is there kind of a moment where you like, well, talk to me about like the mental thing, like what's going up here?
I didn't even realize it was them. I'm gonna be honest. I thought it was just some like, I don't know, decent team. I mean, we had no mats, like really no mats on Logan, so I don't know. If we had mats, I think we win that. They didn't play that too well, but yeah, I'm not. Didn't know that was them until then.
Does that shift your perception then, or your, I guess, reality? If you did know that was them, would you play any differently?
Honestly, I did not hear what Vico said. Because
he basically said he didn't know it was them. He didn't know that it was them. If you knew that it was Sharkantini, does that change how you play?
Nah, it was kind of unwinnable because we had nothing on low ground.
Okay, well, guys, of course, best of luck. A few more games here. Stay in the top 10, or top 7 rather. We want to make sure we see you guys.
Already qual, bro. Come on.
Classic, classic. With that being said, we're going to take a little bit of a break here. Stay tuned, though. More EWC action after this.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Du coup, Yo Ibra.
Welcome to the side of stage at the Gadia City Grid, where I am joined by the super fans from Team Falcons. How are we doing? That's right. I'm joined here by Faisal. Faisal, talk to me about where you've traveled from. Where have you traveled from to be here today?
So I came here today from Saudi Arabia all the way from Riyadh, just to support our Team Falcons. Today we are playing Fortnite, so I hope the best for the boys.
Yeah, I bet. I mean, you've got arguably 2 of the best players in the game. You've got Poyo and you've got Peterborough teaming up right here on the main stage. It started quite slow today, but now they're picking up pace. How have you? What's the experience been like watching them?
Yeah, they did start slow, but we're believing in them. They are now getting back-to-back matches, so I hope the best for the boys, and we're gonna see you in finals, I hope.
Yeah, they're putting up a serious amount of points right now, but before I let you go, obviously to enjoy these games, if you could send a message to the boys on stage, what would you like to say to them? Words of encouragement.
Yeah, guys, we're here supporting you, we're here cheering for you, we're gonna be here also on finals. I hope for the best for you, and we're gonna lift that trophy together.
Faisal, thank you so much for joining me in this interview. Who's going to win? Team Up is going to win!
Barney trying his hardest there to get the fucking crowd hyped up, and they should be hyped up regardless because that team has been performing well. Another team that's been performing well, Aurora. Remember, Aurora is in that club championship. Shark and Tini currently just performing. And don't forget that if you are a content creator, go sign up to the Esports Foundation Creator Program. You can live stream, just share this awesome stuff with your community, and you might be able to win surprises. Some of them being a PlayStation, it'll be a spa trip for two. I kind of want the trip for two, especially since we're currently doing duos. Scan that QR code right there. Make sure you guys go join the Esports Foundation program and see what you can do as a content creator. But let's talk about this last match. Levin, we've been talking about this top teams just continuing on the momentum. Is anybody going to be able to slow them down? And Shark is just like, we'll go back to that.
Yeah, I mean, look, Vico, sometimes we let Vico talk a bit too much as us, in a way. But I think he was very right in that today we have seen the three best teams in the lobby completely roll through. And we're really just starting to get to the point now where we're eagerly watching that bottom three. Like, who's actually just going home, right? These guys are good. They're going to qualify. They're going to make it through to the, the weekend final. Who's going home?
I will say, though, that out of these three top teams, they've all kind of come up to the top of the leaderboard in a different sense. Shark and Tini really started off strong, then kind of had a slower middle, and then have been picking things up in the latter half. Where Peterborough and Pollo, they didn't really have that strong of a start. And then as things have gone, they have steamrolled. And then, of course, there's Vico and Malabuka, who, for some reason, we didn't really pay attention to, and they have just been so consistent throughout the whole thing. I love to see just the variety and the way that these teams can be at the top.
You've been keeping track of that 7 to 8 spot right now. And that gap just keeps getting longer and longer. I'm pretty sure when we get a chance to see the overall, you'll be able to see exactly what I'm about to mention. But it's getting so big that right now, 7 to 8 place is just separated by 54 points.
Yeah, it's super scary because it's funny that you kind of bring that up. Right now, we do have in 7th place, we're taking a look at Lua and Romero, and I was like, oh man, these guys have been doing so well. Like, how are they kind of on that threshold? And then after I saw that they were in 7th place in that last qualifying spot, then I went ahead and took a look at the points that are actually separating them, and that's where that point kind of comes in. Because in 8th place, Izzy and Nosif are 237 points. That's how many points they are on. And like you mentioned, about 50 points behind. So yes, that gap is starting to grow now between our qualified teams and our non-qualified teams. And Kelly, I got to talk about it as well, because I'm looking at Izzy and Nosif there in 8th place, in 9th place. Somebody else has been in that qualification spot consistently throughout the day, but unfortunately has recently fell out. It's Booga and Braids in 9th now. Oh my gosh.
Listen, the shadows might be cast right now, but we always know that the lion will come and awaken and roar to everyone. Let him know that he is here to play. And still, Boog and Braids, let's say that they don't make it into the top 7. I think without a doubt during our game in 2 days that they'll be able to make it into the top 3 right there. But Booga, Braids, I think that they're going to be fine as far as it goes into the qualifications in the next 2 days. But if we're talking about these teams, Izzy and Nosif, I'm just shocked to see that they would go from a win to struggling where they are right now. And, gotta wonder, is it everyone else that's just making the changes that's kind of affecting them?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think they will be disappointed if they're not able to, come back and get into the top 7. But ultimately, the expectations for these guys weren't necessarily to be an outright top 7 team. I think when we start to look at that second page of the leaderboard, that's when I'm really starting to look at people like, hey, how have you allowed this to happen today? Look, I don't want to call out too many people. I think the biggest one for me on a personal note, Shadow and Virgo. I want to see so much more from these two. Of course, Virgo repping the M8. He's going to have so much of the home support. And I just expected them to thrive more in the chaos today.
Yeah, I think Booga kind of mentioned it the best when we were kind of talking to him prior to today, right? Prior to the start of the competition. He was like, listen, he feels like Reload is just all about who plays the end games the best. Shadow and Virgo right now are just not really making it there. I mean, I'm taking a look at some of their placements throughout the matches today. Only 3 times over the course of the competition, over the course of these 8 games, have they actually gotten into the top 10. Like what is going wrong preventing them from actually getting into these end games?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of questions to be asked there. The thing that's potentially scariest, when you look at the bottom of that leaderboard, Alex and Reckless, 20th, repping Power, repping OCE. Look, Alex, for the first time, I think in so many years, didn't qualify for the Global Championships, right?
Yeah.
In Battle Royale. Of course, we were sort of looking at him in this mode as, okay, if OC is going to show up, could he be one of those things? He's always getting put in that conversation. They just haven't showed up today. It's, you know, really many questions to be asked of them.
Well, Kelly, sorry, as I'm looking at those bottom 3 teams, I'm looking at Rejects, and that's important because Rejects is currently one of the teams that is in the club championship. They could end up getting eliminated on this first day and not being able to actually get even more championship points.
I mean, for Tomat and Mofu right now, there really isn't that too much of a difference between 18th and 17th place. I think out of those bottom 3, obviously it would be the one that's in 18th place that has the likelier chance. But I do think that there is still within contention, like the bottom 6, the bottom 7, could easily fall in and out. It's not just the bottom 3 that are done right now. We do have 2 more games to go. Players can earn 100 points in a single game if they do have a crazy game. But you were talking about those end games, man. We saw, again, from our top 3 teams, just how locked in they are, where you had Vico Malabuga that launched first, we had Kirba and Pollo that was controlling height, and then they launched, and then Shark and Teeny didn't launch at all, they just stole height. So what can you do? Everyone's controlling everything.
The thing I'm most keen on now is finally, we've actually seen somebody hit, or a couple teams hit, over 350 points.
Yes.
Of course, for the final, we're going to see match point for the very first time in Fortnite. You hit match point at 350 points. Again, if you are one of those top 3 teams, you know, you proved you're very good today. Maybe you're almost like a trial run. How would we play if we activated match point right now and we had to make sure we won the competition over some of those guys? I think that'd be a good opportunity to practice that here.
I just want to say I was wrong, okay? I ended up saying in my pick'ems earlier on, I ended up saying I think that we're going to get match point on Game 7. We've just barely hit Game 7, and now these teams are finally starting to hit that threshold for 350 points. I also want to switch the focus a little bit more. We've been talking about those top 3 teams, but there's also a team that has been quite consistent, especially before this last match, and it's none other than Vitality with Gino and Pablo Wingu. Before this last match, they ended up being in 4th place and 2nd place too. They're starting to be consistent as well.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I don't think there's really any surprise there, right? We were kind of talking about Vitality earlier on. I think they made it to 3 of the qualifiers for the Reload Elite Series, and they placed phenomenally. I think it was a top 5 every single time there for Chino and Pablo. So no surprise to kind of see them in that top 7. And you know, Vico's kind of talking about some of the teams that feel like they are already kind of guaranteed to qualify. Chino and Pablo are kind of approaching that threshold as well.
You know, I'm talking about the 3 top teams that are kind of controlling the high ground right now, but what Chino's doing really well is running that low and mid ground and getting a lot of eliminations where a lot of these other teams are kind of falling a little short. So that is another angle that they're able to kind of pull out on top and show why that's also a viable option.
Yeah, and this, I don't mean this in a bad way, guys, but I think they've probably been like the most boring team today. You know, like it's kind of just been like, not bad. They've been pretty good. They're consistently making it to end games. You sort of see them there. They'll pick up a couple points in awkward situations, and they're probably going to qualify through, make it to the final day, and you're going to be like, well done, boys. Good job on the day.
Actually, Levin, you want to talk about boring teams, and you know, boring has got to be in great quotation marks, because obviously if you're in the top 7, you've just been playing super, super well. But I'm taking a look at the top 7 now, and all of these teams that are in top 7, except for one, has at least a 3.75 average eliminations. And then there's Hari, and there's Cammy. They're in 6th place. They got 293 points, and their average elims is 2.25.
Shock. Cammy has the lowest eliminations of the top teams. I mean, what year is it? Is it 2021 or 2023? It could have been any of them. This has just been Cammy for years in Fortnite, and I guess it's good to see that, again, he can still find success playing that way.
Let's see what they're going to be able to do here in the upcoming next 2 matches. Who's going to stay in the top 7? Right now, that gap to 8th place is starting to get even wider and wider. And for the bottom 3, I want to see them react here in this next match.
Listen, Vinny, at this point, I'm looking at the way this is all starting to take form, and it's going to take a pretty devastating mistake if you are in 5th, 6th, or 7th in order to give up your lead.
Yeah, I mean, they're there for a reason. You know, the teams that are at the top of the table here are in there for a reason. They're teams that have been able to show that even when things aren't going their way, and looking at Liwa Romero, they are able to rise up to the occasion, which you need to do at this level. You need to be able to maintain as much as it is about rising up the standings. Of course, lots of teams just outside of that as well. And of course, on the other end of the leaderboard, Alex Reckless, Epic Whale Pumped, on that Mofu, the teams that are in that bottom 3 currently. Things are so close down there. One big game from any of the sort of 4 or 5 teams down at the bottom end of the leaderboard could rocket them out of that bottom.
Then you have Brainy and Nalu just, you know, the Japanese are just peeking on down like, oh no, it could be us too. So it's going to be pretty scary here. Sketchy times ahead of us as we jump in. Shark takes down Epic Whale immediately, then follows up with another one onto Chino, then follows up with shots onto Cammy where Braids finishes things up. Talk about a hot starter, just really secure things here. Well played for him. He's not going to be too upset about that.
Yeah, they can still win the game. It's what they do. It's what they've been doing. Shark going down early on. More than capable of finding more eliminations and more things to play for in this game.
No,
Retro.
When I think about it, Retro, this is such a hot start for them, right? They didn't earn any points last time, and now they're clearing out their drop. Shark down, Peterbot down, Cammy down. It's first, second, other teams, top 7, get out of here. They're making room for themselves.
They're collecting trading cards of Fortnite Goats. All the players are able to take out right here. Retro all on his own, more than happy in that position. You can see how much that's going to mean to them, of course, on the standings. They do need to have these sort of maintaining good games in the rest of this competition. Leo Romero, big performance, big show from Romero in that last game. Just going to breed a lot of confidence for these guys, particularly Leo. Just a reminder as to why you're playing with your teammate, why these guys are at the top of the standings. Big performances so far from them. Just need to get into a bit of a rhythm inside of these endgames as a duo. On the other side of things, of course, Izzy, Nosif, Booga, Braids, the teams that are just outside of that position inside of the top 7. Izzy all alone as well, having to fend off Peterbot, which is not an easy task whatsoever. Peterbot spraying inside of that wall, able to get the knock right there as well, but just in time, Nosif is able to get back into the game. Peterbot and Poyo, they are on the hunt. I think they see is that Nosif in the air next to them, so they'll keep on trying to find their way through this game, keep on pushing through, and keep on being aggressive.
He's just lining up Shadow there as well, but keep in mind, take a look at this for a quick second. If you missed it because you blinked, that's how all those eliminations came doubling down. Meanwhile, though, Peterbot is still in the fight here with Poyo. They're just continuing to stay active. Peterbot gets hurt, though. Opts to go for that free shield here. Skip quickly bounces back. Meanwhile, Pico gets an elimination onto Braids. Peterbot falls to Virgo. It's just all unfolding here, and now the action really picking up the pace.
It's really interesting to sort of hear from Vico Malabuca. We don't tend to hear necessarily from the team that just lost the game. From their perspective, of course, getting second in that last one. But it does seem like they're going to need to rely on a lot of those team chemistry vibes that they've been having so much throughout the time they've been playing together, as Poyo finds another one right there onto Shadow. That's going to be interesting to see how those guys can bounce back. They're sort of in that middle of the standings. They're not quite low enough to drop out of the competition, not quite high enough to break into that top 7 probably from this game, but they can put themselves in that position here after here in game 9. Malabuca and Vico, one land champion fighting another. Booga trying to find an angle. Malabuca finds it. Not enough damage really to do too much harm to Booga, who launches his way out of the zone. Malabuca looks for a shot, lining it up, misses the first, second one too. Not able to find it, and there we go, the third one. Third time lucky for Malabuca. Fourth time to try and close it out, doesn't find it. Looks as though they're going to be able to use this launch pad. Are they going to give chase right here to Booga, because Braids is in a bit of a difficult situation as well. They do. Booga out, Braids out. They're chasing that top 7, and their hopes rely on that last game.
That might be it. Like, unless Lua and Romero fall now, they are going to be so far ahead. There's only 2 games. You just dropped this one. Game 10, I mean, the math might not even be mathing.
That's the worst possible outcome, right? One of you goes down to one team, another one goes down to another. We've seen so many teams where they are able to stay alive, they're able to hold on out to get their teammate rebooted. When you're fighting 2 different teams, it becomes even more important. Reckless, though, another team that's needing a big game all the way down to the bottom of the standings. Shark giving chase right now as well. Can he find that final blow onto Reckless? Maintaining that momentum so well, of course. He's able to hit that shot. Where is Alex? And how is Alex doing? Because Alex now needs to stay alive to keep that team in the game and keep them alive right now, because this is a very important game. The bottom sort of 19th to sort of 17th, 16th, they're all quite close, whereas Alex and Reckless do have a little bit of ground to make up. You can see it on the leaderboard right now. They're just that little bit further behind, so Alex has it all to do right now.
Well, Over is focusing on that. Nosip and Izzy are also down. This is a extremely rough spot, but if you're Cringin Voco, I mean, your eyes are lighting up here. What was probably an impossible scenario to find yourself in, now you just have a chance to jump in. It's gonna take a hero's effort, though. You will kind of have to get up towards the upper placing points there, but Virgo, Shadow, this is a fight to not get their keys crushed at this point in time. He stays alive just long enough to get Shadow back in the game. It's really unfortunate, too. They started off so hot and just slipped on down.
Difficult because they need to sort of shift their focus now just to staying in the lobby, making sure that they can play on Friday at the very least. Peter Bottom Poyo don't have to worry about that whatsoever. They're continuing to plow on through this lobby. 4 eliminations now for them. They are living life on easy mode when it comes to actually qualifying through. They've got the job done more than happily, you have to imagine here as well. Realistically, we come into this, it's not, I suppose, done and dusted realistically, but mathematically they could still lose it. But it's Peter Bot Poyo, Goofy and Z-Dog. They're a team that sort of in the middle. Can they find themselves an opportunity to break into the top 7? This game's going to be the decider of that. They got Peter Bot and Poyo on the wall. This fight could mean more to them than just this individual game. It could mean their entire qualification to either the survival stage or, of course, qualifying straight through to finals.
That's right. They're the next best up behind Cringin Voco and by a pretty significant few eliminations. So it is going to be important for them to continue to pop off here. Meanwhile, Muzz, Sphinx against him very much comfortably in 4th place right now. Have a fight of their life ahead of them. It's Sharkantini. Sharkantini have obviously and clearly been fired up, but Muzz and Sphinx are playing very, very well themselves. So I think Sharkantini should be able to meet their match here. We have NA against EU. Nice job for Shark to open up on Sphinx.
What Shark's so good at is just sort of herding his opponents into the same area, into the position that he wants to find them in. Getting that free piece, getting that positioning, conditioning the fights as well. And you could see that Muzz and Sphinx falling right into his trap because he was almost ushering them into that position. You can see what it means though when you're on the opposite side of things. Muzz and Sphinx have to now separate. They've got to do things solo. Shark and Teeny looking to try and close on in. Shark looking for the shot, not connecting in that instance. 2 of the world's best fighters going head to head right now. Shark definitely, you have to fancy in this situation. So many angles being covered, so many pieces being controlled, and Muzz is just trying to escape. He's trying to scurry away, but there's only so much you can do against Shark. He's got him in the box. He's got so many of those walls, but Muzz can escape right now, and this is the danger for Muzz. He doesn't have this piece control. He's trying to scurry away.
There was a point in time where Muzz would have been the fastest and most mechanical player in the world, but this new age and Shark and Teeny are just a different breed right now. Hey Muzz, we love you, we respect you. You're still in 4th place, but man, Shark and Teeny are looking different.
What's the difference? You know, we're not talking about 1st and last. We're not talking about 1st and 50th. We're talking about 1st and 4th, right? The levels difference in terms of fighting ability. Shark showing exactly how far he has come and what he means here on this global stage. Had a little bit of a wobble in the last major. We didn't see a great performance from them in day 1. We didn't see the star-studded performance maybe some people were expecting out of them in the Major 1 Summit in the traditional sort of FNCS track, but I think shaking off a lot of those nerves, particularly for Shark, making his first LAN earlier on in the year, now LAN number 2, expectations are so high. So for them, it's all about maintaining that calm, maintaining that positioning that they find themselves in.
Everything on the line right now for Epic Whale Pump. No points earned. One of the first teams to get kind of picked off. You saw there to the hands of Shark. Things haven't looked much better since. I mean, the loadout extremely scrappy, even for a reload tournament. This is just shambles all around the board. They're just really, really struggling here. But hey, one good end game, and they will jump up and bounce over. They can make the leap here, put another team into a dangerous situation. Malibu and Vico, while we were kind of looking all around, they're already at 7 elims, so just creating terror on the field here.
Again, continuing their plowing through the lobby. It's what they do best. It's what they're happy to do. It's where they feel most comfortable. There's Malabuka looking to try and take out his EU counterpart.
Classic.
That. Yeah, that's like OG Fortnite. Traps right there, isn't it?
Little classic. You love to see it. Back on over to Shark and Teeny as they are amused for the time being here. Zone 6, where most teams are not going to be looking to do anything crazy. Shark and Teeny quite literally have nothing to lose at this point. They will be the thorn in all the other team sides at this point. Phoenix and Retro managed to somehow kind of stand things off while all that was happening though. Pablo and end up falling here. Is that going to be enough to actually put them in any dangerous situation? I doubt it though. 330 points, pretty strong lead they have right now. It need to happen twice, actually. If Pablo and Chino had an early fall like that twice, it could be really, really bad. So they're the first to fall inside of our top 7 duos. Here's a look at the map. At least we got some land in play. Right? A couple of those games are pretty rough to kind of kick things off. I've noticed that now things have kind of gotten back to somewhat of a more standard type of zone play.
Nico Malabuka, 7 eliminations, but looking low on the HP realistically for both of them. Looking for that siphon, particularly on Malabuka to try and get their HP back up. It's all about building that confidence ready for them. Look at that though, Goofy and Z-Dog. Causing them trouble now. Vico down to 9 HP. That taking that timer in all of the players' ears. Reboots now ended.
There it is. No more rebooting back into the game. This reload format keeps things super exciting though for us as teams are still fighting now. And if you get taken down, it's a worst case scenario for you. And then you have someone like Shark on your heels here. Teeny's gonna go and finish up Phoenix. Pressure coming in for the rest of the lobby. Teeny's very hurt. They have almost asked for the lobby to look this way. This is what happens. You get into too many fights here. Gotta be careful, but look at that. They buy themselves a little bit of time. Alex and Reckless likely steal the loot from down there. That'll be really good for them. Remember, they are dead last right now. They literally need something. They need a top 5.
It is time. It's time for them to show up right now. We haven't seen much from them throughout the day. They've not really shown us what they can do and what they have been doing on their home region. Peterbot and Poyo. We've seen them, of course, doing exactly what they do best in this game. Looking for height here again early on. Identified the fact that they can hold on to it. And Peterbot with the Mammoth in hand, looking to do so much damage, missing a couple of shots in quick succession, but hitting another one, actually dropping himself down right there, but they don't mind right now. They're sort of banking on that zone, pulling back towards that southwest. So if that does happen, expect them up on height again. And remember, this is a team that just have been playing these endgame zones so effectively well. Looks like Shark and Teeny, though, they're not allowing them to have this higher positioning. Shark and Teeny want it for themselves. 2 of our Titan teams going head-to-head right now. They're going to have to settle for that lower ground positioning. Peterbot down, getting sprayed from all angles. Poyo looking as though he's weak as well, and they both go down. Peterbot and Poyo eliminated. Shark and Teeny are the team that take them out as well.
This has to be motivating, frustrating, and everything in between the range of emotions of those 2 words I just mentioned for Peterbot and Poyo as they start looking towards the grand finals. I think they know who they need to try to find a solution for, because Shark and Teeny are running away with this group stage.
They are, and remember, it's the mental game as well. That's the game that they were winning when they were dominating NA Central. It's the game that they keep on winning. And right now, they lost that mental battle. Epic well with the rebooted loot, the reloaded loot that you get from when you respawn on in. As we get to take a look at how that fight went down. Peterbot Poyo versus Shark and Teeny, star-studded fight. Again, Shark having that piece control, having that ability to take them out. And another one. That's what Shark does. That's what he's built for. That's what he's made for.
For Lua, for Romero, this is their moment to break so far ahead that they can secure their way to the finals. Can they do something big here. Meanwhile, Malibuca Vico, of course, still keeping pace. The last time we tuned in with Vico, he had this low amount of HP, and it hasn't changed much since. Pump, though, the tournament is on your back, my friend. How far can you push it now? You are on and knocking on death's door, and down he goes inside of 10th. It was further than any other game, though, so at least he gave us a little bit of life here. Malibuca Vico, though, still in the game right now, in the ultimate low ground here. Just trying to find their footing.
Yeah, they're looking for a refresh right now. They need that Siphon, which they get. Malibuca, that's going to be huge to keep their hopes of staying in this game alive. But as I say that, Malibuca down. Shark and Teeny still flying high up in the sky. They are looking on down to the rest of the lobby. They want to close out yet another victory royale. These guys are running the show right now. They've taken out their direct competition. They don't want just first place. They want first place by an absolute mile. Liwa, Romero, they need to take advantage of Pablo and Chino going down earlier in the game. This is a huge game for them, but crucially, Monster, they're here as a duo.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, look, at this point, they're going to be able to spring and jump their way up the standings here. Just continue to kind of have that cushion again between them and the rest of the pack. Shark, Teeny at 14 eliminations and counting. They got the high ground. And just with a staggering amount of dominance here, there is not another duo in sight that can stop them at this point. Muzz and Sphinx here, take down Vico and Malibuca. That's going to be it from them inside the top 5. Sphinx and Muzz continue to rock their way up. Lua goes down. It's up to Romero to do a little bit more, but Sphinx is firing up here.
You know what? Z-Dog, Goofy as well, still in this game. They're healing inside of the Storm. Romero, Lua, they are out. Sphinx looking to try and make this game count, of course, as well. Teeny up on height. Goofy and Z-Dog trying to go for height. Teeny says, no, 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 this is our domain. We're not letting you up here. Z-Dog now has to do it all alone. This is a huge game for Z-Dog right now. They're trying to break their way into that top 7, remember, as well. So much of their direct competition are hip-to-hip with them. So Muzz has to try and go for height himself, looking to try and take the game for their own. Muzz and Sphinx, a healthy duo, but Sphinx goes down to the hands of Teeny. They are an unstoppable force right now.
Hey, Muzz can still do this. They almost have the chop right there. Shark and Teeny are out of shields here. They're just healing. If there's one player that could have did something big, it would have been Muzz, but in the end, Shark and Teeny, I mean, at this point, have just really showed us what they are all about. The 3-peat back to back to back. You know, I thought Peterbot and Pollo just had the map on lock, and then you just got these boys playing so well.
It's just unbelievable. Every single time you just think, yeah, surely now, right? They're going to have to settle for a second or a third, but they don't. They do not settle for those positions. They want those wins. They want to show the lobby, and I think even taking down Peterbot and Pollo in that game, they're a team that want to win that mental game. They're a team that want to show that they are better than Peterbot and Pollo, because yeah, they've already qualified through. They're chilling. It's not about qualifying anymore. It's about showing. It's about proving. It's about dominating, and that's what they're doing.
Yeah, the crazy part about all that as well is the more experience they earn in these LAN environments, I mean, the better for them in the long run. Well, here's Muzz, here's Sphinx's perspective. Shark and Teeny, of course, dominated. We'll get to hear from their POV. I don't expect much, but we might get a little something here.
Shark Teeny, en 9 games, ils ont fait 4 points.
Nice. 4 builds. 0 builds, 0 builds.
Yeah, 5 builds. Take. You're healthy, you're healthy.
Right. 1-3.
Not a good job, not a congrats, not a well played, not anything.
Radio silence.
I don't think he blinked. It's crazy.
It's a fun game to play at home. When they win the next game, what are they going to say, if anything?
Over, under, on. Just stone cold expressions at this point. I mean, the tournament might be over. They're going to be at first. They might just walk out and ignore Zeke's interview altogether. We'll just see. Well, we're just having fun here. You can see the expressions on players, the game planning. For some, I think they feel like, hey, at least we're not going to get our keys crushed here. They'll start looking towards a survival day. For others, it's like, what can we do to not get our keys crushed? Either way, though, I'm going to take a second to go find myself a Flowberry Fizz. Then when we get back, we'll have more Fortnite action.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Oh, it feels so good to be here on this stage with one of my greatest friends in the scene, Jacob PR. Jacob, it's crunch time. We're going into that final game. We've seen a lot of Fortnite today. You were calling some of the games. Anybody sort of looking at in this last game to really step things up now?
Yeah, I'm looking at somebody that multiple people have mentioned throughout the weekend. I heard Clicks mention him, Peterbot mentioned himself. I'm looking at Booga and Braids, the World Cup champion. I know I mentioned like Epic Well, how long he's had been and his tenure is. Booga won the World Cup. He qualified in the last game of his qualifiers just to make it here. And why not have a little repeat today?
Of course, I think we were also excited to see him playing here on this stage. I'll be honest though, I did walk past them, they just sat to the right of us. I looked at Braids, I said, are things going thumbs up, middle, down? And he looked at me and he said, it's a thumbs down right now. So it's gonna have to be better in this last game. And of course, they're one of those teams sitting just outside of being able to qualify in that top 7, right? They need a big last game here if they're gonna have to make it happen. You think they can do it?
I think they can. There is a little bit of a gap as well. It's not going to be easy, just like outplays your opponent. I do think they need to get a couple of eliminations throughout the course of their game while placing over their opponents by a decent margin. But
look, on top of them, you have to look at Izzy and Nosif, right? A team that had probably a hotter start to the day. Of course, they had all the fans in here really cheering for them, really impressed with them. I obviously am a big fan of these guys, you know, repping from EU. I know a lot of the EU fans are watching them and hoping for them to put in a good performance. Unfortunately, again, it's just sort of slowed down a bit. I think they really need a big push here in this final game.
Yeah, I think for Izzy and Nosif, you know, when they're flying under the radar and people don't necessarily realize they're in the lobby or playing as well as they do, they perform phenomenally. But in a reload tournament like this, where you almost literally have to take out your competition in order to qualify, in order to win the finals as well, it just makes them a little bit more noticeable. They kind of put a target on their back by playing so well and coincidentally. So I do think they're kind of in the same boat as Booga and Braids. They have all the potential in the world, but they just might need to pick up eliminations to close the gap.
I feel the thing that gives me a bit of confidence for Izzy and Nosif is in EU, a lot of the time they have had these late game resurgences, right? Where you get to a tournament, the back end of things, you think, oh, are they in it? Are they out? Are they in? Are they out? And they just roll through in that last game and really put on the show. And I think the great thing is here, obviously they have these amazing fans. I feel like the energy though from the fans, they need a bit more of that energy. Are there still any Izzy and Nosif fans in here? Any, make some noise. All right, I see some people.
Okay, I hear a lot of people.
Oh, yeah, no, okay. So again, that's the type of energy they need. I think it's been so beautiful to see. Even where they're not, you know, on one of these French orgs like a Vitality or Gentlemates, I'm seeing so many of those fans just grouping around those guys and giving them that support.
Yeah, honestly, I just want to see them play like they have nothing to lose. Because in essence, they almost do have nothing to lose because they're so high up, it's impossible for them to get into the bottom 3. So why not just put it all on the table, leave no regrets behind, and hopefully make it directly to finals if you have a break.
Yeah, no, I'm really looking forward to this also. Look, Paris, if you're ready for this last game, make some noise! Let's send it to the casters.
They are ready, as are we here on the casting booth. We've got one more game here of Group A, the first day. So many storylines here to pick up on, so many teams that are fighting for their position, whether that's to break into that top 7, whether they're maybe an OCE team like Z-Dog and Goofy looking to try and put their region on the map. As you can see in the top 10 right now, there are opportunities on the table. We saw Chino and Pablo Wingu. We saw those guys going down early in that last game. There are opportunities on the table. You need one of those top teams to go down in order to break your way through. But then on the other side of things, the bottom three, you do not want to find yourself in that position at the end of the day. Reminder, the bottom three teams will be completely eliminated from the competition. So for the teams like Rainy and Nalu, for the teams like Epic Well Pump, Alex and Reckless, they are a team that need to break their way out of that. And for the teams that are just outside here as well, they need to survive. Everything comes down to this here, this final game. It's all about to go down. And for some of these players, this could be the last game they play. They've got to make sure it's not that.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you're holding down the ship here. You see the story. The stage has been set. And we are going into match 10 here shortly. This group stage, though, Mini, just gotta ask you. It definitely set up our expectations. The teams we thought that were looking dominant, clearly right now starting to show us they're just kind of taking this all away.
Yeah, absolutely. There's so much of that dominance from some of our top teams, which we expected. And then we get some of our teams that maybe we didn't expect to do as well. Z-Dog, Goofy, just on that cusp of that top 7. What a performance they've been putting in today. Now is where it really matters. And I think this is the sort of moments in these final games when the pressure is on. This is where legacies are born. This is where the start of some of these players' stories can be forged. And for some of our top teams, for some of our big players, this could be where it all gets real.
And there's a lot of teams that might have it. And Vico obviously enjoying the moment, trying to live in it. This guy's just something else. Ever since he won that championship at the summit, he's just really starting to blossom here. You'll love to see it. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you don't have to wait much longer. We're getting into the final match of the evening here of the Fortnite Reload Championship here at the EWC 2026. This has been some incredible top-tier Fortnite. This is only the beginning for what's to come. Vico here to kick things off from dancing straight into the action.
Well, the last time Vico was dancing on LAN, he won it. So if your teams, you've got to be scared of him. Of course, it's not going to be done today. The job's not done. Still got Saturday's finals, of course, to do that, as he does go down. Peterbot and Shark, not the two players you want on the either side of your wall. Is Shark going to dance here? Give us an emote. It's Peterbot. It's Peterbot.
Yeah, it's worse than that. You just stop moving, look at him, says,
I don't need an emote for you to know what
Attends,
is
quand Vico et
happening here.
Malibuka, ils vont les virer de
It's really
la
crazy how
game.
this is kind of grabbing the competition by his own grips here. It's just, it's so insane.
It's his second LAN.
Yeah.
You'd think it would be his 20th.
Saw the quick pickaxe there from Peterbot. He's also having a good time here. Clearly. Pop Epic Whale have some problems to potentially work with. Vico and Malibuka are in a fight right now up against, of course, Peterbot there. The Slippery Swamp remaining extremely active at this point.
Peterbot, Koyo. Battling it. Oh no! Peterbot down to 4 damage. Well, that's not good. Malibuka gets a gift. Lovely job for him right now. Poyo in an awkward situation. It's been a little bit of 4 damage today. We've had a few 4 damage situations.
Saw that rocket launcher come out. I just thought of Teeny again. Don't do it, buddy. He hasn't had a good hit record here on stream today. Oh, wait a second. Malibuka pushing in. Little pump fake on the edit there. Ooh.
Oh.
He goes down. Look how fast Peterbot turned around. That's the respect. And Malibuka's hunting. This is your child, son. Oh my gosh. And he takes them down. Peterbot and Poyo are officially your first season of Fly. I think that's like a record for them, being the first team to ever fall in a competition, probably ever, right? That just doesn't happen very often.
Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Technically a 1v2 from Malibuka. A bit of a helping hand from the 4 damage, but a 1v2 nevertheless. Let's go Malibuka. Let's see what they can do now in the rest of this game. They'll be looking at that first place spot, but unfortunately I think it's solidly held down by Shark and Teeny. speaking of, Goofy inside of the box. Lots more on the line for Goofy and Z-Dog, as Z-Dog actually has gone down there to Teeny. So if Goofy goes down here, their hopes of breaking into that top 7 could be over. Shark getting absolutely beamed from another angle. That was Braids inside of that box. Cheeky from him. Shark and Teeny are looking at those angles and looking at anyone and everyone to go and chase. Good news for the Power Boys, though, in Goofy, as he's staying alive, and JFT Z-Dog can get respawned.
Yeah, you know, they just get to live to see another day here, fight another day. Goofy just playing in the cone now. This is a really desperate situation to be in as well. Really consider what's happening here. He is down to just a shock in here. You know, again, for them at this point, the last game here, the lead being so far ahead, they just don't want to get sent down and out to the key crush. It's going to take place after this. I was gonna call it a ceremony, but is it even a ceremony to watch your keys get crushed?
It's a funeral.
It's bad. It can be very bad. Nalu and Reno have that to deal with as well. This is the situation they're in. These are their cards they've been dealt. They haven't been able to perform up to par, and now they're having to deal with just trying to survive at this point.
Kari and Hammy. A team that you expect a lot from on land. This is a situation that we saw Malibuka get himself into, an absolute gift. Not only a 4 damage, but it's Peterbot, of course, takes down Poyo. Yeah, he took down Poyo as well. Definitely, it could be a 1v3, you could call that if you want. Lovely work from Malibuka there. That's what he does. Booga as well. Why not? Make it 4. That's what he does.
That's a highlight. That's definitely a real in its own. Well, we put that one together for you real quick in case you missed it. PH Edson, though, 170 here. Again, teams that are very much on the bubble right now that just have to outperform, outpace that remaining competition, as anything can happen. Clearly, with top teams falling, that means bottom teams have a chance to jump up. So anything really can happen. You've got to be very careful with your tournament position.
Dangerous, though. Look at this. Teeny, Mythic in hand. Mythic drum gun, no less. Alex down below. Alex needs to stay inside of this tournament. Remember, they are very much last place at the moment, and that's not going to help, as Alex does go down. Had to try and find some white somewhere in the vicinity. Reckless trying to keep his team alive as well. The difficulty for Alex and Reckless, they don't just need to stay in the game, they need a good game here as well. So it's going to be difficult for them to make it happen, but, you know, if there's any time to do it, the time is now.
Yeah, everyone's got a different story. Epic Whale and Pump. Just rough tournament overall, but again, this map has proved to be at least marginally better for them.
Yeah.
But they need to do more. Last game they got that little bit of an end game, had a sample of it. We need to see Pump and Epic Whale do it one more time in order to kind of leapfrog their way out of the key crush.
I think the difficult thing that I saw from them in the last game is we saw Epic Whale going down in that earlier stage of the end game, and Pump couldn't quite solo clutch. And I think what we've seen from some of the better teams, the teams in that top 7 today, is when they've been put in that situation, the Fragger has solo clutch. They've been able to squeeze out placing points. I'm not talking about solo clutch wins. Nobody here is capable, of course, doing that from right at the beginning, maybe Shark, but it's very difficult to do that. But just squeezing out a few extra placements, it's so valuable, and they couldn't do that in that last game. Izzy and Nosif, though, Jacob and Levin were talking about it going into this game. This is an absolutely massive game for them. They need the entire of France on their side right now, but unfortunately they've only got one player on their side for the time being. Izzy all alone. Nosif going down. I think for them, realistically, their sights have to shift in order to just staying in the lobby, which I think they've got more than locked down. Can they have a big win here? Levin spoke about it going into this. They have had these big games going into last games over on EU. They've been able to clutch up. Can they do it on land when the pressure's on? The crowd's looking at them. The country are looking at them as well in this lobby. Can they do it?
Yeah, that's the thing. You know, anything can happen at this point. If Cammy and Hari get caught out of positioning, out of place, Romero and Lua get taken down, Chino or Pablo fall early, you know, all of a sudden now, you know, placement start to get, you know, looked at here. And then you have someone like Shark and Teeny, who, by the way, are continuing to run through the lobby. Things are going to be ending here tonight on Fort Crumpet. We're going to have a highly congested zone as, of course, everything goes that way. Look at what's happening here, though. Shark and Teeny had 12 eliminations. doing what other players in the lobby need to get done, but here's Vico. Little spam crouch for Shark there in the end. Malabuka, though, still on the hunt as well. I was going to say, for all I know, Teeny might just put his hands up and say, catch me if you can. You can't. There's that far ahead. Because they've got this all but secured. But still, 7 elims. They're playing very good.
Yeah, and honestly, I think Teeny's really good at staying alive. We were speaking about it earlier, how important that skill is. Teeny's had this sort of reputation for a long time in the EU as being that sort of solo lurker, trying to lurk around, try and find little shots. He used to lurk on surge bases back in the day. That was sort of the Teeny strat, landing in different locations. And I think that's honestly helped him in this situation. He knows where he can go as a solo. Vico Malabuka, though, they spotted him out, not able to lurk for too much longer. Malabuka with that RPG straight into the box, but not actually doing any damage right there, just causing a bit of havoc inside of this area. Thankfully for Teeny, Shark would have been rebooted by now. Unfortunately for Teeny, he's losing a lot of HP. Vico from one angle, Malabuka from another. That's a difficult sandwich to be in the middle of. But unfortunately, they're going to lose that Mythic, as Vico is able to pick that up. Vico X Mythic X Endgame X Momentum. What can we see?
I don't have anything else to add to that one. I think you hit about every trait you can.
X dancing.
There you go. Well, with that, back over to Izzy and Nosif. Hey, if they want it, they will have to survive, but they get taken out. Shark catches one, Vico gets the other. And there's the full conclusion of their tournament run here now. Shark, though, just walks into a haymaker from Vico. Hey, did you get enough the first time there, did you? He comes back for more. Teeny now lurking about, just really living up to the reputation.
Vico's loving it. He's loving it on the left side of the screen right there. He's grooving, he's feeling good. He's moving in these lobbies as well. And that's the sort of Vico that you want to see. He's now taken down Shark twice in quick succession. And I think Vico does see Shark as sort of enemy number one. A player that,
most definitely.
Yeah, you know, he's the fragger that he wants to sort of catch. Everyone's talking about Shark. It's like, why not talk about me? I'm the most recent man, chap.
And I think he's doing a good job keeping himself in the conversation at this point, and then also just framing himself up for that grand finals rivalry, right? We all, of course, know that Falcons is in a very tough spot right now with Peter Boyo. And there it is. Finally, someone takes him down after all that. It's going to be Romero who gets his get back there. Kind of seals the deal.
Yeah, they'll be more than happy with that as well. Lots of teams playing inside of the Storm like we talked about before. Slurpee Swamp able to have plenty of those heals, of course, to make their way into the zone. Romero knowing that very well, of course, indeed. Malabuka, Vico just next door, more than happy just to sneak on by. Oh no, what a shot from Romero. That was a headshot. That was onto Malabuka. Vico trying to go for the revive. I don't think he's going to be able to get it. The pressure comes on through from Romero. Malabuka has to then close on out and look for the reboot, which he does. Vico stuck inside of so many different boxes that I don't think he owns. He's got to try and find his way out of this situation. Romero and Liwa are more than happy. Remember, this is a team that are inside of that top 7 team from the Brazilian region. And a team that are defying expectations right now. Another huge shot from Romero, but look who it's on, Monster. It's on to Alex.
Alex is definitely wishing he could go back in time, and that was a little bit of greed and temptation. He was sitting on those keg barrels there, trying to just inch out a couple of more seconds, and that will cost him there. And then you hear the timer, so I don't think he's actually back in the tournament. It might not have been enough unless he squeaked out at the very end.
Just about enough time, but the difficulty is now, is he going to be able to actually fly back in? Is he going to be able to actually do it? Hopefully for him, he'll be able to find an opportunity right there, as Vico does get knocked there in the feed as well. Booger and Braid looking to cause havoc from the front side of this zone. They've almost got priority here above the rest of the lobby, and that's what I like about their gameplay so far today. They've been really proficient at getting towards that front side of zone. They've been really solid in terms of their positioning. Vico, there's still a knock, and only a knock. Malabuka down to just his white HP, getting pressure from so many different angles, trying to use this hill as cover, but unfortunately he's getting looked at from 3 or 4 different teams, different angles, doing well to keep his team in it. But unfortunately for Malabuka, the builds are running low. They've fully run out. What's he gonna do? Absolutely nothing. They are out.
That was crazy. And then after the crowd was chanting Malabuka at that moment too. They just love him at this point as much as they love Vico, but Epic Whale still alive. Pump still alive. The hope is real. Nalu and Rainy have slipped down into that key crushing position. Can they hold out? It is a dangerously close tournament for some at the bottom.
Well, so many of our bottom teams have been going out early today. Right now, every single duo inside of that bottom 10 are still in the game. They are fighting, they are holding out. Teams like Moda right now, only down to a solo. They need to try and hold out this position right there into that mid-ground sort of section of the leaderboard. They'll be happy Moda does eventually fall, as Rue and Moda should have solidified their spot here into the survival stage. Hari and Cammy looking to try and find their way into that top 7, of course, as well, just inside of it as of right now. But if they go down, things are looking dangerous from that OCE team. Goofy and Z-Dog down below them.
Yeah, at this point, if you're anyone at the bottom, Toma or Mofu, you are needing to stay alive here. Alex is going to fall, though. He's one of the missing pieces that now have to leave Reckless to play by himself, and it's Epic, Whale, and Pump who are obviously making the most of the situation. 159 is that cutoff point of Mofu and Toma. Can they stay alive? Focus coming in from Vogue on the other side. Hari just trying to do his best as he's, again, a dangerous threat to say the least.
Yeah, he's got to try and maintain his spot inside of this top 7. It's been a day of solo clutches from so many of our top teams. Now, Hari, you were introduced into this team to be that sort of fragging potential, be that fragging power. We've seen the Cammy can't do that. Now is your time to shine, my friend. You've done it so often this season. Can you now do it again? Epic Will getting active on the wall of Booga and Braze, but decide to disengage from that particular engagement. Booga and Braze, they're just trying to look to try and make their way into that top 7. They need a big game.
I'm seeing Z-Dog also in the feed there. Goofy finds another one too. If they win this game and Hari falls early, Cammy and Hari will effectively give up their spot. On the other side, Pump is by himself. No Epic Will, 144 points. He needs 10 more to get ahead, but the sickness will do the rest. And down they go to be crushed. In the end, Z-Dog and Goofy, what are we watching? A comeback story, a fight to potentially qual.
They're not here to take part, they're here to take over. They know how much this last game means. They need to break into that top 7. They're trying to do it in style as Hari falls. That is their main competition. Goofy and Z-Dog up on high. Can they take this final game right here? Can they break into that top 7? Or did Hari do just about enough? Another team on the tails as well. It's Volko, it's Cringe. They're a team just outside of that top 7. They're a team that needs to make it happen as well.
What's wild is, do the math, y'all. It's worth 60 points for the win. It is in reach here. Anyone can jump up and over. Cringe and Volko have a chance to do it too, but man, being solo's only going to get that much harder now. Meanwhile, Goofy and Z-Dog are in control. 304 and counting, top 7. Can they keep pushing it further? They're starting to run out of mats up top. I'm looking over to the side. Nalu and Rainier are still in this game too. Toman and Mofu are in this game too. One of those two teams will get keys crushed here shortly. Another one might win this and actually go to finals. Who's it gonna be?
Can they do it? Z-Dog and Goofy, they're dominating, taking out Rainy. That is absolutely huge for them, but devastating for Rainy and Nalu. Nalu has to now keep his team in contention to stay in the competition. Goofy and Z-Dog maintaining this height despite having no builds. So many of our top height teams are out. This is theirs for the taking. Booga looking for it as well. Z-Dog will fall. Goofy will go down. No materials. Has to try and find something here.
And just like that, it's Booga. Brace is on top. I don't know if they have the match to do this, but they're at 7 eliminations and counting here. 2 players remaining, standing between them. Mofu and Toma out-survive, outpace Nalu and Rainy to make sure they don't get their keys crushed and they live to fight another day. Meanwhile, Booga and Braids are looking to put a ribbon on this one here. It's a good old-fashioned 2v2 here. Mini minor.
Opportunities right now. What could this mean? What could this mean for the overall standings? Booga down. Toma and Mofu close out their game to not only win the match, but to keep them in the competition. They will be playing in the survival stage on Friday. When the times were looking so tough for the Monster, they rose to the occasion and they won the match.
You see there, Toma and Mofu had to just really soak it in for a second. The awkward handshakes, the celebration, they're just thinking to themselves, did we do it? We surely did there, because that win was gonna save their tournament, and what a sigh of relief. But you know what? It's also a newfound confidence.
Yeah, that's going to be huge for them, of course. Now, you know, the last game they're going to play now going into the survival stage is going to be that huge win. It's going to give them that boost of confidence. I think what we saw right there was a lot of our top teams going down, so it opened the door for teams like Z-Dog, for teams like Goofy to try and take height. They knew they needed to. I think Hari did so well to clutch there as a solo. So many of our teams that needed to perform when the pressure was on, they did just that. And that, you can just see what it means to them. You can see what this is about. And for those lads, they're still in the competition. And I think they were in that bottom three, weren't they? They were just sort of teetering on that area, right?
Right there, and then you had Nalu inching his way up. It literally came back and forth between those two teams. It really could have went either way. And it's crazy because they're both in the same region as well. So it's like, you know, that regional clash there. Well, they got to be proud of that performance there. Fun games, great sigh of relief here. You can see the emotes coming out, just looking to celebrate, throwing up signs to the fans. What a game. What is group stage 1? We have so many more days of this ahead of us.
I was going to say, you know the best part about this? We get the running back tomorrow. We got Group B. We got this level of competition again. And again, we've seen our top tier teams, Vico, Malabuka, and I want to see what happened. Wow, Hari did enough. Solo clutch, Z-Dog and Goofy couldn't quite break into that top 7. You can't say they didn't give it a good go.
The difference, they had so many more elimination points worth, but it's the placement points that held them back. Z-Dog and Goofy are going to be a dominant team to look out for. You know, in the end, you have to really respect that performance. But here's your major upsets rating in Nalu, Epic Will, Alex, and Reckless.
C'est seulement les 3 derniers qui sont
in their tournament comes to a complete end here.
So tough for them. Unfortunately, for teams like Alex Reckless, for teams like Epic Will Pump, they could never really get the engine going. We didn't see the best from them throughout the entire day. And they tried, you saw them trying different strategies, but even right there in that last game, I mentioned it going into it, we need more from the fraggers. Pump couldn't quite carry the team on his back to squeeze out those placement points. As it happened, it may not have mattered at all, but really heartbreaking for those guys, because I'm sure they would have came here expecting big things.
Yeah, because nothing is granted and everything is earned here at the EWC stage. You really never know how it's going to play out. You saw the line there. You even had Brazil's strong PH Zin nearly getting sent up and out as well, but he managed to do just enough. So many clutches there coming in the end. You really have to respect.
En tout cas les gars, j'espère que vous avez kiffé. 5 heures de live, attends, ouais 5h20. C'est vraiment le premier live que je fais autant d'heures. En tout cas j'espère que vous avez kiffé, du coup c'était Nierx officiel. Je vais vous dire à la prochaine les gars. Merci d'être passé, du coup les Bretelles aussi.
Avec plaisir.
Comme d'hab. Allez, ciao.